What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was the reincarnation of Aizen. Aizen is being held in Muken prison for over a century now, but he uses the contingency plan he had made in case escape was deemed impossible. He sent his soul to another universe to be reborn and eventually regain his memory and powers. During an attack by a villain, Izuku Midoriya awakens the memories and part of the powers he had in his previous life, just as planned. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations, and support the amazing author GrigoriGOD for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. It has been many decades since I started gathering spiritual energy continuously. I finally can use that. Aizen smiles. It has been almost a century since he last left his cell. He had been meditating ever since the Fools of Soul Society put him back here after the 1,000-year blood war. Now, just as planned, he will use his contingency plan. To transmigrate one's soul to another reality while keeping your memory is extremely difficult. Even more considering said person is in Muken, and with part of his power sealed. Almost impossible. But not for me. I'll start from scratch there since I'll lose most of my power, but since the Hogyoku is now merged with my soul, getting back to my true strength shouldn't take more than a few centuries. Aizen releases an immense Ryatsu explosion that can be felt by all in the Soul Society. Breaching reality itself, he does not hesitate to jump into the breach. He can see stars, galaxies, entire universes passing by as he falls with no control. As his motion stops, he looks around and sees many orbs of light going in the direction of a light. No, they are not going there, they are being pushed. He himself is an orb of light being pushed. He knew what it meant. He now was in another reality, about to be born. Success. I'm on the river of souls. My soul will soon reach a baby in this world. Aizen concentrates inward to analyze his current situation. Looks like I lost nearly all of my Riryoku, spiritual power, in the transmigration of planes. The cost was greater than expected. I feel the power of Kyoka Suigetsu and the Hogyoku merged with my soul. That's a relief. Both will be of great use to keep myself alive in this world I know nothing about while I recover my spiritual power. Be prepared, mortals, a god is about to be reborn on your world. Aizen laughs to himself as he is blinded by a strong light. A baby is born from in a hospital. Inko-san, you have a healthy boy, says the doctor. You are so pretty, Izuku. Yes, you are Izuku Midoriya, says Inko. Izuku Midoriya was fascinated by heroes, especially All Might. Midoriya had many friends in his childhood, but that suddenly changed one day. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, your son is quirkless, said the doctor. Izuku felt despair for the first time in his life, as he heard those words and saw his mother crying. But that cannot be right. Right. I'm sure people can get a quirk later in their life, said Izuku, crying. Young Izuku, this X-ray shows that one only have one joint in your pinky toe, a clear sign of being quirkless. There's nothing we can do, said the doctor. At home, Izuku would cry watching his favorite All Might video, asking his mother if he can be a hero like All Might. His mother would cry and hug him. I don't know, said Inko. She did not answer my question, just say yes or no, thought Izuku. Izuku, my love, I'd give you the world if I could, said Inko. Then I'll take it for myself. What? Said Inko as she saw Izuku smiling. Izuku looked confused to his mother. He did not understand the question. What happened, mommy? Izuku. You said something, Inko. I don't remember saying anything, Izuku. Inko looked just as confused as Midoriya, then said, Go get some sleep, honey. It has been a long day. For a year later, Izuku would get bullied by his classmates constantly. Even by his childhood friend, Bakugo. Midoriya felt betrayed and now deeply hated Bakugo. But he was weak, he could not openly confront his bully, and his school would never step in. It felt like they were an accomplice in making his life hell. The only person Izuku truly loved was his mother. The wounds of Katsuki's explosion quirk left on his arms were constant. Once he nearly blinded Izuku with an explosion near his face. That's right, loser, you got lucky that I missed. Quirkless idiots like you should be licking the floor where I'm stepping. That's the only useful thing you can do in your entire life, said Bakugo. Rage burns inside Izuku. The school staff does nothing while all of this happens nearly every day in class and during breaks. He just wanted to be strong. To kill those ants that think they are superior than me, said Izuku on his usual way back home. Izuku was tired of this. Today he was determined. He was going to ask his mom to change schools. But a strange shadow follows him on his way home, a slimy shadow, waiting for a chance. It was fast. A shadow quickly enveloped Izuku just after he entered a small tunnel. Izuku began to struggle, as the slime villain attempted to cover Izuku's mouth with his hand. "I just need that body for a minute. If you do not struggle, I promise it will be a painless death," said the villain. As Izuku began to slowly lose consciousness, a life surge began within him. He knew how to save himself. A sword warped to Izuku's hand. He immediately cut the villain's right arm and ran a few steps. "You bastard, I'll kill you," said the slime villain as he charged to Izuku. Izuku smiled, not like All Might's smile that he practiced 1,000 times. It was a smile of malice. The slime villain hesitated upon seeing Izuku's face. Izuku quickly pointed a finger at the villain and said, "Hada 4. Byakurai." A lightning bolt is emitted by Izuku's finger and hits the villain. He falls unconscious. The sword in Izuku's hand fades away. Izuku is in shock. He does not understand what happened. He just knew what to do in a life and death situation. A sword just appeared in his hand, and he cut the villain without a second thought. "How did this happen? Am I going insane?" said Izuku. At this moment Izuku began to remember small pieces of Aizen's memories, not enough to truly awaken to his previous life, but enough to survive a battle. As Izuku tried to make sense of his memories, a huge man fell from the sky near him. "Fear not, for I'm here. A little late it seems," said the man. Izuku was speechless. His idol, the number one hero, All Might, was here right in front of him. "Hey All Might, it is a great honor. CC, could you give an autograph?" "Sure." All Might knew exactly what the boy would say and quickly signed the notebook the boy was holding. "So what is your name, young one? Did you defeated that villain?" said All Might. "I'm Izuku Midoriya," said the boy, avoid eye contact with All Might, and not giving the answer to the second question. All Might took the boy's silence as an affirmative response to the question. "You must have amazing quirk to defeat this villain at young age. But remember that using your quirk against people should only be done in self-defense," said All Might. "I am actually quirkless," said Izuku, as he did not know exactly what he had done, or even if that actually happened, or if he was seeing things and going insane. All Might looked a little shocked. He grabbed a bottle from a nearby trash can and put the slime villain inside, and asked Midoriya if another hero had defeated the villain and forgot to arrest him. All Might's face looked annoyed, for he was angry that a hero would not restrain a dangerous villain after defeating him. Izuku felt a little offended by his idol asking that, immediately going to the conclusion that a quirkless person could not have defeated the villain. Izuku wanted to ask All Might if he could become a hero being quirkless. Before he could say anything, All Might started to cough and quickly prepared to jump. "I'm sorry, boy, I must go now," said All Might right before he jumped several dozen meters in the air. "That was close. I have only a few seconds left in this form. I'd better find." All Might thought is closed by a voice. "Wait, All Might, I must ask you something," said Midoriya, graped on All Might's leg. All Might landed on the top of a building nearby. "What are you doing? That was dangerous. You could have fallen," screamed All Might, more annoyed than angry. "I'm sorry, sir. I just wanted to ask you a question. Just one, please," Izuku said with an anxious voice. Izuku knew the answer already. He had already asked this question to other people, even some heroes he encountered before, but he needed to hear it anyway. From the number one hero, he hung into the last piece of hope he had, that All Might would say yes, instead of the obvious no he heard from every other person. As he gathered breath to ask, the memories from his previous life began to emerge in his mind again, but Izuku ignored everything just enough to form the question in his mind, and then spoke. "Is it possible to be a hero, despite not having a quirk?" said Izuku, pausing between a few words like he was struggling to breathe. All Might gave a stoic look at Midoriya. The question caught him off guard. He for a brief moment forgot he was about to lose his form. He considered saying yes, like the number one hero should. But All Might knew that would put the boy in danger, the danger of trying something impossible and getting hurt. "I have to be realistic with him. I know how he feels, but this will be a lesser evil than lying to him," thought All Might. "It is not possible to be a hero being quirkless. You should give up," said All Might, as his body was slowly emitting a white smoke. All Might saw something he would never forget, the face of complete despair and lack of life of young Midoriya. With his entire purpose of life erased by the person he respected the most, Midoriya stopped resisting the memories trying to flood his mind, like he was accepting death itself. Toshinori was running in his weak form. Cementos arrived near the tunnel in the same moment as All Might. "What happened?" asked Cementos, worried. "Boy in danger inside the tunnel, come on quickly," shouted All Might. Both men runned inside the tunnel without hesitation, and were horrified what they saw. The slime villain was in pieces in the floor and walls. While he would be able to regenerate again easily, he was not doing so. He was dead. They run past him, to the other side of the tunnel, and left it, seeing a green-haired boy calmly walking in the sideway in parallel of a small water channel, the sideway that is connected to the tunnel. He was the only person there. "This is the boy I told you about on the phone. After I hang up the call, I saw him entering the tunnel and the villain going after him right after," said All Might. "That was just 2 minutes ago. No one else could have done that to the villain. I'm sorry, Toshinori, but shouldn't we take the boy to a police station?" said Cementos. "It doesn't make sense. He said that he was quirkless before. I thought someone had saved him. Maybe the same person did it again," said All Might. "If that was the case, wouldn't the boy be running to tell someone? Either way, he just committed or witnessed a murder, and he is walking like nothing happened. This is too suspicious," said Cementos. "Let's go talk to him and understand what happened," said All Might. The two heroes run to the boy and catch up with him. Before either of them could say something, Izuku spoke first. He did not even turn around to see who was behind him. "All Might and Cementos, what do you want?" said the boy as we continued to walk unfazed by the two pro heroes behind him. Both men felt chills on their back. They were watching every move the boy made after they saw him. Not for a moment did he turn his head around the slightest to look behind him, but still he knew exactly who was behind him. "Young Izuku, did you saw the slime villain again after you left?" asked All Might. "No, I thought you had him inside a bottle on your pocket," said Izuku. "Did he escape?" "Well, he did not look that strong. I'm sure he will get what is coming for him very soon," said Izuku with a calm but arrogant voice. Cementos became very uneasy with the boy's response. "This boy is very dangerous," thought Cementos. "A murder took place inside that tunnel. You have to come with us to the police station so you can help us figure it out," said Cementos, not hiding his suspicion. All Might felt something was wrong with Izuku. He definitely was not the same person as before. What if he leaked that All Might was weak? Even if he did not the full truth, just a rumor like that would make criminals and villains start acting. All Might's thoughts were cut by Izuku's response to Cementos. With a very innocent face, Izuku said, "A mystery. So cool, I'll help you." 40 minutes later, Izuku was put in an interrogation room and given something to eat while Cementos and All Might were talking in the room outside. Watching Izuku thought the glass. Two pro heroes entered the room. "Aizawa, Midnight, why are you here?" asked All Might, surprised. "I called them," said Cementos. "What happened with the boy before is clouding your judgment, All Might. You cannot let your guilt stop from doing your duty," said Cementos with a determined voice. "Sai, you will too explain us the situation," said Aizawa. All Might and Cementos began telling them everything that happened. Both Aizawa and Midnight were surprised about what happened. A slime villain, likely with regenerative skills, ended up dead in less than a few minutes after he was last seen alive going to attack the child. Sai, and the child was the only one in the area and did not seem affected by committing or being present when a murder happened, said Aizawa aloud, but like he was talking to himself. "You can't possibly believe a quirkless 10-year-old boy killed a villain. This is madness. Either he is lying about being quirkless or someone helped him twice with this villain," said Midnight. "His medical files just came in. Let's see. He is quirkless, and his last psychological evaluation dates from last year. It says that after being told he is quirkless, he became reclusive and unstable and he wanted to be a hero. Small burns and bruises were common on his arms. The hospital psychologist suspects he was being bullied in his school and sent a warning to the school board but never got an answer. Said Cementos as he read the file. "Is he meditating there?" asked Midnight, looking at Izuku through the glass. "He has been like that for some time now," said All Might. "Since he is a minor, we are legally obliged to call his legal guardian," said Aizawa. "We already did. His mother should arrive soon," said All Might. "Then let's start talking to him," said Midnight. The four heroes entered the small interrogation room. The boy did not react to them. Aizawa took the seat on the table to face Izuku while the other three heroes remained standing behind Aizawa. Izuku remained with his eyes closed in meditation. When Aizawa was about to speak to snap the boy out of it. Unlawful detention of a 10-year-old child and 4 pro-heroes going to interrogate that child together, with the obvious intent of intimidation and getting a false confusion of some crime. Is this how heroes operate now? Tell me, Eraserhead, said Midoriya with a calm voice, still with his eyes closed meditating in his chair. Izuku Midoriya then opened his eyes to face Eraserhead, looking straight into the hero's eyes, waiting for his answer. The 3 heroes standing could not stop themselves from making a shocked face. The interrogation barely started and the boy managed to make the heroes feel like they were doing something wrong. The only one that remained unfazed was Aizawa. I can see now what Cementos meant when he said this boy was dangerous. He immediately mined our resolve to expose him as the killer before we could say anything. Despite him telling the 4 of us are here to intimidate him, he is not intimidated at all, thought Aizawa. Young Midoriya, what are implying here? Said Midnight. She was very angry with the boy's words. Before Midoriya could reply to Midnight, the door opened. Detective Tsukachi entered with a paste on his hand. Tsukachi, good to see you, said All Might. Good to see you too, friend, said Tsukachi, stopping himself to say All Might in front of the boy, since All Might was in his civilian form. No need for that, police officer, I already know, said Izuku with a bored face. Tsukachi looked concerned, but quickly grabbed a seat beside Aizawa. That did not for any moment took his eyes off Izuku. Well, Izuku Midoriya, Detective Tsukachi got interrupted by Izuku. Unlawful detention of a 10-year-old child. Now Izuku was interrupted by Midnight. Do not repeat this stupid thing, answer my previous question, said Midnight, sounding offended. Damn it, she is falling for his provocation, thought Aizawa. Midoriya, did you kill the slime villain? Yes or no, said Aizawa with an inquisitive tone. Ahahaha, Izuku makes a short laugh. So that's what you are after, just as suspected, you want me to. Aizawa slams the table to stop Izuku. Yes or no, Aizawa says again. Unlawful intimidation of a minor suspect. I'm disappointed with you, Eraserhead, falling for Cementos and All Might's plot. Says Izuku. All present looked confused. Expect Aizawa and Cementos. They knew what the boy was doing but did not stop him. They wanted to see what would happen. It's obvious that a quirkless child could not kill a villain. But if a hero would accidentally kill a villain, what would happen then? Said Izuku. It's so obvious that you are trying to get me to do a false confusion to save yourselves that I can't stop myself but to laugh. You think the people would believe that I killed a villain? Izuku said with an arrogant voice. I did not expect this kind of thing to be said by a child. I would expect it if you were a criminal underworld boss. You are very smart, Izuku, said Aizawa, amused and scared. Shifting blame to another person to evade answering is not uncommon. And that does not help your case, Midoriya, said Tsukachi. Indeed. So tell me, detective, do you have any proof against me? Asked Izuku, but still looking at Aizawa. No evidence yet, said Tsukachi. Then I will use my right to remain silent from now on, said Izuku. Midnight rushed close to Izuku's side and looked to the boy closely in the eye and said, You are dangerous, I'll remember you name. Midnight made her own attempt to taunt him into saying something incriminating. Izuku did not fall for the obvious trick, but responded by touching the left side of her face with his palm and saying, I'm flattered, but I guess you should find someone of your age, Aizawa maybe. I think he is single, said Izuku looking to her eyes. He would not let them get the upper hand in the interrogation. Midnight, what is the meaning of this? Said All Might. Midnight slapped Izuku's hand away from her face and felt tempted to punch him. Aizawa realized and called Midnight to get back behind him. It's simple, you either charge me with no proof, or you have to let me go. If you choose the first option, I guess that would not go well in the media, especially if I tell them my theory of why I was unlawfully detained, said Izuku. Let's go to the other room, said Aizawa to the others. On the other room. He won, we can't keep him here, said Aizawa. Tsukachi nodded. Can't you see how dangerous he is? The way he talks, trying to openly provoke people is not something a normal child would do, said Midnight. I agree, every cell in my body tells me that Izuku Midoriya is dangerous. But there's nothing we can do. When his mother arrives, we will have to let him go and hope he keeps his mouth shut. If he truly tells the media what happened, it will be very troublesome, said Aizawa. All present there nodded, except All Might, that was watching Izuku in the glass. A few minutes later came the moment to release him and return him to his mother. On the room beside, the 4 heroes were there looking at him leaving, but he stopped and turned around to look at Aizawa and Midnight. I guess we will meet again in a few years. Said Izuku, smiling. Is that a threat? Asked Midnight. You two are teachers at UA, right? Said Izuku. Are you planning on going to UA? Said Aizawa, curious. I believe my previous question made that clear. Well, I'm looking forwards to it, said Izuku. You said you were quirkless. How do you intend to get through the exams? Asked Midnight, sounding like she was mocking him. There has been cases where quirks manifest at a late age, especially when the subject is exposed to a stressful situation. This unlawful detention and intimidation was very stressful. Izuku made sure to raise his voice when repeating the words that previously made the heroes uncomfortable. Maybe I'll awaken my quirk soon, right? The day ain't over, maybe I'll get lucky to awaken it today, said Izuku, smiling maliciously, taunting the heroes to see their reaction. All Might was the first to realize it. You awakened your quirk today, said All Might with a terrorized face. All the others saw All Might's face and realized why. A boy that had just awakened his quirk could kill a villain and did not even get hurt doing so. What kind of quirk would allow him do to that? But All Might's face was not because of that. He cut the villain arm at the tunnel, but did not realize what happened. For him, he was still quirkless when I found him, and after I said he could not become a hero, he had a mental breakdown and likely released the full potent ion of his quirk on the same day he got it. What have I done? Did I accidentally create a villain? All Might thought. Before any of the heroes could say anything, Izuku Midoriya entered the room and hugged Izuku. Izuku, are you hurt? What happened? Said Izuku, crying. The heroes were left shocked as the boy that was extremely arrogant and making 4 top heroes uneasy was now crying, hugging his mother like a proper child should. Mommy, I'm scared, let's go home, said Izuku, crying. Izuku grabbed Izuku's hand and approached the heroes and said, I'm sorry for being rude, but did you seriously took him as a suspect of a... Izuku did not say the name of the crime, for she did not want to scare Izuku. Aizawa was the only one to speak. I apologize for the situation, Ms. Midoriya. Your son was the only person in the area. It was just procedure to bring him to ask him what he saw or heard. Izuku was very helpful. Everyone but Izuku was surprised by what Aizawa said. I see, then I apologize, it's just that. Izuku is all I have. I got so worried when I heard what happened, said Izuku. It's alright, I understand. I believe Detective Tsukachi is getting a taxi for you two to get home. Have a good day, said Aizawa. Izuku and Izuku were leaving the room when Izuku turned his face and showed the heroes a satisfied smile, like if Aizawa said exactly what Izuku wanted. Isn't she in danger? We should have warned her about, said Cementos, complaining to Aizawa. She would not believe us, she trusts her son too much, said Aizawa. Are we not in danger too? The boys doesn't seem to know that All Might and Cementos will join in as teachers soon, but he is up to something if he wants to join UA with an attitude like that, said Midnight. Young Midoriya is 10, almost 11, it will take 3 years for him to finish middle school. I'll join UA in 3 years to watch him and try to make him a better person and a great hero, said All Might, turning back to his hero form to say these words with determined eyes. Mizu is going to love Izuku Midoriya, said Aizawa with a tired voice. The heroes became less tense due to Aizawa's word and laughed together. On the taxi back home. That was very interesting, thought Izuku. The me from before would not openly provoke the heroes while weakened, but after that much time in Mugen, a little amusement was welcome, and what is more amusing than making people look like fools? In my way to the police station and now, I haven't seen a single hollow. Something is blocking them from this earth. Well, I still can absorb spiritual energy from around me. It ain't much compared to Mugen, but it should be enough to become stronger quickly. Izuku saw his son looking out the windows thoughtfully and asked, Is everything alright? Yes, mother, answered Izuku. Izuku, for now I will play along as the loving son. I guess I should keep her alive for now. If she becomes too troublesome I can always use Kyuka Sujetsu on her, thought Izuku. A world of quirks, where most mortals have some power or another. I don't know if I can separate my soul to this human body. Since I have not seen spirits or hollows, it probably means that souls can't move freely between the planes here, so I'm stuck on this human body. I guess putting order upon the mortals of Earth is a good start to ascend to godhood. My first priority is find a way to transfer quirks from user to user, and a immortally quirk for myself. Izuku's knowledge showed that heroes have great influence but less freedom to act. Villain are the opposite. For now I should become a hero at UA, which Izuku wanted to go so much. It will give me access to information I would not get by becoming a villain or vigilante. Although I should use villains' proxies to get information for me. Information that heroes should not have. To go to UA I first have to graduate from that annoying school. Playing it right, I should be able to blackmail the school board to apply an exam for me to graduate from middle school 3 years earlier. I'll use this 3 years to increase my spiritual power reserve and gather more information about this world that a child like Izuku did not have access until now. Izuku opened his backpack and grabbed his hero notebook. Izuku had my analytical skill, and part of my intellect too, thought Izuku. Izuku flipped through the pages of his notebook, stopping at one that had a burn mark, left from a small explosion. He felt his arms hurt a little when he remembered about Bakugo. The explosion boy, I guess I should play with him for what he did to Izuku, which I have all the memories about. That will be interesting. Izuku smiles. Arriving home, Izuku ate dinner and went to his bedroom to meditate and gather spiritual energy, making every cell in his body absorb and assimilate it, making his muscles, bones, everything, better. Saturday and Sunday went by quickly, and now it was time Izuku to go to school, to show some humans what it means to feel despair. Izuku entered his schoolyard walking confidently. Most of the other students were used to ignore Izuku, as he was always walking slowly, looking at the ground to avoid eye contact. "Hey you Deku, ready to start the week well?" said Bakugo in front of Izuku. Izuku just walked past Bakugo like he was not even there. Everyone there was shocked and expected to see Izuku really hurt before the end of the day because of that. "What are you doing? Not going to talk to me?" said Bakugo angry. Bakugo jumped behind Izuku to hit him with an explosion on his back. Midoriya turned around with an amazing speed, grabbing Bakugo's arm with one hand, and his hair with the other, throwing Bakugo against the ground in front of him. What just happened? Did Midoriya train martial arts or something? Other students asked each other. As Bakugo attempted to get up, Izuku walked past him and said aloud to everyone could hear. "Why should I waste my time talking to a weakling that I don't even need to use my quirk to beat?" Everyone present gasped. They could not believe what was happening, but less what they just heard. "I'll kill you," Bakugo screamed while getting up and charging Izuku. Izuku continued walking and at the last moment evaded Bakugo's explosion with a side step. He did not even look back to see the attack coming. With a fast kick to Bakugo's stomach, the kid got on his knees and threw up his breakfast on the floor. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's head and pushed it against the floor with vomit, keeping Bakugo's face on the floor for some seconds. When Bakugo began to scream, Izuku let him go. He continued walking to inside the building and said to Bakugo while not looking at him, "You are weak, Bakugo. Start licking this floor to clean it. That's the only thing you should have any use for," said Izuku with an arrogant but relaxed voice. Izuku arrived at his classroom, and the word about what happened arrived at everyone's ears. Some did not believe it, but a couple students managed to record the entire thing and the scenes spread in the school and even at nearby schools like fire. The minutes Bakugo took at the restroom to clean himself was enough, so when he exited it, he could sense that everyone has looked at him. Bakugo was never that angry in his entire life. He gathered his friends and followers and began plotting and spreading the word. Izuku Midoriya was going to be beat up on leave time. Bakugo arrived at his classroom late, but the teacher did not comment on that. After a couple of minutes, the principal's secretary arrived at the classroom's door. "Izuku Midoriya, the principal wants to see you on his office," said the woman. Izuku got up and walked towards the principal's office. Izuku entered the room and took a seat before the principal could say anything. "Well, Izuku, I believe you already know why I called you," said the man. "Indeed, you called me to threaten me," said Izuku. "Do not say that. I just want you to know that your actions are not allowed by school's rules and I'll give you 3 days of suspension," said the man, annoyed. "I see, your school allows bullying to be performed on a regular basis. But when a student performs a self-defense act you punish him," said Izuku. "You are dismissed, go get your things and go home, now," said the principal. "Very well, I guess I can stop at the TV station on the way with a few friends to show them numerous cases of institutionalized bullying on this school, and the photos of you cheating on your wife with Secretary John," said Izuku. "What did you say?" screamed the principal. Most of the students knew the principal was married with a rich woman and frequently cheated on her, his secretary. Of course Izuku did not have a photo of that, but the principal could not have known that. The principal calmed down and looked at Izuku with hostility. "What do you want?" asked the man, like he was dealing with a businessman. "I see you understand your situation. If that photo were to be leaked, your wife could ask for divorce with most, if not all of your shared properties and money. With this evidence she would beyond any doubt succeed. And if the bullying situation on this school were to go the media, you would finally get fired for just cause and become enemy of the people in the region. With the world how it is now, I wouldn't be surprised if you were lynched by a mob or a vigilante, said Izuku with an innocent and childish smile that made the principal feel he was dealing with the devil himself. I want to take the special exam to finish middle school early, said Izuku. That was a special exam that the Japanese government created recently to allow genius individuals, both naturally and with intelligence-based quirks, to skip elementary school directly to high school, and in some extreme cases even allowing childs the chance to get to the university. The principal became nervous with the request. I can make the request, but those are applied by the Prefectural Board of Education. I cannot change the results you score, said the principal, worried that Izuku could fail the exam and release everything he had against the principal in retaliation. You do not have to worry about that, just get the exam to be scheduled for 3 weeks from now, said Izuku. Very well, I'll make the request for the exam to take place in exactly 21 days from today. But, are you sure you can do it, Midoriya? Said the man concerned. Of course, and I will not come to school for the next 21 days. After all, I need to study 3 years worth of school in just 3 weeks, said Izuku, like he was excited for the challenge. I understand, I'll make sure you do not get the absences recorded on your file, said the principal, trying to get to Izuku's best side. Izuku nodded and left the room. It was already leave time. Now, let's see what the weaklings prepare to amuse me, said Izuku to himself. Izuku walked to the school gates and saw a crowd. Many students from the school in the area gathered there to watch what would happen. Bakugo spread the words that Izuku was going to be beat up on leave. Izuku calmly walked there. Hey, it's him. He is here. I wonder what will happen. I hope this ends soon before someone calls the police, said some students while Izuku was walking towards them. Bakugo, and some of his friends, were in the middle of the crowd talking big. Then everyone dispersed to watch from some distance the upcoming confrontation. So you liked the beating I gave you so much that you called friends with you so then can share the joy of being trash, said Izuku, mocking the children. The crowd was already recording everything. As Bakugo was seen as the boss of the children of the neighborhood, his status was already melting as he needed a 8 versus 1 fight to try to look better. But Bakugo didn't care, he just wanted Izuku to never walk again. They are already recording, I should use my quirk. Only if the other side uses too, which they will definitely will, thought Izuku. Who did you call trash, you punk? I'll make you kiss the floor, said a boy with wings, charging Izuku alone. Wait, you idiot, screamed Bakugo. It was already too late. Izuku grabbed the boys first, and threw him above himself and into the ground behind Izuku. With a swift movement, Izuku broke the boy's arm without even changing expression. Now it's 7 against 1. Since you clearly wants to hurt me, I'll have to defend myself by any means I see necessary, said Izuku, not for Bakugo or the other students, but for me. Cell phones recording everything. Should the police, the child's parents, or even the heroes see the recordings, it would seem perfectly reasonable for Izuku to not hold back against such large number of aggressors attacking him together. The other 6 childs with Bakugo were now scared. They were not prepared for Izuku brutally breaking their friend's arm when he attacked. Izuku sensed the children's fear and said, If you don't want to fight me, then scram now. I have much to do, so I'm finishing this quickly to get home. 3 of the children joined the audience. Now it was 4 versus 1. You cowards, I'll remember that, screamed Bakugo to the 3 kids that fled the fight. How ironic, the one that called his friends to help him fight just one person that you lost to, is calling them cowards, said Izuku, smiling to Bakugo. Shut up, you idiot. To become the strongest hero I don't need weaks at my side, screamed angrily Bakugo. I'm surprised that Katsuki Bakugo, a bully famous for being the pestilence of the neighborhood for shaking down children for their money and food, and beating them up, wants to be a hero, pathetic, said Izuku, taunting Bakugo even more. Bakugo was enraged. His hands were glowing with his explosive sweat. He charged Izuku, showing both hands to him, in a stance he had never used before. The pro-hero Kamui Woods just arrived at the scene. His agency received an anonymous tip about a villain lurking around this school, so he went to investigate the claim. The hero arrived just in time to use Bakugo charging Izuku with his 2 hands pointed at him. Woods understood something bad would happen and tried to restrain Bakugo. He did, but his wood did not reach Bakugo's hands in time, and a huge explosion was shot in Izuku's direction, and the students that were a few meters behind him watching. Much smoke covered the street. Most of the students watching began to run in panic. Just some continued in the area. Most of them were the ones recording. A voice could be heard inside the smoke. This is Kamui Woods. I need police and ambulances at Aldera Junior School. Ill use of explosive quirk. likely many injured. Suddenly, many students began to run from inside the smoke. They were the ones behind Izuku. They had just small burns, like if most of the explosion were blocked. Two brave students that were recording rushed inside the smoke to try to find Izuku. The smoke dissipated and they found Izuku completely unharmed. A few seconds later, the smoke was completely cleared, and everyone saw Izuku. His left hand was extended with showing his palm to Bakugo, like somehow he blocked the explosion with his palm. "Boy, are you alright? What happened?" asked Woods. "As you can see, the boy you are restraining committed an attempt of murder against me, and I used my quirk to defend myself and the bystanders behind me. As I only recently awakened my quirk, I could not completely block the explosion, thus some people behind me got small injuries. Said Izuku to the pro hero. "That went as planned. Once I heard about Bakugo's plan, I gave an anonymous tip to Woods' agency, a very influential hero in the region. Then by calculating the time it would take him to get here, I just needed to slowly taunt Bakugo into going berserk slightly before the hero would arrive. And the recordings show I was just defending myself when Bakugo used a clearly lethal attack. Once those recordings go to the internet, Bakugo's future is over." So Izuku, Bakugo's dream is now crushed, and he doesn't even know that yet. This is very amusing indeed, thought Izuku. Izuku reflected for a moment in his mind. He became more sadistic in this world than he was before. The pain and suffering of others now caused great joy to Izuku. Could it be because he was now in a human body? So are humans susceptible to evil? Maybe. Woods used his right arm to contain Bakugo and got up, bowing to Izuku. "I'm deeply sorry. I could not stop the blonde boy in time. If you hadn't blocked the explosion, you and other students would have gotten badly hurt. You have my thanks, not protection, not only yourself, but also blocking most of that explosion from reaching the other students," said Kamui Woods, bowing to Izuku. Izuku could have blocked the entire explosion had him putted more spiritual energy into his Bakuda 39 and Kozen. Or he could just have protected himself, but the other students getting killed would be troublesome with the police, especially after the slime villain incident. By allowing just enough explosive power to evade him and reach the other students, most of the students behind Izuku got small injuries, but 4 of them had serious burns, and now Bakugo had harmed innocents. That would taint him forever should he proceed with his dream to become the #1 hero. The principal and the school staff quickly rushed to the school gates to see the cause of the explosion. The police and medical vehicles also arrived quickly. All the involved were brought to the police station to give their testimony. When Izuku was called to give his own, he was actually surprised to see Eraserhead and All Might waiting for him at the room. Izuku took the sit to face Aizawa and All Might. They were sitting side by side on the far side of the table. 3 days, Izuku. It took you just 3 days to cause trouble again, said Aizawa, tired. If you were informed correctly, you would know that trouble came to me today. I was just defending myself, said Izuku. Yes, the recordings of what happened are already on the internet, and probably on the TV, said Aizawa, annoyed. Bakugo losing control was also part of your plan, asked Aizawa. I don't understand what you mean, Eraserhead. My plan was to go home and study, said Izuku. You may fool the police, but you won't fool me. You gave the anonymous tip to Woods' agency, said Aizawa. We heard what the other students said. You were one of the most common victims of Bakugo's bullying. Was all of this just to get revenge on him? Asked All Might with an angry face. As I said, I was defending myself, and said Izuku, but was interrupted by Aizawa. The video shows you provoking Bakugo to attack, and we know how you do that intentionally to provoke reactions. Said Aizawa, raising his voice when he said we, remembering the interrogation of Izuku after the murder of the slime villain. Is speaking the truth a crime now? Everything I said to Bakugo is true. How pathetic it is to someone like him to have the dream to become a hero, said Izuku in a mocking tone. You realize every time you speak you sound like a villain, and you still wants to go to UA and become a hero, so I find it a little hypocritical of you to said that about Bakugo, said Aizawa, hoping to see the boy's reaction. Maybe, but tell me, Eraserhead, is practicing bully, shakedowns and physical violence the same as a child just being sassy? Asked Midoriya. You talk about yourself like you are not a child, so tell me, Midoriya, did Bakugo actually murder a person at some point, like someone we know may have done? Asked Aizawa. I thought you were over about slandering me, and Bakugo's actions today could easily be seen as attempted murder, said Izuku. Well, let's forget about that. Now Izuku, tell us what is your quirk, said All Might. You were basically unharmed after receiving that attack at nearly point blank, and the force of the explosion was enough to seriously injure the students behind you that were in the line of fire, but most of them got just small burns. It is clear you somehow blocked or absorbed the attack. Tell us how, said Aizawa, leaving no room for Izuku to claim to be quirkless again. You see, I awakened my quirk that day. After I left the police station, I can gather, shape and release energy of reality itself. I used it to make a barrier to block the attack, but some of the explosive force was dispersed around the barrier, thus injuring some people behind me, said Izuku, emphasizing the word after. I find it easier to do so when I name my chosen skill to use, said Izuku. I knew it. Show us. Try to attack All Might now, said Aizawa, getting up. So you can arrest me for assaulting a pro hero. I want your request in writing or video so I can prove I'm innocent in case this is some kind of scheme. Very well, then come to UA tomorrow. I will arrange a special quirk evaluation session with the school staff, said Aizawa, annoyed. That is acceptable, said Izuku. On his way out of the police station, the principal of the school came to talk to Midoriya. Midoriya, what happened? I thought we had a deal, asked the man, nervous. We do have a deal, but this situation is the fruit of your own negligence. Bakugo was literally a time bomb. If you continued, let him do as he pleases. He just happened to explode today, said the boy. For now, I don't think the bullying situation is going to affect you greatly, as the local media is focusing on Bakugo and his family. But don't forget, I still have the cheating photos in case you cease to drop the ball about your part of the deal, and with a few words from me you can become the focus of this situation rather than Bakugo, said Izuku. I already did my part. It's scheduled for the date you asked, in 21 days on our school. At 10 a.m. you'll have 6 hours to answer 500 questions about most of the elementary school's subjects, including of the 3 years you had yet to study. Said the man. Excellent, then I'll see you in 3 weeks, said Izuku, walking to his mother that was waiting in the car. Izuku, what happened? Are you hurt? Everyone is talking about how you saved the students behind you when Katsuki attacked you, said Inko, crying. Don't worry, mother, and I have awakened my quirk. Eraserhead asked me to go to UA tomorrow for a quirk evaluation with him, said Izuku. Inko cried the entire time as they went home, from both happiness for Izuku having a quirk and worried about today's events. Despite Inko's attempt to go with Izuku to UA, he convinced her to let him go alone, and so the next day, he arrived at the most famous and prestigious hero school of Japan. There has to be a mistake on this X-ray image, said Vlad. There isn't. This X-ray was taken yesterday on the hospital to see if the boy had any internal injuries after the attack. He has 2 joints in the pinky toe, a clear sign of being quirkless, but there have been very rare cases of people with this 2 joints having quirks, said Nizu. You all saw the video. No way a quirkless person, even a hero without some resistance-based quirk, would be unharmed after that explosion at point blank, said President Mike. Aizawa, he said his quirk is manipulate energy from reality, asked Nizu. Yes, I can't even fathom how that would work. He said he used his quirk to make a barrier, said Aizawa. Even quirks have to follow the laws of physics in some way. Using energy from reality is just impossible. He must gather regular electricity from the power line, store it and use, like other people with electrical-based powers, said Midnight. There is an old quantum physics theory about extracting energy from the vacuum. It is called zero-point energy. If the boy could somehow gather and manipulate energy from nothing, then this theory explains what he meant by using the energy from reality itself, said Nizu. Wouldn't this means he has unlimited power? Asked Midnight, not hiding her worries about Izuku having a quirk like this. We will see that today. It all comes around how much he can extract, accumulate, and actually use in a certain period of time, said Nizu. 0-point energy quirk. If that person get his hands on this kind of power, Nizu said, All Might's thoughts are cut by a door opening on the large room they were in. He is here, said All Might. Izuku walked inside the large room. Almost all of UA teachers were there. Izuku couldn't stop himself to feel a little intimidated by so many pro heroes gathered just for his quirk evaluation. So you are Izuku Midoriya. I've heard a lot about you, said Nizu. Only good things, I hope, said Izuku with a smile. Izuku, how do you describe your quirk? Said Nizu, cutting to the chase. Izuku had thought a lot about how to present his spiritual power as a quirk and make it believable. The best solution was to claim he could gather and manipulate energy from the reality. What was not exactly a lie. This way he could freely use Kido, Shinigami spells, without raising too much suspicion. I'm still learning how it works since it has awakened just a few days ago, but it seems I can sense, gather and manipulate energy present in the ether, said Izuku. Nizu smiled and looked back at the other teachers. His theory was correct as far as he knew. I see, it seems you have some kind of access to zero-point energy. I'll spare you the scientific details for now, but you have a very special quirk, said Nizu. Izuku was confused, for he had never heard of such thing as zero-point energy in both of his lives, but it seems it will work as intended. Now Izuku Midoriya, would you be so kind to show us what you can do? Said Nizu pointing to ectoplasm. The hero ectoplasm created many clones of himself and said, You are free to attack my clone as you wish. They are just an extension of myself. They will disappear after being hit with a strong attack. You can attack with everything you have. Said ectoplasm. Izuku smiled. Izuku raised his arm in the direction of the clones, and suddenly a sword warped to Izuku's hand. Midnight, All Might and Aizawa were left in shock. They remembered that the slime villain's body was found in pieces, like if someone with a knife cut him into pieces. They now knew for sure that Izuku was the killer, but him having a sword is not enough evidence to bring Izuku to justice. Suddenly Izuku with an amazing speed decapitated one of Ectoplasm's clones with a single swing of his sword. All the pro-heroes, except Nizu, felt a chill on their spine. Aizawa, that was familiar to fighting against sword users, was impressed with Izuku's swordmanship. Izuku retreated back to where he summoned his sword, but this time made it vanish and lifted a finger and said, Bakuda 61. Rikujukuru, Bar Seal. 6 pillars of light emerged from the ground and in less than 1 second shot themselves into one of clones, completely immobilizing him with what looked like a ring of light. 4 clones left. Next Izuku used Bakuda 63. Seijo Sabaku, Binding Chains. A chain made of light formed above the clone and wrapped around him with an amazing speed that left most of the heroes present unsure if they would be able to escape the chain before it grabbed you if it was used on them. 3 clones left. Nizu started clapping and said, Very impressive, now let's see how you deal with situations of stress. Ectoplasm, please start, said Nizu. The 3 clones charged Izuku, that was able to keep avoiding attacks from 3 different enemies. Very impressive for a child, he moves like he knows the flow of battle, said Vlad. Izuku was not as fast as he would like to be. Absorbing spiritual energy into his body for just 2 days was not enough to go beyond the limitations of his child body. All he had was his immense knowledge of battle, fast reaction time, and improved reflexes. He could go well against a bunch of children with powers, but against 3 good fighters was difficult without using his sword to attack. Had a 1. Show thrust. Izuku thrusted away one of the clones against the wall. The impact was not enough for dispel the clone, but Izuku gained a few seconds while the clone was distant of him. Had a 33. Sokatsuki. 2 small waves of blue flames emanated from Izuku's hand and each chased one of the clones near Izuku. It felt like the flames were alive. Upon getting hit, the clones instantly vanished. The heroes were all very impressed with versatility of Izuku's quirk. Aizawa was talking something with Ectoplasm, then the last remaining clone was doing nothing. Just like when Ectoplasm first created the clone was idle, not attacking. Izuku understood what was happening and summoned his sword again, but did not use it. Instead he raised his finger to launch a ranged attack. Had a 4. Byakurai. A white lightning left Izuku's finger and instantly hit the clone. The test is over, said Nizu smiling. Now let's see what Aizawa has to say about that last part, thought Midoriya. Very good, Midoriya. Your zero-point energy quirk is incredible. You will surely become a strong hero once you join UA, said Aizawa, with a face that did not hide his hostility. You are most kind, Eraserhead, then I will take my leave now. Said Izuku smiling to Aizawa. Wait a moment, Midoriya, said Aizawa. Would you volunteer to a DNA test for UA? Asked Aizawa. Why? Replied Izuku. To satisfy my curiosity about something, said Aizawa. Everyone looked confused, except for Ectoplasm and Nizu. I will not volunteer for now, maybe in the future, who knows, said Izuku. I understand, have a good day, Midoriya, said Aizawa as Izuku was leaving the room. Everyone, we have a huge problem, said Aizawa to the others after Izuku left. It is about the sword, right? That shows it was him that, said Midnight before being interrupted by Aizawa. That too, but that's not the bigger problem. I asked Ectoplasm to not attack Midoriya with his last clone so I could use my quirk on him without any danger of him getting hurt, said Aizawa. I thought that was the case when you two were talking and Ectoplasm stopped attacking, said Nizu. He used his quirk against the last clone. That means, said All Might with a worried tone. Aizawa nodded. Yes, I could not erase his quirk, or rather, it did not work on him, like his quirk genes could not be suppressed. Or maybe his power is not truly a quirk but something else, said Aizawa with fear on his face, something the other heroes had never seen before. What do you mean? Like he uses magic? Asked Midnight. I don't know, but he looked at me when I was talking to Ectoplasm. He knows my quirk too. He probably knew what I was planning. He even summoned the sword again and did not even use it. It was just for the show, just to taunt us again. Said Aizawa with anger. It is too soon to make claims like magic. It could simply be that the nature of his quirk cannot be suppressed like with full-body mutation quirks. Said Nizu. Aizawa calmed down and said, I have never seen my quirk not working against someone that was not a mutant-type quirk. 3 years from now is when he plans to join UA. It will be hell having him trying to fool us around for the 3 years he studies here. At least we have some time to mentally prepare, said Aizawa, finishing with a sigh. I wouldn't be so sure. I heard Izuku plans to take the special exam to skip middle school. If he succeeds, he will be eligible to enter UA on the next exams. Said Nizu with a smile. Aizawa screamed in agony after hearing that. Izuku had 20 days to learn 3 years' worth of middle school's subjects. With access to the internet and Aizen's immense intellectual capabilities, which he still had as Izuku Midoriya, learning all he needed was not that difficult. Getting the necessary score in the special exam was fundamental to Izuku's greater objective, as going to UA was the most effective way to become a hero with influence and inside knowledge, which he needed to find a way to transfer quirks, and an immortality quirk. He had no intention to enter UA now. The special exam was just a way for him to bypass the necessary requirements of having completed middle school. This way he could use the 3 years he was going to waste on that Pat Ethics school in a more efficient way. Training, absorbing spiritual energy to fortify his body and increase his prowess at using Kido in this world. And lastly, he could use these years to gather intel and knowledge. Izuku felt he was still too ignorant about this world. He needed to know everything should he continue to aim to having this world on his hands. 20 days later. Izuku was in front of his school. The principal himself was at the school's gate to greet Izuku. Good morning, Midoriya. The people from the prefecture are waiting for you at room 2D. Good luck, kid, said the principal with a genuine smile. He did not particularly care about Izuku as a person or a student, but should Izuku fail, there was a high possibility he would leak the photos of the principal cheating his wife, which Izuku did not really had, but the principal did know that. And should Izuku succeed, his school would receive good attention for having a student that nailed the special exam, which it desperately needed after the incident with Bakugo. Many students gathered to watch Izuku going for the classroom. Izuku heard something interesting that was said in the crowd. I heard Bakugo got himself 8 months of detention at a young offenders institution, and after he leaves he'll have to do 6 months of community service. Said a student to another. He got off easy if you asked me. Any adult that did what he did would get at least 5 years in jail, said another student. Izuku found that news amusing. Although Bakugo getting arrested was not his primary goal on that day, he expected something like this could happen, and it was a good outcome. But Izuku was not done with Bakugo yet. He did not yet had the chance to see hope leaving the eyes of the explosive child and making him fall into despair. In the future he would. This anger against Katsuki is strong enough, so even when I awakened, I still feel the anger Izuku had against that kid. Well, just one more toy to amuse me in the future. One that will feel special when it breaks apart, thought Izuku. Izuku entered the room 2D. Good morning, I am Izuku Midoriya. I'm here to take the special exam, said Izuku to the 2 people inside the room. Hello Midoriya, please take your seat. We will start immediately, said the blonde woman. Izuku took his seat and waited for instructions. The woman opened a sealed envelope and took the exam, and put a large watch on the desk near the door. Izuku Midoriya, you have 6 hours after we give you this paper. To answer 500 questions, you need to answer at least 80% of them correctly to succeed in this exam, which means 420 correct answers. Do you understand the instructions? Said the blonde woman. Yes, said Izuku. Then start, now, said the blonde woman, giving Izuku his exam's paper. After a couple of minutes, the 2 people there began analyze Izuku. This boy is the one that was part of that incident, thought the old man. He does not seem to have any intelligence quirk. Why did he suddenly ask to take the special exam after that fight? Thought the blonde woman. 2 hours and 16 minutes after the exam started. I'm done, said Izuku. Very well, your exam will now be sealed and sent to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, as they are the ones that will review your results instead of us from the prefecture. Said the old man. I understand, said Izuku. Izuku got up and began walking to the door as the woman sealed his exam on another envelope. "You can expect your results in 2 days," said the woman. Izuku left the room. "What do you think?" asked the woman to the old man. "His time was on par with most intelligence-based quirk users that I have seen taking the exam, but his file says he has 0-point energy quirk," said the old man. "I thought that was just some crazy theory about space travel," said the woman, confused. His eyes were confident the entire time he was answering the questions. "He is no fool that took the exam hoping for a miracle," said the old man. "I can't wait to hear his results. Let's go right away. Maybe the ministry can give the boy his results yet tomorrow since it is still early," said the old man. Izuku was walking home. "That was easier than I thought. I hope I don't draw too much attention from that. I made sure to get one question wrong just to be sure," said Izuku. The results came the next morning. 499 of the 500 questions were correct, 99.8% of the test, way above the required 80%. Inko was extremely happy for Izuku and made sure to tell all the neighbors about it. She was very proud of her son. The principal of the middle school called to congratulate Izuku and saying he was now ready to move to any high school he wanted. Later on that day, someone rang the bell of the Midoriya's home. It was Nizu and Aizawa. "Awa!" Inko screamed scared when she saw Nizu. "Calm down, Ms. Midoriya, Nizu is a pro hero and principal of UA," said Aizawa. "UA? Why are you here?" asked Inko. "We came to talk to Izuku," said Nizu. "Izuku, you got guests," said Inko near the door of Izuku's room. No one came out. Inko opened the door and did not saw Izuku. "Where is Izuku?" "He was on his room," said Inko, starting to panic. Nizu looked at the window and made a surprised face. "Look, he is right there," said Nizu, pointing at the sky. Izuku was flying motionless about 10 meters above the window of his room, with his eyes closed, meditating. Inko screamed at the window. "Izuku, you have guests, come here, it is dangerous to fly on the city," said Inko. Izuku entered the room through the open window. Eraserhead and Principal Nizu, "What brings you here today?" said Izuku, looking bored. "We came here to give you this," said Nizu, giving Izuku a paper. "A recommendation letter to enter UA signed by All Might," said Izuku while reading the letter. "Indeed, the entrance exams begin in 4 months. You can join UA by doing the recommendation exam, which is less troublesome and with few people. Do you want it?" said Aizawa. "I will, but not now," said Izuku. Aizawa, Nizu and Inko were surprised. "Why, Izuku? Isn't UA your dream?" asked Inko. "It is, but I'm still lacking in controlling my quirk. While most people had their entire lives to learn how to use it, I just got it less than a month ago. I need time to perfect and dominate my quirk, Izuku." "So you did the special exam not to join UA early, but to have free time to develop your quirk, Nizu?" "Precisely, I will join UA in 3 years. I still have much to learn about my quirk. 3 years is enough time to improve myself to become a hero, Izuku." "I understand, then I'll let All Might know he will have to make another letter in 3 years, Aizawa." "Unnecessary, Izuku. I'll go through the entrance exam. How else I can test my skills to judge if they are worthy of UA?" "Izuku." "Very well, then we will be waiting for you in 3 years, said Aizawa. Izuku smiled. 3 years later. Izuku absorbed and assimilated much spiritual energy. He could use advanced Kido and Ho-Ho to be on par or slightly superior to most captains in Soul Society when Izuku was a teacher and captain of Soul Society himself. During these 3 years Izuku performed some tests with his powers, especially with the limitations of his total hypnosis granted by Kyuka Suigetsu. He came to these conclusions. Total hypnosis does not work if the target does not seize it directly with their own eyes, so it cannot be used when someone sees it through a recording, or even a live camera. Total hypnosis required a significant amount of spiritual energy to activate, but almost nothing to maintain it. Izuku also became a vigilante for 4 months, using only his hand-to-hand combat and a mask of a ghost. In that time he used total hypnosis on some influent criminals and villains in the regions, making them think he was their boss. Interrogating them made him learn about the person named All for One and the fact that he could steal quirks, but not much beyond that. UA entrance exams was scheduled to start in 3 days. Hey Nizu, I know you are excited to see what Izuku Midoriya will be capable of, but don't you think this is a bit too much for all the other students? Said Aizawa. Not at all, villains are rising more and more each day, we must make more selective choices on our heroes. and the test will be able to make people with non-combat quirks shine too, said Nizu. Rescue points But why keep them a secret of the students? Most of them will focus only on the robots since we informed them only about villain points, said Midnight. Yes, and that's why rescue points worth a lot more than villain points. Will we see someone willing to fail the exam to save someone as they don't know about hero points? Will the smart ones realize the true nature of this practical exam? Said Nizu excited. Izuku entered the UA Writing exam room and took a sit. Ectoplasm was the one that was going to apply the exam here, but there was other rooms with other students taking the exam. Time limit was 2 hours to answer 100 questions, no hit rate to succeed was given. Izuku finished his exam in 21 minutes, some students laughed thinking Izuku had guessed all the answers. Izuku Midoriya, 21 minutes, said Ectoplasm as he wrote that on a list. Most students now realize that time was important, maybe a factor to select which student would score higher, in case of a tie in the number of correct answers. Ectoplasm created a clone that began to grade Izuku's exam. Izuku proceeded to the waiting room. 1 hour and 40 minutes later, the results were shown in a big screen. First place, 100 correct answers, Izuku Midoriya. Second place, 98, 100 correct answers, Nito Minoma. Third place, 98, 100 correct answers, Tenya Ida. 10th place, 92, 100 correct answers, Katsuki Bakugo. No fucking way he is here, Deku show yourself now, screamed Bakugo in the middle of the crowd. Izuku did as requested, and said, So the juvenile delinquent is really trying to be a hero. I hope you succeed, it will make a good story for you to write a book about. I can guess the title. From famous bully and delinquent to mediocre hero, a tale about Katsuki Bakugo, said Izuku giving a mocking smile to Bakugo. Hey, what's your problem? You can't talk to people like that, said Ida to Izuku. Deku I'll kill. Bakugo's words are cut as Eraserhead enters between the two. Katsuki Bakugo, if you attack another student while that is not part of any test you will be disqualified. Izuku Midoriya stop taunting people to make they attack you. Said Aizawa. There are no rules against that, so why should I stop? Besides, a hero need to have self-control. Do you not think I'm doing you a favor by filtering the trash from the good hero material? Said Izuku to Aizawa. Most students were shocked to see the top-graded student openly defying Eraserhead and calling Bakugo trash in front of everyone. I'm asking nicely, I never said you were not allowed to do that. Said Eraserhead walking away. Just you wait for the practical exam. If they let students attack one another, you watch your back. Deku, said Bakugo to Izuku. Funny, 3 years ago your strongest attack could not even hurt me, and I did not even got a chance to attack you myself. Well, perhaps it was for the best since it is very difficult for me to step on an ant without crushing it to death, said Izuku with everyone watching. Bakugo made small explosions on his hands. His anger was boiling, but he still walked away. So you are Izuku Midoriya, the one that got all questions right, said Uraraka. That's me, and who are you? Asked Midoriya. I'm Achiko Uraraka, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the girl. The pleasure is mine, Izuku. The way you talked to that blonde idiot and Eraserhead was pretty cool. Midoriya, said Jiro from behind Izuku. Tokoemi, Azuri, Kirishima, Minoma and Kendo were behind Izuku with Jiro. They all introduced themselves to one another and Izuku when someone came to speak directly with Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, I'm Tenya Ida, I'll not lie, I don't like you, the way you talked to Bakugo and Eraserhead was not how a hero should. Said Ida before walking away. Attention please, we will now start the instructions for the practical exam, said President Mike, getting the attention of everyone. Izuku was placed on gate 11, he knew exactly what this exam was about. This is the only practical exam, yet President Mike only talked about villain points, but the primary objective of any hero is saving people, so it is likely that helping other students here is worth some kind of hidden points, thought Izuku. UA control room. So Midoriya is on gate 11, I want to see what his quirk can do after 3 years, said All Might. He was already causing trouble on the waiting room, said Aizawa looking tired. He got max score on the written exam, smart and strong, no wonder he is so arrogant, said Midnight. Let's start the show, said Nizu, pressing a green button. All the doors of the exam site were opened, some students were confused because there was no announcement of the start. Izuku entered the fake city with an amazing speed, he called Kyuka Sujetsu to use it against the robots. before most of the other students could even process what was happening, Izuku already slashed in half 4 one-pointer villain robot and began flying deeper inside the exam site, destroying all robots he saw. "He is cutting those steel robots like they are paper," said Ida, surprised. "That sword is trouble, I can feel it," said Aizawa. "How is that sword part of an energy quirk?" asked Midnight. Izuku flying high saw Ajui. She managed to destroy a couple of one-pointer but was cornered by a 3-point and 2 2-point from the sky he attacked. Had a 4. Byakurai. 3 white lightning bolts left Izuku's palm and in a second hit the robots that were cornering Ajui, destroying them. The exam proceeded without major problems for more than 20 minutes. Izuku was destroying robot after robot with his sword and helping other students with ranged attacks. "Well then, let's see how you handle this," said Nizu, pressing a big red button. The ground began to shake. Izuku spotted 2 0-point giant robots entering the exam site from the north, and dozens of regular pointer villain from the south. The 2 enemy forces were shown in screens inside the exam site so all students could see. The goal of Nizu was to see how the students would cooperate to succeed. "Attention students, this is Principal Nizu. Your objective now is to escape the examination area through gate 6 at the south, or 12 at the north. If the quantity of students is greater at one of the gates than the other, then the gate with less people will close forever and the enemy guarding that gate will start moving to join the defense of the other gate. Said Nizu. This part of the exam is almost impossible to complete if all the students were to go to the same gate, as the enemy from the other will quickly arrive and get you from behind as you struggle against the defenders already there, so who will be willing to risk failing the exam to hold the threat of the minority's gate? Who will lead the students to battle in the majority's gate? That's up to you, but don't take too long, for anyone that is left inside the area after 1 hour will be disqualified. Said Nizu. This is way over the top, Nizu. Never we had a practical exam so hard before, said Ectoplasm, complaining. Many will fail, said All Might to himself. Izuku was impressed with how ruthless Nizu could be. He had surpassed Izuku's expectations with this last part of the exam. But now what should Izuku do? It's obvious the majority will prefer to fight the regular robots than the 2 giant ones. I should hoard as much villain points as possible, so I'll destroy most of the regular robots at the south gate and go to the north to help the fools that went there and gain more hero points saving. While many students were together a few blocks away from the south gate, Bakugo ran past them. But before he could reach the robots guarding the south gate, Izuku came flying from above, pointing his left hand to the robot and saying aloud. Hada 33. Sakatsui. A wave of blue flames left Izuku's arms and melted most of the robots guarding the south gate. The sheer number of robots tanked the damage over distance, making possible the ones closest to the gate survive. But most of them were 3-pointers, the hard robots for the other students. Endeavor was invited to watch the entrance exam from the control room. His son was already approved in the recommendation exam, but Endeavor wanted to see what kind of competition Shoto Todoroki would have. What is this? That student was flying, can materialize a sword and use both lightning and blue flames. Who is here? Said Endeavor in both panic and anger. He is Izuku Midoriya. We evaluated his quirk as 0-point energy. He can manipulate the energy from vacuum, or reality itself. He is likely using that energy to counter gravity to fly and to create electric charges to make lightning, but the blue flames and the sword I can't really be sure how he is doing it. Said Nizu to Endeavor. Endeavor calmed down, but was looking only to Izuku's screen now. No one else was important. Izuku realized not all robots were destroyed. He needed to finish it fast to go get his hero points in the north. He charged the robots to destroy the few remaining in meal. Izuku began slicing the 3-pointers that were causing most of the other students a hard time, many joining him in fight, including Bakugo. If he really a student? I've never seen better swordmanship in my entire life, said Edge Shot, extremely impressed. He was also one of the invited to watch from the control room. The heroes that knew Izuku felt a cold on their stomach. They knew Izuku had skill with the sword, but they didn't expect that Edge Shot, one of the heroes known to be very hard to impress, saying that about Izuku's swordmanship. After a few minutes the south gate was clear. The gate is clear, everyone go, said Jiro. Everyone move. The 0-point robots are coming, screamed Ida. Wait, there are people fighting the 0-point, we have to help them, said Kirishima. The flying sword guy already went there, let's save ourselves, said Mineta. No way I'm leaving anyone behind, said Kirishima, running towards where the 2 giant robots were. Tokoemi was right behind him. All Might smiled when Kirishima said that. Kirishima, Midoriya and Tokoemi, They are the only 3 so far to go back to save the other students despite the gate being right in front of them, said Cementas. And Uraraka, Ibara, Monoma, Ajui, Shiro and Tetsu were risking themselves by distracting the zero-pointers so the others could escape. Looks like we have many good applicants this year, said Aizawa with a rare smile. Unknowingly to Aizawa and the rest, 2 of them were not there for the kindness of their heart. Those were Midoriya and Monoma. Both realized going against the zero-pointer robots was the most effective way to earn rescue points, or hero points as Izuku thinks it is called. Izuku was the first to arrive at the battle against the zero-pointers. Monoma was copying Ibara's vine quirk, and together with Shiro, the 3 managed to make one of the robots trip and fall. Uraraka's quirk was not of much use against such big targets, but she was doing the best she could to fly around the other robot using a door she had used her quirk on. Ajui was also distracting the second robot by moving fast between buildings to draw its attention. Tetsu jumped on the head of the fallen robot and began smashing the top of its head, trying to get in to destroy its core, but began to lose balance when the robot got up. Shiro, Ibara and Monoma began to run ahead of the robot to try to trip it again despite they being exhausted. As the robot began to move quicker to catch the 3 students, Tetsu fell from the robot's head. Luckily Uraraka was nearby and managed to touch Tetsu, but fell from her flying door and was now holding on to the flying Tetsu. I will not be able to hold my quirk much longer, said Uraraka. Let me fall and use it on yourself. I can take the fall with my quirk, said Tetsu to Uraraka. It's too high, said Uraraka. When Uraraka's quirk was about to be deactivated because of her exhaustion, Izuku arrived at the scene. Bakuda 37. Suraboshi. A blue star-shaped net began to attach itself to nearby buildings, making a cushion of energy almost rubber-like, which Uraraka and Tetsu fell on safely. Uraraka used her quirk to make both of them get down safely to the ground since they were 5 meters high, but the girl fell unconscious right after because of exhaustion caused by quirk overuse. Tetsu carried Uraraka, but they saw Shiro, Monoma and Ibara about to be kicked by the first robot. Izuku raised his left arm in their direction. Bakuda 81. Thank you. A wall of solid energy formed between the 3 students and the robot, avoiding its attack. The south gate is clear, go now, said Izuku. Shiro's leg is injured, he can't walk, said Ibara. Tokoemi. Get Shiro to safety, me and Midoriya will hold the robot for you, said Kirishima arriving with Tokoemi. Dark Shadow grabbed Shiro and everyone there started to go run for the gate. Kirishima, go help Ajui, she is distracting the other robot all by herself. I'll deal with this one. After you 2 are safe I'll retreat to the gate. Said Izuku, watching the robot in front of them about to attack again. Okay, said Kirishima, but he stopped talking in order to evade the robot about to stomp them. Kirishima ran to Ajui a few blocks away. Meanwhile Izuku flew to get a small distance and pointed his hand to the first robot and starting incanting Aikido to make it more powerful. O Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter wings, you who bears the name. What is he doing? Reciting poetry in the middle of a battle, said Ida, watching the battle from a big screen. No way he is taking that giant robot down just by himself, said Mineta. I think he can, no. He will, said Jiro. Look. Something is happening, said Kendo. A giant monitor was put just outside the examination area on the south gate, so students that succeeded in escaping could see what was happening inside. All students had microphones plugged on their clothing. Nizu shared the live audio of the students still inside. Barrier surges, march on the south. On the second half of the incantation a red sphere of pure energy was forming between Izuku's hands. Everyone could see that just as he finished saying his poetry, the sphere stopped growing and became stable. Hada 31. Shikaho. The red sphere was launched against the robot's chest. In a single instant after contact, the entire upper body of Zero Pointer had vanished with the energy pulse that the red sphere created upon contact. Every student and every hero that was watching could not hide their face of complete disbelief. The only expectation being Nizu. He was smiling. Just as I expected, the quirk of Izuku Midoriya has immeasurable power, said Nizu. As the lower half of the robot fell, Izuku began flying to assist Kirishima. Kirishima was running with Ajui near the gate, but the second robot was quickly getting closer to them. The people outside the south gate could see the situation with their own eyes instead of the transmission. They began shouting. Come on, you can make it, run faster, he is right behind you, let's go. Kirishima and Ajui shouted many students on their direction. President Mike before had said that any students that went back inside the examination area after leaving would be disqualified, they could not go back to help the others after ensuring to complete the test, so all they could do was to cheer. Izuku arrived flying, decapitating the zero-pointer's head with a swing of his sword. To his surprise, the robot did not stop moving after Kirishima and Azui. Izuku Midoriya, I hope you did not expect me to put the zero-pointer's core on a place so obvious like the head, said Nizu on the transmission so everyone could hear, including Izuku. Principal Nizu, I hope you are not expecting your cunning to extend the lifespan of this robot for more than a minute. Said Izuku. Izuku quickly approached the place where the head was plugged. Many wirings, electronic boards and mechanical gears were exposed. Hada 33. Sokatsui. Like when he used it to clear the south gate, a wave of blue flames emanated from Izuku's hand, and now was unleashed inside the remaining zero-pointer. Blue flames could be seen leaking through the joints of the arms and legs. Within a few seconds the entire robot collapsed as his interior was filled with liquid metal. Endeavor did not even blink to watch every detail of Izuku's flames. Kirishima, Azui exited the examination area. Izuku landed right in front of the gate, and walked his way out. Izuku saw old nurse attending some students. It was recovery girl. Midoriya, that was amazing, you are as strong as a top hero, said Jiro. I could not believe my eyes. What even is your quirk? Asked Kendo. It is 0-point energy. I can gather and manipulate energy from reality itself, said Izuku. Bakugo and Ida were watching that from a distance. Ida decided to go talk to Izuku. He approached the group talking to Izuku. When he was face to face to him, he bowed and said, I apologize for what I said before, Midoriya. The way you went back to help the other students were actions worthy of a true hero, said Ida. No problem, Tenya Ida, said Izuku. Attention everyone, the UA practical exams are over. You can go home now. Your results will be released in 1 week. Said President Mike. Ijiro Kirishima, one of the teachers says he has something he would like to speak with you. Please come with me, said President Mike. Izuku made sure to remember that could be important if one of the teacher called for Kirishima specifically. Kirishima was following President Mike. They were already inside the main UA building. We are here. All Might wants to interview you, said President Mike. All Might. Is this part of the entrance exam? Asked Kirishima, surprised. No, said President Mike, opening the door for Kirishima. All Might and another student were sitting in the room. It was Mirio Togata. Ah, hello, said Kirishima. Hello, young Kirishima. Your performance during the entrance exam was impressive, said All Might. I agree, you are a natural-born hero, Kirishima, said Mirio. Ah, thanks, said Kirishima, unsure what to say next. Kirishima, there's a reason we called you today. I've read your file. You already saved people even before trying to join UA, catching thieves and even shielding civilians during a bank heist, said All Might. And you said you would not leave anyone behind during the test, even risking failing to exam to help others, said Mirio. I just did what I had to. I could not call myself a man if I had not done everything I could to help others, said Kirishima confidently. Mirio and All Might looked at each other. Mirio nodded. Young Kirishima, would you like to become the symbol of peace? Asked All Might. I think so. That's what all heroes want, right? Become the symbols of peace, justice, and said Kirishima, but was interrupted by Mirio. That's not it, Kirishima. We want to know if you want to become the #1 hero, the one that will carry the weight of being the role model for all heroes, said Mirio. Kirishima hesitated to answer. The memories of that day came on his head. He was in middle school, when he could not help some of his classmates that were bullied by upper-class veterans, and when some students of his school were being lurked by a huge threatening figure, likely a villain. He was afraid of acting back then. How could someone like him expect himself to become #1 hero? To carry such burden? I don't think I'm good enough to reach that level, said Kirishima, avoiding eye contact. Why? Asked All Might. My quirk is not very strong. I was powerless today against the zero-pointers, said Kirishima. And yet you still went back to help the others. Tell me, Kirishima, what if you had power? Said All Might. Kirishima looked at All Might confused, but Mirio said something first. Kirishima, the truth is that All Might offered me his quirk a few weeks back, and I'm not sure if I want it or not. I said to him that I'd wait to see if any new students this year would be more worthy of it than me, said Mirio. Give quirks. Is that possible? Asked Kirishima confused. All Might showed Kirishima his scar, and explained that after a battle against a villain he became like that, and could only use his quirk a few hours per day, to demonstrate that he turned to his civilian form. Kirishima was surprised to hear all of that. One for all is my quirk. It stockpiles raw power that the user can use to increase his strength. It is a transferable quirk that becomes stronger with each user. It has been passed by heroes to other heroes, and I feel it is time I pass on it to the new generation of heroes, said All Might. You want to? I don't know, said Kirishima, conflicted. Kirishima was confident and earnest, but within he was still insecure about himself. He was not sure if he could handle such burden to become the new All Might. You don't have to give your answer now. I'm sure it has been a long day, said All Might. We will enter in contact before the results to know your answer, said Mirio. Wait, why me? Other students like Ajui and Midoriya were also very heroic there, asked Kirishima. All Might froze as he heard the name Midoriya. You were the one we judged to be the most heroic there. I was totally moved when you run back to the robots when the open gate and easy victory was right in front of you, said Mirio. Kirishima took a few moments to reflect on everything. All Might and Mirio were watching him. I'm sorry, I can't accept your quirk. I want to become a hero with my own strength, respectfully saying, said Kirishima, avoiding implying that taking one for all was cheating. I understand your feelings, young Kirishima. You are free to go. And please don't talk about one for all to anyone. It could be dangerous for you, me and Mirio, said All Might. Thanks, All Might. I will keep the secret, of course. And if you need anything, you can count on me. You too, Mirio-senpai, said Kirishima with a smile. Thanks, Kirishima. We will see each other soon on UA. I'll show you around someday, said Mirio. Mirio and Kirishima in just a few minutes created a strong connection. Kirishima left. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect Kirishima to refuse, said All Might with a sigh. So Mirio, what are you gonna do? Asked All Might. Mirio did not respond. He was thinking. All Might spoke again. He had an idea of what Mirio was thinking. Midoriya is a no-go. His quirk makes one for all almost useless to him, and he is not exactly an inspiring hero. We could try Ajuri or Uraraka. No, said Mirio, interrupting All Might. Kirishima said he wanted to become a hero with his own strength. I also wanted it. I mastered my own quirk to become the symbol of peace, of hope. But I was not sure if I was the right person to do so. There could be someone that would carry this dream, this torch, and make it shine brighter than I would. But if you say I'm the person that should receive one for all, then I will trust your words for now on, the words of the number one hero. All Might, I will accept one for all. I want to become the greatest hero and the symbol of hope for the people, said Mirio, expressing his emotions. 7 days after the UA entrance exam was the day the results would be sent to the students. Inko was very nervous. She knew Izuku had a strong quirk, but would that be enough for UA? The best hero school in the country. Knock, knock, knock. Inko went to see who was knocking on the door. Excuse me, is this the residence of Izuku Midoriya? I have a package to deliver him, said a woman from the delivery and mail service. Izuku left his room and went to sign the formulary to receive his package. It had a UA symbol. Inko and Izuku opened it together on the living room. It was a small disc, looking like a cleaning robot, a bag with some kind of clothing inside, and a paper saying to press the button on top of the disc. Inko pressed it before Izuku could read the rest of the paper. The disc formed a hologram screen. It was a presentation, a recording of All Might. Hello there, Izuku Midoriya. Since you received this, you should probably guess that you were approved to join UA High School on the Department of Heroes. Said the recording of All Might. Not only did you got max score on the written exams, you also were in first place on the practical exam. Actually, you broke the record of points in the practical exam by more, almost double the previous score, even though this was the hardest practical exam we had ever had, thanks to Principal Nizu, of course. Cough. Here it is, the top 10 students on the practical exam. I don't know if you realized it, but we intentionally omitted a second form of gaining points. Rescue points. You obtained those by helping other students, and Nizu provided an extra 50 rescue points for all students that either distracted the 0-pointers to allow the other students to escape, or that went back to rescue those students after the gate was cleared. VP equals villain points, RP equals rescue points. First place. Izuku Midoriya. 320 VP, 152 RP equals 472 points. New record, previous record 239 points by Tsunaga Hakamada, current hero name. Best genus. Second place. Eijiro Kirishima. 101 VP, 128 RP equals 229 points. Now in fourth place on UA entrance exam record, current third place. Mirio Togata with 232 points. Third place. Ibara Shiozaki. 46 VP, 99 RP equals 145 points. 4th place. Ochako Uraraka. 25 VP, 118 RP equals 143 points. 5th place. Fumikage Tokoyami. 62 VP, 80 RP equals 142 points. 6th place. Itsuka Kendo. 74 VP, 55 RP equals 129 points. 7th place. Nito Monoma. 42 VP, 73 RP equals 115 points. 8th place. Tsuyu Adri. 20 VP, 91 RP, 111 points. 9th place. Hanta Siro. 40 VP, 68 RP, 108 points. 10th place. Katsuki Bakugu. 105 VP, 0 RP, 105 points. Congratulations, young Midoriya. The list of everything you will need is written on the letter you received. Your regular uniform, P.A uniform, and a spare for both should have come with the message on the bag. Your classes begin next week. See you there, Midoriya, said All Might before the message ended. Izuku, I'm so happy, said Inko, crying and hugging Izuku. Sigh, how can this woman be so dramatic? Though Izuku. 7 days later. Izuku was at the door of Class 1A. He could already hear people talking inside and sensed it would be a tiring day. He opened the door. Hey, that's the sword guy, said Mineta. Everyone looked at Midoriya. 2 students got up to talk to Izuku. Midoriya. I wanted to say that you were amazing in the exam, said Jiro, a little embarrassed. I agree, and thanks for saving me and Tetsu from falling on the exam, said Uraraka. Thanks, Jiro and Uraraka. I was just doing what I had to, said Midoriya with the most friendly smile one could possibly do. Hey Deku, don't get so cocky after getting lucky at the exam, said Bakugo, angry. I see the ant managed to succeed in the exam. Congratulations, said Midoriya. So that's the guy that broke Best Genus record in the entrance exam. He does not look like much but seems pretty confident about himself. I wonder what his quirk is, thought Momo. Izuku Midoriya, the one that used blue flames in the entrance exam. The bastard Endeavor is really concerned about this kid. I should keep my eyes open, thought Todoroki. No fighting inside the class? Midoriya, I again nicely ask you to stop provoking people. Thanks, said Aizawa. A sleeping bag was near the teacher's desk. Aizawa was inside. Looks like everyone arrived. Let's start, said Aizawa, getting up and putting the sleeping bag on the corner. Everyone outside, now, said Aizawa. What are gonna do outside? Asked Jiro. You will be doing my own entrance exam. If you fail to meet my expectation, you will be expelled today, so do not even think about holding back, said Aizawa, with a serious face. Expected. This is too unfair. This is our first day. You cannot do this, said Ida. Tenya Ida, the world is not fair, either is being a hero, so why should school be any different? Said Aizawa. Everyone became silent and followed Aizawa outside. Some students were shacking on the way. They had just gone through the most difficult entrance exam in UA's history. What if all of that was in vain? We are here. You will now show your quirks to me and your classmates. I've prepared 3 different challenges for you. The one that scores the lowest in the end will be expelled forever of UA High School, said Aizawa. No one said a word. First challenge is throwing a ball as far as you can using your quirk. Let's start with you, said Aizawa, pointing to Bakugo. As long as you stay inside the circle, you can use whatever you feel like it to make the ball go as far as you can. Go Bakugo, said Aizawa. Bakugo launched the ball with an explosion from his hand. He turned to show an arrogant smile to his classmates. Aizawa had a notebook computer on a table. He turned it around to show the class. 705 meters. Said Kirishima. How are we going to beat that? Well, at least I'm sure I won't score the lowest on this one, said Tokoyami. Next Kirishima, said Aizawa. Kirishima hardened his entire body, but concentrated most of it on his back and right arm, throwing the ball with all of his might. 120 meters. Next Uraraka, said Aizawa. The girl touched the ball and just throwed it with little force, but the ball continued to fly away until no one could see it anymore. Infinity infinite. Everyone was surprised and began to praise Uraraka, that was a little embarrassed with her classmates, suddenly praising her. Next Midoriya, said Aizawa. The entire class became silent. Everyone knew what Midoriya could do, but did not exactly understood how. Izuku just threw the ball with all of his strength. It went far into the air. No regular human could throw that far with their own hands without some kind of strength-based quirk. But then Izuku raised his finger in the direction of the ball in the air. Had a one. Show. Izuku's finger shrined a little, then the ball on the air just accelerated like it was hit with something. Aizawa's computer showed 809 meters. How can this be? Asked Bakugo furious. Izuku completely ignored Bakugo and returned to his classmates. The first challenge continued. Jiro and Mineta scored the same lowest distance. 5 meters. Both were scared, as well as the ones that did not score much better than them, but there was still 2 challenges left. Second challenge is to test your quirk destructive power. I asked the principal for some solid steel targets. There they are. Aizawa pointed to 20 big solid steel cubes, one for each student. They were 1 meter high, 1 meter deep and 1 meter wide, perfect one by one. Let's start, but one at a time. Uraraka could go first since she scored the highest on the last challenge, said Aizawa. Uraraka touched her cube, making it float high into the air, but since it was heavy it drained her quickly. She reelsed it, making the cube fall into the ground, causing a few kneads and cracks. She can easily kill someone with her quirk if she wanted. That would be a sight to see, thought Izuku. Next Midoriya, said Aizawa, watching every move Izuku made. Izuku just walked 3 steps away from his classmates, raised his hand and had a 31. Shakahao. The same attack he used to one-shot a 0-pointer, but this time he did not use the incantation before the attack, thus making it much weaker than in this usual form with the spoken incantation. The red sphere of energy everyone had saw or heard about formed in Izuku's hand. It was shot at the cube, blowing it up almost completely. This time he did not recite his poetry for this had a 31. So not doing that makes the attack weaker. I'll need to tell Nizu about that, thought Aizawa. Bakugo next, said Aizawa. Angrily Bakugo used his explosion on his cube, making a huge hole on it, but most of the other students could not damage their cube, for it was too solid for their quirks to have any effect like Siro, Aji and Jiro. Third test is a climbing race. If anyone falls I'll catch them, so don't worry about it, just focus on the challenge, said Aizawa. Aizawa walked with the students to an empty yard with a few small pillars showing up on the ground. Aizawa pressed a switch and the entire yard floor in front of them began to lift up, forming a 20 meters high wall, with horizontal pillars so students could use them to climb. To avoid trouble you will all climb one at a time. You will all have 1 minute to reach the top of the wall. You can use your quirks as you like. But avoid damaging the wall, said Aizawa looking at Bakugo. Izuku just flew to the top, same as Uraraka. Bakugo used a huge explosion to propel himself to the top. Although there were some close calls, all students managed to reach the top in less than 1 minute, except Kyoka Jiro and Toru Hagakure. Jiro, Hagakure, you both failed the third challenge and the second challenge. Hagakure managed to throw the ball in the first challenge to a distance of 8 meters. Jiro, you threw the ball in the first challenge at 5 meters away. Jiro began to cry uncontrollably. Aji, Uraraka and Mina tried to comfort her. Kyoka Jiro, you are expelled from UA. Go get your things and leave. The rest of you go back to class right now. Said Aizawa looking at all students. This is a great opportunity, thought Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, you are making a huge mistake. Your challenges are flawed, said Izuku pointing his finger to Aizawa. I agree with Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei, how can you call yourself a man after making Jiro cry? Said Kirishima, walking 2 steps to stay side by side with Midoriya. Everyone was silent. To their surprise Aizawa was not angry, but smiling. Kirishima, explain why my challenges are flawed, said Aizawa. It's because they are unfair, said Kirishima. Explain better, Kirishima. As I said before, the world is not fair, and neither will be this class, said Aizawa. Kirishima remained silent. He was thinking how to elaborate an answer. Midoriya, now you tell me why you think my challenges are flawed, said Aizawa. All of your 3 challenges are heavily based on strength and agility-based quirks, which some people in our class does not have. Many pro heroes with amazing quirks would fail these challenges too because their quirks were not compatible with what you demanded. So what are you after by trying to expel an amazing student like Jiro? Said Midoriya. Jiro blushed when she heard Izuku saying that. Aizawa laughed. He did not expect Midoriya to be the one to stand up for Jiro, or whoever scored less. Good points, Izuku. Jiro, you are no longer expelled, said Aizawa. Was that your plan from the beginning, Aizawa-sensei? Asked Todoroki. You could say that. I wanted to see how this class would react to an injustice happening in front of them. Most of you were afraid to protest first. Only Izuku and Kirishima did that. And if either of you could explain why my challenges were unable to reflect Jiro's potent ion, I would really expel her and do more challenges and expelling students until someone stood up against me with real arguments instead of stating the obvious. Said Aizawa. Thanks to Midoriya, this class is approved on my personal entrance exam. Take a break everyone, I want you all back on classroom in 20 minutes. Said Aizawa, leaving. Jiro stood up and ran toward Midoriya sobbing. She hugged Midoriya and began crying again. Thanks Midoriya, you too Kirishima, I don't know what I would do if I were expelled, thanks so much Midoriya, I'll never sob. Thanks, said Jiro crying on Izuku's arms. Perfect. She stated her admiration for me on class early today, and now that I saved her from being expelled she likely worships me now. Her quirk will be very useful for gathering information. What a valuable pawn I acquired on my first day here, thought Izuku. Class 1 had their classes without incidents after Aizawa's test a few days ago. It was now lunchtime and all the students went to the cafeteria. Kirishima, Ajiri, Uraraka, Jiro, Tokoyami and Mina were sitting to eat with Izuku Midoriya. Aside from the hero class, this is pretty much a regular high school, commented Tokoyami. True, but Aizawa-sensei is so scary I feel like I'm on a military school, said Ajiri. Everyone laughed. Suddenly someone else approached the table. It was Shoto Todoroki. Do you mind if I sit with you guys? Asked Todoroki. I was going to ask the same thing, said Momo. Todoroki looked behind him surprised. Momo Yayorozu also wanted to sit on that table. Of course, right? Said Kirishima looking to his friends. Everyone there nodded, including Izuku. Momo and Todoroki took their seats. An awkward silence began, but Mina broke it. You two are the ones that entered through the recommendation exam, right? Asked Mina. Yes, the recommendation exam took place about a week before the regular entrance exam. Unfortunately, I did not receive permission to watch the entrance exam. I heard it was very difficult, said Momo. Principal Nizu closed the examination area that was a fake city and left 2 gates to students to escape. One with dozens of human-sized villain robots, and the other with 2 gigantic robots, said Tokoyami. Todoroki and Momo listened with attention and curiosity. The moment most students chose a gate to break through one of the gates, the other would close and their defenders charged to the other to make a pants attack on the students. Most students chose the small robots. We were gathering to make a plan to defeat that many robots before the 0-pointers. The giant ones could arrive to attack us from behind, said Kirishima. To make such coordinated attack with a large group of strangers would be very challenging. How did it go? Asked Momo. Todoroki already knew, for Endeavor had told him the details of this part to warn him about Izuku. Todoroki distrusts Endeavor, so he wanted to know for sure if what he had said is true. We were about to attack the small robots. Then Izuku showed up and melted most of them with some blue flame. Then everyone destroyed the few remaining together and escaped, but these 3 went back to help Ajiri, Uraraka, Siro and some guys from 1B that were distracting the giant robots, said Mina. Amazing Izuku, no wonder you broke Best Jeanist's record, you are very strong, said Momo, impressed about Izuku's skills. Hee, careful Jiro, you got competition, said Mina to Jiro, tapping her shoulder. Although they were side to side, everyone in the table heard. Momo blushed a little, for she had not considered Izuku an option until now. Jiro was covering her red face with her hands while cursing Mina for opening her mouth. Uraraka looked annoyed. Kirishima and Tokoyami looked at each other, and knew it was better not to comment on that. Shoto and Midoriya pretend and they had not heard anything. Midoriya, how can you fly, use lightning and energy, make a sword and use flames? Asked Todoroki. The funny and embarrassing atmosphere that Mina's comment left was dissipated with a single question from Todoroki. For the first time since Momo and Todoroki arrived, Izuku stopped eating and looked to both of them and sighed. My quirk allows me to sense, gather and control the energy present in reality itself. I use it to fly, to produce fire or plasma from the air itself, or to materialize energy to contain any threats. Said Izuku. What about your sword? Asked Momo. They don't leave anything pass, as expected, thought Izuku. The sword I actually don't know, said Izuku. Everyone looked confused at him. How could he not know? What do you mean? Asked Kirishima. I just found out I could do it a few days after my quirk awakened. All I know is that I can call my sword and it will warp to my hand, or release it back and it vanishes into thin air. I can use the sword to channel my quirk, making me able to cut through dense objects, and with increased range than just a regular sword would be able to, said Izuku, confident he made it believable. Midoriya, have you shown all of your strength in the entrance exam? Or were you holding back? asked Jiro, avoiding eye contact. That's a difficult question. I have stronger attacks than the ones I used, and other type of techniques that only the teachers have seen, but I use what is most efficient at the moment, said Izuku. Why only the teachers? Asked Ajui. Some of the teachers and I have history. You could say they don't like me, but I was invited to have my quirk evaluated and identified by UA 3 years ago. It was Principal Nizu that gave my quirk its name. 0-point energy, said Izuku. They took a note of that. That explained why Aizawa knew Izuku during the fight with Bakugo in the exams day, and why Aizawa is always watching Izuku. They were curious about it but knew better than ask either of them. Principal Nizu is not one that involves himself unless it's something very important. If Izuku was called here to a quirk evaluation, then something big must have happened between him and some of the teachers, including Aizawa, thought Momo. Izuku stood up after finishing his lunch. I'm going back to class early. I'll see you all there later, said Izuku. Kirishima, Tokoimi and Todoroki left a few minutes later, leaving only Ajui, Jiro, Mina, Momo and Uraraka on the table. Mina, the most extrovert there, began talking. So Izuku is already claimed. Who do you will go after? Asked Mina with a curious face. Mina, I'm telling you, I've only known him for a few days, there's nothing like that, said Jiro, embarrassed. You two are usually together during breaks, said Mina. He is helping me to train my quirk, said Jiro. So you do not like him? Asked Ajui. Jiro did not respond, just covered her face with her hands again. Well, I can understand that. After all, he is the strongest student of our class, and the most intelligent, said Momo, blushing remembering what Mina said. And has a cute face. That totally don't match his serious personality, said Mina, laughing at the end. Isn't it a little early to be thinking about that stuff? Said Uraraka, sounding angry. Yes, you are right, this is our first week here after all, said Momo. You are boring. Where is the danger, the thrill of a student's life? Said Mina. They laughed. Izuku was walking to his classroom unaware that his situation was far more serious than he thought. That may be a problem. I did not expect that Jiro would develop romantic feelings towards me in such short time. I forget how foolish humans can be. If I reject her, she may go away and I'll lose a useful quirk and pawn. And I can't use Kyuka Sujetsu on her yet. For that I'd need to use it on many more people on you. To avoid suspicion. But with so many security cameras around and Nizu being so clever, he will know something is going on even if I use it on him too, and I'm not willing to risk my entire plan on UA for that girl's quirk just yet. Izuku tried to make criminals, villains and vigilantes talk about all for one, both with torture and Kyuka Sujetsu. But they rarely did. Their fear of him was greater than any pain Izuku could provide, or even making loved ones or friends ask them through Kyuka Sujetsu. Even if they talked, they did not know much. Izuku needed a way to gather information on people close to All for One without they knowing it. Thus Jiro's quirk of listening across walls and at long distances was invaluable to Izuku. A way safer bet than his original plan of finding someone with a mind-reading quirk that would know everything about Izuku and would likely betray him or flee in fear. The safest course of action now is likely to just sit on the fence and pretend I don't know anything, thought Midoriya. Next Monday. The entire class were sitting waiting for their teacher to arrive. Here I am, opening the door like a normal person, said All Might. The entire class, except Shoto and Midoriya, were vibrating with excitement. The number one hero would be their teacher today. First, I'd like to apologize. We should have had this class last week, but I had some personal problems and had to absent myself. Moving on. Today we have a battle trial class. You will fight each other on a controlled space provided by school to improve your experience with fighting real villains instead of Nizu's robot. Said All Might. Hell yeah, screamed Bakugo, looking at Izuku. Let's go everyone, follow me to Campus Beta, said All Might. Please dress your hero costumes that the school designed for you, they are on the lockers with your names, said All Might. Izuku was surprised to see his costume. It was a black kimono very similar to the ones used by Shinigamis. The students gathered on a control with many screens showing camera images. All Might, Midnight and Aizawa were there waiting for the students to arrive. This training is called Battle Trial. Each team will be a pair of students that we will decide. Each pair will fight another. One will be the heroes, and the other will be villains. The area will be an abandoned building, said Aizawa. The hero team objective will be to touch a bomb the villain team is guarding before time runs out, or to capture both villains by restraining them using these tapes, said Midnight, showing them a roll of tape that looked very resistant, said All Might. The villain team wins if they guard the bomb for 10 minutes or capture the heroes using the same roll of tape. We will announce the pairs in a few minutes so you can prepare yourselves, said Midnight. While the three heroes were discussing who would pair with who, the students began to talk to each other. Oh man, getting to fight Todoroki or Midoriya is certain defeat. I hope I get paired with one of them, said Kaminari. Kaminari, even if the opponent is strong you must give all of yourself on the fight, said Kirishima. Bakugo, Todoroki and Midoriya's quirks will not be easy to use indoors. Even if you fight them, you still have a chance, said Momo. Are you idiots talking about me in front of me? Said Bakugo. Attention, pairs are formed, said Aizawa. Bakugo and Ajui, Mineta and Sato, Todoroki and Shoji, Hagakure and Ida, Midoriya and Jiro, Uraraka and Momo, Mina and Kirishima, Siro and Kaminari, Oyama and Ojiro, Tokoyami and Koda. Those are the pairs. We chose them based on your individual performances and with the compatibility of your quirks when it comes to teamwork. Said Midnight. Ajui was extremely concerned about being paired with Bakugo. She would likely have to work alone while Bakugo rampaged. Jiro was both happy and sad for being paired with Midoriya. Happy because she could see Midoriya in action and have his support during the trial, and sad because Midoriya was the best student. If she was paired with him, that indirectly meant to her that she was the worst student since the teachers said the pairs would be made to be balanced. We will now draw the pairs that will fight first. Hagakure and Ida will be the heroes and Siro and Kaminari will be the villain, said All Might. Everyone watched the first match on the screens. Ida used his speed to distract Siro and Kaminari. That with some difficulty managed to restrain Ida, but a few seconds later Hagakure touched a bomb and won the match. Using Hagakure's stealth to reach the bomb unnoticed while Ida was putting pressure of both villains using his speed, forcing both of them to concentrate on him, giving enough time to allow Hagakure to touch the bomb. Good strategy, Ida, said Midoriya looking at the screen. Ajui and Bakugo will be the heroes, and Jiro and Midoriya will be the villains, said All Might. I'm sure it won't be hard to Midoriya to pose as a villain, that should be as simple as breathing to him, said Midnight aloud, not hiding her hostility for Midoriya. The class noticed that, but were caught unprepared for what happened next. Aizawa laughed with what Midnight had said. Ah, that's true, it is his natural state after all, and that costume makes it even better, said Aizawa. All Might was stoic, while the students were shocked to see Aizawa actually laughing and talking about Izuku like he have known him for some time. I see, so it was both of you that asked this. Shinigami. Costume to be made for me, thanks, I really liked it, said Izuku with an innocent smile. Shinigami. We asked for a ghost kimono for you since you hunt us so much, but I guess Shinigami also works, said Aizawa. That smile won't work on us, Izuku, now go to your trial, said Midnight. Us. You two are working together to plot against me, I see. As I thought you two make a great couple, I hope you invite me to your wedding, said Izuku again with his smile, trying to get a reaction from either of the teachers. None of them fell for Izuku's provocation and just laughed, making all students curious about the connection between these three. While Aizawa and Midnight were laughing, All Might said, Well, the four of you can go to the trial area, said All Might, sounding nervous. Izuku and Jiro were on the bomb room. Jiro, as soon as the trial starts I want you to use your quirk to locate where they will be coming from. Bakugo will likely charge without a plan and Ajui is smart. She will probably use Bakugo as bait to get the bomb. Same as what happened with Ida and Hagakure. Said Izuku. Give me updates on Bakugo and Ajui. When Bakugo arrive you should focus only on Ajui while I crush Bakugo. Don't worry about Bakugo attacking you while you use your quirk. I'll protect you, said Izuku, looking on her eyes to see if she would hesitate on the middle of the battle. I got it, you can count on me, said Jiro confidently. Izuku was counting on her. She will not disappoint him, whatever it takes. I'll hold myself to make this trial last a little longer. This will be a good test to see how she performs on stressful situations, and to analyze how her quirk can be improved to suit what I'll need from her in the future, thought Izuku. On the building entrance, things were not very good. Bakugo, what about the plan? Asked Ajui. The plan is to crush both of them and win, said Bakugo. Idiot, said Ajui. Bakugo did not respond. He was solely focused on reaching Izuku as fast as possible to get his revenge in public. Attention to the countdown, battle will start in 3, 2, 1, said All Might. Gah, screamed All Might on the microphone. Bakugo rushed inside the building screaming. Ajui remembered the first match with Ida and Hagakure, and planned to take advantage of Bakugo's causing trouble to sneak behind the villains and touch the bomb, exactly as Izuku predicted she would. Deku, you better hide because you and your girlfriend are finished, screamed Bakugo, trying to find the staircase. Jiro blushed when she heard that, but remained focused. She had plugged her earphone on the ground just as the trial started to track both heroes. Bakugo is rushing to the staircases. He should arrive by the left door in less than 2 minutes. Aji is difficult to hear because of Bakugo's screaming, but I'm tracking her on the north side of the building, climbing to reach the north entrance of this room. It is a longer route, so she should take at least 4 minutes to reach this floor, said Jiro. Very good, keep your ears on Aji, said Midoriya. Wait, is it true what Bakugo said? Midnight asked the other students. Well, I don't think so, at least not on Izuku's part yet, said Momo. Aizawa, Midnight and All Might looked at each other with worry. On their interrogation 3 years ago, they realized Izuku was a charismatic manipulator. They should keep their eyes on Jiro just to be safe. Aha! Bakugo's screams could be heard by the villains now. Bakugo with his current speed will arrive at the left door in 15 seconds. I lost track of Aji, said Jiro. Understood, said Midoriya. He did not need to state the obvious. Jiro should find Aji, so he just acknowledged Jiro's report on Bakugo's movements. Bakugo arrived, exploding the door and going straight to Izuku. As Bakugo prepared to use his explosion on Izuku at point blank, Izuku with an amazing speed rushed Bakugo and punched him on the face, sending him flying to the wall. Seriously? He is so fast, said Kaminari. Bakugo got up and charged Izuku again. This time he would use his explosion at a safe distance. Izuku rushed Bakugo, using his speed to avoid Bakugo's small explosion and again punching him to face. Why don't you give up already? I'm a little disgusted by touching an insect twice. I'd prefer not to touch you a third time, said Izuku with an arrogant tone and face. He does like to make people angry, said Aizawa. All students were impressed. Izuku was easily beating Bakugo without even using his quirk. You think you are better than me? Not using your quirk against me, said Bakugo, sounding tired. It is just a fact. Anyone can see who is on the floor almost passing out, and who is perfectly unharmed. As for not using my quirk, well, would you use your quirk to kill a fly? Or just slap it to the floor to stomp it? Said Izuku. Shouldn't we get Midoriya to talk to Recovery Girl? She is also a therapist, asked Midnight. I doubt he would go, but we should try to do what we can, said All Might, concerned for Izuku. His way of talking remained dead him of all for one. Bakugo's gauntlets made a snap, he smiled. Bakugo pointed his hand on the direction of Jiro on the far side of the room and prepared to pull the trigger of his gauntlet. Young Bakugo, if you use that attack your team will be disqualified, said All Might. Don't care, screamed Bakugo, pulling the trigger. A huge explosion left Bakugo's hand on the direction of Jiro and the bomb. Bakugo 81. Thank you. That was the last thing everyone in the control room heard. As the smoke cleared, Izuku was in front of Jiro that had a terrified face. If that attack had hit her, she may have died. A wall of pure solid energy blocked Bakugo's attack. It can't be, said Bakugo in disbelief. Bakugo, you used a possible lethal attack against a classmate. Your team is disqualified and you will be sent to Nizu right now, said Aizawa. Wait, Aizawa-sensei, that is a boring way to end the trial. Since Bakugo used a lethal attack, maybe the match can continue if I use one too, don't? You agree? Said Izuku with a childish smile to the camera that made the teacher's heart feel cold. While the students thought Izuku was joking, Midnight, All Might and Aizawa knew that Izuku was serious about it. Jiro was shacking, but continued to look for Aji. It is your decision about continuing the match, Izuku, but if don't even think about using something dangerous to other students, or you will go have a chat with Nizu too. Aji, you can continue, said All Might, shocking Aizawa and Midnight. What do you think you are doing? Said Aizawa, angry. The fight between Bakugo and Izuku. If it does not end here, it will be dangerous to have both of them on the same class after that. And Aji and Jiro did not have time to shine yet. Stopping the round here would not be beneficial for them, said All Might. Midoriya called Bakugo for a first fight. The two exchanged punches. None of Bakugo's hit Izuku, and Bakugo's face was completely swollen because of Izuku's punches. Bakugo finally passed out in less than 1 minute of fight. When Izuku went to restrain Bakugo with the special tape, Aji quickly appeared and went for the bomb. Let's see what Jiro can do now, thought Izuku, ready to contain Aji with a Kido if Jiro failed. Aji rushed to the bomb behind Jiro, that with her earphone grabbed Aji's leg and throwed the frog girl on the ground. Aji tried to escape, but Jiro quickly contained using her earphones like ropes, like Izuku taught her to do, then with the special tape, effectively capturing Aji. Round 2 is over, Team Villain wins, announced All Might. Izuku clapped his hands in applause to Jiro's quick reaction to defeat Azui. Very good, Jiro, said Izuku to the girl. Thanks, Izuku, said Jiro, blushing. Midnight and Aizawa looked at each other again, but neither said anything. How is Midoriya so good on a first fight if his quirk is long-range based if you don't consider his sword? Said Kirishima aloud. I'm also curious, Midoriya's movements are not from an amateur, either a pro, he as good as a martial master, said Sato. Izuku was using Hakuda, the unarmed fighting style of the Shinigami, the same one he used to go incognito when he became a vigilante for a few months. Bakugo was sent to Recovery Girl. Aizawa was not pleased with what happened and Bakugo was to be sent to Nizu to decide what would be done with him. The next matches proceeded. Momo and Uraraka won against Aoyama and Ojiro. Momo created projectiles that Uraraka used her quirk on. Aoyama managed to hit Momo with his laser, but the two girls still managed to win. Momo was also sent to Recovery Girl because she had hit her head on the wall after being hit by Aoyama. Todoroki and Shoji won against Tokoemi and Koda. Todoroki freezed the entire building, causing the villain team to be unable to move. Tokoemi tried to fight using Dark Shadow, but in the end Todoroki touched the bomb and won. Mina and Kirishima won against Mineta and Sato. Kirishima and Sato had a disputed fist fight, but Kirishima's endurance made him win in the end. Mineta was restrained by Mina. Aizawa and Midnight went to talk to Nizu about what happened. I see, Bakugo used a lethal attack against other student, and Midoriya demonstrated bloodlust to kill Bakugo in retaliation, said Nizu to himself after hearing about what happened. We were thinking about you. Make Izuku talk to Recovery Girl, she is a therapist and psychologist too, she may tell us what Izuku really is, said Midnight. Fine, call Izuku to my office, said Nizu. A few minutes later Izuku arrived. What is this about, Principal Nizu? Asked Izuku, annoyed. I want you to take one session of therapy with Recovery Girl on the infirmary, said Nizu. What? Therapy? For me? Is this the idea of you two? Said Izuku in disbelief of what he had heard. It is, please Izuku, just one session, said Aizawa. I don't see how that would benefit me in any way, replied Izuku. You will do that, Izuku Midoriya, or I will ban you from all the UA's events like the sports festival next month for not complying with school directives of mental health, said Nizu. If you do that, I could sue this school and call the media, maybe even leave the school and try my luck as a vigilante. Is this how you want to play it, Nizu? Said Izuku, not referring to Nizu as principal like before. You can do that, of course, but then I would call the police to reopen the investigation of the slime villain. You remember Detective Tsukachi. His sister joined the police too, and she has lie detection quirk. I'm sure they would be most happy to hear your testimony again, said Nizu, looking into Midoriya's eyes. This rat, I'll make sure to kill him the moment that UA becomes no longer useful to me, thought Izuku. Aizawa and Midnight were surprised that Nizu was willing to go that far. Fine, I'll go right now, one session only, said Izuku, unable to hide his anger. Izuku left the room. Luckily we had already talked to Recovery Girl, said Aizawa. Bakugo had already left the infirmary. The only patient there was Momo Yaoyorozu. You hit your head pretty hard back there. I think it's best you rest here for a few hours, said Recovery Girl, Chio. Thanks, said Momo, going to sleep on the medical bed. Chio closed the curtains around Momo's bed so she could sleep better. A few minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. Recovery Girl opened the door. Izuku came in. So Midoriya, I did not think you would come so soon, said Chio. I want this to be done as soon as possible, said Izuku, looking around. Take a sit then, said Chio. I thought we would talk on a private room. Isn't there patients here? Said Izuku. There's only your friend Momo, but she is sleeping on that bed, said Chio. She was not sleeping. She had woken up when Izuku knocked on the door, and was curious about why he was here. I see, let's start, said Izuku, looking tired already. Why do I feel like you are not happy to be here? Asked Chio. That's usually how people that are here against their will because of Nizu's blackmail would feel, said Izuku, not fooling around. So Nizu threatened you with that murder investigation, or was it something else? Said Chio, trying to get a reaction from Izuku. So you know about that. I guess I should not be surprised if all of UA staff knew, said Midoriya. You are avoiding the question, a common trick for people trying to hide something, said Chio. Yes, Nizu did threaten to open the investigation again, is that all? Said Izuku. Murder investigation. Nizu and Izuku are involved on this. What is going on? Thought Momo, hearing everything behind the curtain. So tell me about that day, Chio. What exactly you want to know? Midoriya. All Might talked to me after that. He said he found you confused. The slime villain had his arm severed and was unconscious. He assumed it was you that had defended yourself from an attack, but you said you were quirkless. You were shy and scared, Chio. All true, but I don't remember very well what happened back there with the villain, Midoriya. After that, All Might putted the villain on a bottle and went to deliver him to the police. But you grabbed All Might when he jumped. You two landed on the top of a building. There you asked All Might if you could be a hero being quirkless. After receiving a negative answer, you had a mental breakdown, said Chio. Izuku was unfazed. He already expected the conversation to go there, and knows where Recovery Girl will lead it to. You think I have dissociative identity disorder, in other words. Double personality, you are mistaken, said Izuku before Chio could lead the conversation that way. To his surprise, Chio continued narrating what All Might said like Izuku had not said a word. Momo continued listening everything with interest. After that, All Might went to get you help, but you suddenly recovered and calmly walked out. All Might realized the slime villain got away and called Cementos to help him locate the villain. A few minutes later, he saw you entering the tunnel. He had met you before and the slime villain right behind you, ready to attack you from behind. On the way there, he encountered Cementos and both entered the tunnel to rescue you, but found only the slime villain dead, said Chio, making sure to emphasize the last word. I did not see the villain after I parted ways with All Might on the building, said Izuku. Chio did not sense lie on Izuku's word, but she was still suspicious. He could be telling the truth or was a really good liar. Cementos and All Might rushed to the other side of the tunnel and found you walking away. You were the only person there. They brought you to the police station to interrogate you. Midnight and Aizawa were also there and helped them. You were very evasive and combative, intentionally provoked them and was having fun doing so, said Chio. So what? Is it a crime to be walking on my usual path home? Is it a crime to taunt people? I'm pretty sure it isn't, said Izuku. Do you enjoy it? Fooling people? Asked Chio. Why do you ask? Said Izuku. Because you do it very, very often. You don't need to answer. I already know you do enjoy, said Chio. She is good. Should I use Kyukasu Jetsu on her? Thought Izuku. So Izuku, Aizawa told me that today in the match you did not use your quirk to defeat Bakugo, just used it to defend Jiro from Bakugo's attack. Did you enjoy humiliating Bakugo? Chio. Yes, Bakugo humiliated many people before, including myself. It was about time someone gave him his own medicine. You disapprove? Said Izuku. I do. Next question. Do you consider yourself superior to other? Chio. I do. There's no true equality on this world. I know that very well from the time I was quirkless. When I received my quirk, I worked hard to make it the best quirk possible. Unlike people like Bakugo that had everything given to them and think of themselves as untouchable, said Izuku. So you don't believe that everyone is equal? Asked Chio. Somebody once told me that the only thing that makes all humans equal is death. In life we are all different. There's the trash, the copper and the gold, said Izuku. Which are you? Asked Chio. Neither, said Izuku. So you are unable to compare yourself to regular humans. Good to know. Tell me about your sword. The slime villain was found severed to pieces. Coincidence, maybe, said Chio. Izuku realized that Chio would continue to press him unless something happened, and he was not going to wait to see his secrets exposed. Izuku called his sword, that warped instantly to his hand. That's a perfect sword. Did you made this now to show me, or to use it? Said Chio, unfazed with the possibility that her life might be in danger. Momo was shacking on her bed. If everything Chio said was true, there is a high possibility that Izuku is a killer, one that managed to fool the heroes while he was still a child, and now he called his sword. This means. Should I go save Recovery Girl? But what can I do against Izuku? He is just too strong. Wait. I'm making assumptions. He may have called his sword just to show it to Recovery Girl since she asked about the sword. Yes. Even if Midoriya killed this villain, it was likely self-defense. And he wouldn't kill someone inside Yurei where he would be easily caught. Calm down, Momo, thought Momo, with 1,000,000 different lines of thoughts flowing inside her head right now. Shatter Kyuka Sujetsu, Izuku. What a beautiful display of lights, Izuku, said Chio. Momo could not see anything behind the thick curtain of her medical bed. Chio saw Izuku's sword emit 3 beams of light that danced around the room in a magnificent demonstration of quirk control and even art. Well, Izuku, back to my questy. Oh Yayorozu, you should not be up yet. Go back to your bed, said Chio. Momo freezed. She was still on her bed. What in the world was happening? Yes, go back now. I'll check on you later after I finish with Izuku here, said Chio. I should not disturb Yayoro's rest. I think I'll be going now, said Izuku. Just a few more questions, don't worry, we are almost done, said Chio. Aizawa and Midnight investigated that you were a huge fan of All Might. What do you feel about him now, after he told you that you could not become a hero? Asked Chio. Chio saw Izuku's arrogant expression turn into the face of a young child again. Izuku started crying with a devastated face, on Chio's vision. All Might destroyed my dreams that day, and after that he still accused me of a murder. He was my hero, that day was a nightmare. I hate him now, he never apologized, said Izuku's illusion, crying, looking like a completely different person than before. Izuku's expression went back to his regular cold arrogant smile, illusion. And if he does apologize anytime soon, I'll now that you told him, said Izuku's illusion with a cold smile to Chio. Momo heard no response of Izuku, and yet, Chio said something like Izuku had said something. I see, it must have been difficult indeed. I'm glad you still followed the road of become a hero after that. It must have been a huge trauma, said Chio. So Izuku, tell me about your family, said Chio. Momo heard Chio talking alone for some time, then she heard Izuku getting up from the chair and walking on her direction. Cold and confident steps were getting closer. Momo had never felt such fear on her entire life. She felt like death itself was walking towards her to collect her soul. She decided to pretend to be sleeping. Izuku opened the curtains of her bed while Chio continued to talk alone. Momo was sweet and cold, but pretended to be sleeping very well. Izuku patted his hand of Momo's forehead and said softly, to not wake her up in case she was actually sleeping. A fever him. In the chance that you are not sleeping, say something and I'll explain what happened here, said Izuku. Momo considered revealing herself to be awake, but decided not to. Izuku closed the curtain again. I'm not sure if she is sleeping or not. She hit her head pretty hard on today's trial. Better to not wake her up now if she is actually sleeping, and if she isn't I'll know later. No one would believe her anyway. Chio is my witness here. Momo was just having a bad dream because of her fever, thought Izuku walking back to his chair. I believe that's enough Izuku, you can go, said Chio. Izuku quickly took his seat again, and said again those words. Shatter Kyuka Sujetsu. Then I'll be going now, said Izuku. Izuku got up and left. Momo was conflicted of what should she do now. She did not understand what happened. The only thing she was truly sure was that Izuku Midoriya had many dark secrets, and that he was dangerous, very dangerous. After giving Momo a medicine for her fever, Recovery Girl went to Nizu's office. All Might, Midnight, Aizawa were there to listen to what she had to say. Well, I'll start by telling you that I'm pretty sure that Izuku has two personalities, one shy and scared, the other confident and arrogant, said Chio. His medical records show no signs of that. Did he got it after the villain attack? Maybe it happened at the same time he got his quirk, asked Aizawa. No, we all know what happened between him and All Might that day. I believe the mental breakdown he had splitted his mind, creating the new personality that is now the dominant one, said Chio. All Might was devastated. He could not lift his eyes from looking to the floor. I managed to make Izuku show his original personality twice there. It seems he is a rare case of two personalities sharing the same body in total harmony. One has the memories of the other. It is likely that the shy Izuku gave total control to confident Izuku, which now the Izuku Midoriya we know. Is it reversible? Asked Midnight. I believe not, said Chio. And what is your analysis of confident Izuku? Asked Nizu. He shows some signs of sociopathy. He is sadistic and arrogant, also have a god's complex, enjoy deceiving others. I'm actually surprised Izuku is trying to become a hero having those traits, said Chio. With his intellect, charisma and that quirk, he would be one of the most dangerous villains out there. We should continue to watch him closely, said Midnight. Why do you think he wants to be a hero? Asked All Might, still avoiding eye contact. Are you sure you want to know? It will not be easy for you, said Chio to All Might. I need to know, I must, said All Might. When I asked him about you today, shy Izuku took over. He said you were his hero and you destroyed his dreams. He feels betrayed by his idol. I believe that. Confident Izuku was actually created on that moment, and I have two theories about why he wants to become a hero. Either the anger of Izuku created him to prove you wrong by becoming a hero, or shy Izuku's dream of becoming a hero was so strong that confident Izuku cannot go against that despite having the nature of a villain, In my personal opinion, the last theory fits better with all we investigated about Midoriya, said Chio. Tashinori, perhaps you should take a leave to cool your head for a few days, said Aizawa, worried about his friend. I'm a teacher of UA and a pro hero. I can't neglect my duties, said All Might, standing up to leave. Wait, All Might, do not go see Izuku, he will know that I talked about him to you, said Chio. He likely already knew you would talk to us, said Nizu. All Might left without saying a word. By showing Recovery Girl evidence that I have double personalities, it will likely be enough to satisfy Nizu and the teachers. If everything goes according to plan, All Might will soon come to see me, even if Chio told him not go. Then I'll be able to directly ask him if he knows All for One. Since he will be feeling guilty, there's a high chance he will give me something that I'll be able to investigate, thought Izuku. A message from Aizawa to all students. He sent it when I was with Recovery Girl, said Izuku, checking the messages on his phone. Tomorrow's class will be a rescue training on USJ, read Izuku. Izuku was admiring the sunset from the window of the hallway. Class 1 was allowed to go home early today, but it was around now that the other classes would leave. Izuku saw a curious sight. Kirishima was hanging out with 3 third-year students. Young Midoriya, can we talk for a minute? Said All Might behind Izuku. Sure, teacher, said Izuku. Both went to an unoccupied office and took seats facing each other. All Might was not sure how to start. First, I would like to apologize from what I said almost 4 years ago. I was wrong, said All Might, bowing to Izuku. I see, so Recovery Girl really talked about what we talked, said Izuku. All Might was stoic. All Might, I want to ask you something. I may consider forgiving you if you answer honestly, said Izuku, not wasting time. Of course, I'll tell you anything you want to know, said All Might, with a faint smile. You are at the bottom of our suspect list, so I'll ask you since you may have seen something since you are new to UA, said Izuku. Our suspect list. Is Izuku working for someone? Thought All Might. Do you know or have a suspicion on how might be a mole on UA? That person is feeding information for a villain that can steal other people's quirk. Our investigation found out he calls himself All for One, said Izuku. All Might was completely shocked. How does Izuku know about All for One? There's a traitor on UA. Who is Izuku working with? How do you know All for One? Asked All Might. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I think it will be easier if I tell you the whole story. A few months after I gained my quirk, I became a vigilante to test my powers and expand my knowledge and understanding of society, villains and heroes. Said Izuku. All Might was concerned that Izuku became a vigilante but did not comment it and allowed Izuku to continue. After I deactivated a human traffic center on my 2nd month of being a vigilante, I interrogated their leaders and discovered about All for One. He was one of the people responsible for that business. For a few weeks after that, I was caught by 2 pro heroes, which I prefer not reveal their identities for now. They were also hunting All for One and recruited me as an shadow operative to do things that they as heroes could not, said Izuku. Izuku told a half-lie. He really did learn about All for One in the human traffic center, but he was not working for anyone, and no heroes ever caught or contacted him. But by making All Might believe more people are after All for One, maybe he will give valuable information if he has any. Certainly the number 1 hero knows about All for One. Then after 3 months working together with them, we learned that All for One has a mole inside UA that is feeding him information from within. We could not determine if that person, or persons, are students or staff. So since I was going to UA anyway, I offered myself to investigate who could be the mole during the 3 years I'll study at UA. No one is above suspicion, said Izuku. Izuku was just making a logical guess. All for One was involved in some way or another with an important part of the underworld's activities, including drugs, villainy, human traffic and professional assassinations. It was logical to assume he has some access to inside information from the top hero agencies, and likewise from the best hero schools. By planting the seed of distrust on All Might's head, it would become easier to destabilize the anti-Izuku circle that formed on the teachers, and more importantly, All Might would trust Izuku and share what he knew about All for One since Izuku shared what he knew with him. That's the kind of person All Might is. All Might was silent for a couple of seconds. It was too much for him to process. Izuku knew that and remained silent too. All for One has a quirk that enables him to steal, store, use and give quirks. He is extremely dangerous, and he is the villain that caused this injury on me, said All Might, showing his scar to Izuku. I can now only use my quirk for about 4 hours per day. Since my body is falling apart, I passed my quirk to another person. I can still use the little that remains of it on my body, but in a few time I will be completely quirkless, said All Might. Is it possible to pass quirks from one person to another without using All for One's quirk? Asked Izuku, very interested on what All Might said. All Might hesitated for a second, but then realized Izuku had the right to know about One for All. Not exactly, you see, my quirk was actually created by All for One a long time ago. He passed the energy stockpile quirk to his brother that was quirkless. But he actually had a quirk, the quirk to pass on quirks to other people. So this quirk was created. One for All, the quirk created to destroy All for One, passing it from one hero to another throughout the years, said All Might. I must be very careful with whomever has this quirk now, maybe even try to get it to myself if I have the chance, not that I need it, but for no one else to use it against me, thought Izuku. Do you know where All for One might be? Or any of his operation bases that we can investigate? Asked Izuku. No, during our fight I fatally injured All for One. He likely already has some kind of healing quirk to recover himself, but I doubt he will be careless to leave anything connecting directly to him exposed after what happened. If you and your friends are after All for One, you should be really careful and play smart. He likes to send people that are after him to his traps, said All Might. Thanks All Might, the information you told me was very helpful. I'll pass it on to my companions soon, said Izuku, standing up. All Might was relieved that Izuku was doing something good, going after villains instead of becoming one. But he was also concerned if it was his fault that Izuku became like this, and was not risking his life at such young age. Who are these two pro-heroes working with Izuku? All Might needed to find out. I must quickly call Gran Torino to ask him if he is involved on this or know how might be, same with Night Eye, thought All Might. Be careful All Might, we don't know yet how might be the traitor, said Izuku to plant the seed of distrust even deeper inside All Might's mind. Learning about All Might's quirk was not part of the plan, but it was a welcome information. I should try to locate the new user of this One for All. However, when it comes to All for One I still don't have many clues about him. For now I'll wait and observe for him to make his next move so I can actually have something to investigate on, thought Izuku. Izuku went home to rest. Tomorrow's class is going to be on Ust. Izuku doesn't know yet, but his talk today with All Might had a perfect timing with something that was going to happen soon, very soon. The students of Class 1 quickly gathered together on UA's main square to get on the bus. It would be a 15 minutes drive to the Ust campus. The boarding of the 19 students and Aizawa went smoothly and the bus left. Bakugo was not present because he received a 7 days suspension from all classes because of what happened on the combat training. Aizawa wanted to expel him, but his parents went to UA to beg for a second chance for Bakugo, and All Might convinced Aizawa to give only a suspension. Aizawa-sensei, didn't you say early that All Might was going to supervise us on Ust? Asked Ida. All Might had some personal business to take care first. He will meet us on Ust later, said Aizawa. All Might must have used all of his daily time already. How foolish of him, thought Izuku. Izuku realized Momo was watching him from her sit behind him and felt a little uneasy. Was she really awake when I used total hypnosis on Recovery Girl? I'll have to deal with this quickly. Later on I'll talk to her, thought Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, what exactly we are going to do on this Ust campus? Asked Uraraka. Ust means unforeseen simulation joint. There we will have you train on many different areas that mimic natural disasters. Me and 13 will supervise you. All Might, as I said, will join us later. Said Aizawa. After 15 minutes the bus arrived. Ust was a massive dome on a secluded forest area. The space hero 13 was there to greet them. Hello students, it is nice to meet you. This is your first time having class with me. I'm 13, your rescue training teacher. Let's go inside so you can see what you will be doing today. I'll explain and divide you on teams to each area, said 13. Everyone went inside the dome. The students were on the top of a huge staircase. They could see the areas from there. As I believe most of you know, my quirk is to create small black holes on the tip of my fingers. It is a quirk that can easily hurt or kill someone, so I must use it with extreme caution. Although your quirks might not have such extreme dangerous potent ion like my own, all quirks can hurt. So today you are learning to use your powers with restraint to save and rescue. Right here we have ruins to simulate an earthquake area. A boat to simulate, said 13, explaining how today's class was going to be. Izuku realized something strange and left the group. Walked a few steps to the edge of the stairs. He sensed a disruption of reality. A small black orb was flying 1 meter away from the ground on the main plaza of Ust. Izuku, what are you doing? You are missing the explanation, said Aizawa. This is bad. Did Soul Society figure a way to reach me? No, I do not feel any spiritual energy coming from that orb that is disrupting space-time. This is someone's quirk. It doesn't appear to be part of any test of UA, so there's only one explanation for this, thought Izuku. Aizawa-sensei, we are being raided. Look at that orb on the main plays. I feel a disruption of space-time. This is part of some kind of teleportation quirk. I believe we must, said Izuku, but stopped mid-sentence when the orb expanded, making a portal. Many figures began to cross the black mist portal. They were clearly villains and criminal. Among them was a man with many hands on his body, and a creature with a bird-like head showing an exposed brain on top of it. 13. We are under attack. Gather the students and evacuate. I'll buy you some time, said Aizawa. What is happening? Said Mineta. Is this some kind of training? Asked Tokoyami. No, this is for real. Everyone stay together. Said Kirishima. Good morning, students of UA. We are the League of Villains. We came here on this lovely morning to brutally murder the symbol of peace, All Might. But it appears he isn't here now, so I guess we will just slaughter all of you to make him come. Don't you agree, Kurogiri? Said Shigaraki, holding a megaphone with 3 fingers so the students on the top of stairs could hear. After making his speech, the villain touched the megaphone with his 5 fingers on the left hand, making it turn to dust almost instantly. So that's his quirk. Better to engage him with ranged attacks, said Izuku. You must leave now, Izuku. This is too dangerous said Aizawa, but he was interrupted by a black mist that enveloped all of them. 13 tried to use his quirk on Kurogiri, but the villain opened a portal on front and behind 13, making her getting hit by her own attack. 13, screamed Kirishima, going to help the hero. Kurogiri again used his quirk to completely surround the students and teachers. He is the one with the portal quirk. He plans to separate us. I see no harm in getting caught since I'll be able to interrogate some of the villains alone, thought Izuku. All the students vanished in the black mist. Only Aizawa was left on the top of stairs. He was quickly charged by a mob of low-profile villains. Using his quirk and binding cloths, he managed to take down multiple villains in a short time while going down the stairs to try to arrest the main villains. Izuku was warped to the ship in the flood, tsunami area. With him was Momo and Azuri. Look, there are the stairs, said Momo, pointing to the entrance of us at the distance. Izuku, can you fly with us there? Asked Azuri. Izuku sighed. He was planning to go alone to ask the villains about All for One, but now it would be troublesome leaving Momo and Azuri at their own luck. One at a time, said Izuku. The boat suddenly shacked. Something was hitting it from below. There are villains in the water, said Izuku. You take Azuri first, I'll hold them until you come back, said Momo. No need, said Izuku. To avoid accidentally killing the villains on the water, Izuku decided to use this Kido without its usual incantation. Izuku walked to the ledge of the ship. Many villains were swimming in circles around the ship like sharks to scare the students. Izuku raised his palm. Hada 63. Rehikohu. A yellow sphere formed on Izuku's palm and began emitting lightning. In an instant the sphere deformed into a lightning bolt that hit the water, making it glow for a second. As the water was electrified, 6 villains began to emerge and float on the water unconscious. Amazing, but won't they drown like this? We have to get them on the boat, said Azuri. They were underwater for a long time, so they must have quirks that allow them to breathe on water. They won't drown. We are wasting time here. Let's go, said Izuku. The villains are fighting Aizawa on the main plays. We should try to escape and warn UA to send backup, said Momo. If we do that, Aizawa will die fighting all of those villains alone before anyone arrives. We must go help him and shatter the villain's plan, said Izuku, making sure to emphasize the word shatter and look directly to Momo when doing so. Momo had a small fright when Izuku said that word. Looking on her eyes, she realized what Izuku had done and could not conceal her terrified look now. Izuku knew she was awake yesterday. This confirms my suspicions. She heard my talk with Recovery Girl but was not affected by Kyuka Suigetsu since she did not look directly to the sword when I activated it. I must rectify this right now. I hope you can be convinced with words, Yayorozu, or I'll have to kill you and Azuri since she is a witness. The villain's attack is the perfect cover for 2 students showing up dead if it comes to that, thought Izuku. Azuri, could you please collect the villains on the water and tie them so they can't escape or attack the others when they wake up? Said Izuku with a charming smile. Okay, said Azuri, a little confused. Just a moment ago Izuku said to leave the villain, but suddenly he changed his mind. Azuri jumped on the water to bring the villains to the ship and restrain them. Izuku observed the cameras on the dome's inner walls. They were active. Damn it, those stupid villains did not neutralize the security cameras. The most basic part of doing a raid is to take out the cameras first, but it seems like they only deactivated the alarms, thought Izuku, annoyed. Izuku looked at Momo with an innocent smile. She was terrified. I guess you are suspicious of me because of what happened yesterday on the infirmary. If you had told me back then, recovery girl, and I would have explained what happened, said Izuku. I don't know what happened, just that recovery girl asked me to go back to sleep. But I was on my bed the whole time, and she started talking alone, said Momo, scared. When recovery girl asked me about the sword was when I realized you were awake, then I made flying light letters with my quirk to warn her and to ask for a paper to write my answers so you could not hear them. She then asked you to go back to sleep. It's not polite to eavesdrop people when they are doing a therapy session, you know. I'm disappointed with you, said Izuku, making a sad face. Then Izuku was writing his answers on a paper. That's why recovery girl was talking alone, thought Momo, feeling stupid for jumping to conclusions. Izuku realized his talk worked and made a friendly laugh. Ah, I realized today that you were looking at me strangely than I thought. Maybe she thinks I'm a villain or something. I'd better explain what happened, said Izuku, smiling like a child. Momo laughed. I did. I was thinking you had some kind of mind control quirk, ha, said Momo. And I'm sorry I heard your private conversation, said Momo, bowing. No problem, just don't talk about it with anyone, please, said Izuku, looking relieved. Momo nodded. You may not know yet, Yaoyorozu, but your naivety just saved your life and Ajui's, and saved me a lot of trouble. I'd have to cover up your deaths, thought Izuku. Ajui finished tying up the villains on the boat. The situation on the plaza is not good. I'm going there first. You two go for the exit and bring help, said Izuku, flying quickly to avoid the two girls protesting that they were splitting up. Kirishima, Tokoyami and Todoroki warped together to the landslide zone. They quickly defeated the villains there and went to help Aizawa on the main plaza. Aizawa complained about they putting their lives at risk, but against that number of villains Aizawa could not do much to stop them from helping him. After a few minutes they managed to take down most of the villains, but those were mostly cannon fodder. The ones that really looked capable were just watching, including Kurogiri, Shigaraki and the Nomu. The three did not make any moves since Aizawa and the students began to defeat the weak villains. You are so cool, Eraserhead. I'd ask you for an autograph, but I guess Nomu can give me your hands to use instead. Kill them, Nomu, said Shigaraki. The large creature charged the four of them. Kirishima tried to block its attack but was sent flying back. Todoroki froze the left side of its body and Tokoyami took the opportunity to use Dark Shadow and shatter the creature's left arm and legs that were frozen. The Nomu fell on the ground, but began to scream in pain. A gray matter began to form on where the limbs were destroyed, regenerating them in a few seconds. That was a good combo attack, but useless against Nomu, said Shigaraki. The four heroes looked shocked. Never before a regeneration quirk so effective was seen, and Aizawa's quirk was not working to stop the creature from regenerating. We have to hold them until someone comes. The cameras are working. Someone on UA must be seeing this and sending help, said Todoroki. No one will come, fool. We gained access to this facility's communication and security network and made the security panel transmit a loop video of the live cameras. They are now on automatic recording mode since their live connection with UA was blocked. This way all the world can see your deaths when someone actually comes looking for you and sees the security recording. Ahahaha, said Shigaraki. The creature stood up and glared at the heroes, salivating. We can't defeat this. It would take multiple pro heroes to do so. Me and 3 students can't do much against it, and the other 2 main villains have yet to make their move. I thought someone would come because of the live cameras. But if what he is saying is true, then we are screwed, thought Aizawa. Doors opened. At a distance they could see that someone escaped. Well, I guess we can't stay here for long now, but we have plenty of time before the heroes arrive. Noma, kill them now, said Shigaraki. Aizawa prepared to dodge the incoming attack from the Nomu, so he was unprepared when a portal opened on his side, Shigaraki's hand coming through it and touching his right elbow. Ah! Aizawa screamed in pain as his elbow began to rot, his skin decayed and exposed his flesh. Nomu quickly dodged the 3 students and hit a powerful punch on Aizawa's guts. Todoroki tried to freeze Nomu again, but the beast learned from his previous attack and dodged the incoming ice. As Todoroki was focused on Nomu, a portal opened on his back, a hand coming to touch the back of Todoroki's head. Behind you, Todoroki, screamed Tokoyami, sending Dark Shadow to take Todoroki out of the way, but he was too far. Neither Kirishima or Tokoyami could do anything in time. Todoroki felt a hand touching the back of his head. Nothing happened. Todoroki quickly got away from the hand's grasp but was forced into dodging Nomu's quick attacks. Todoroki received a punch on his shoulder but managed to freeze Nomu's hand in the process. Todoroki was sent flying on the direction of Kirishima that caught him safely. As I said, you are so cool, Eraserhead. Even on death's door you managed to save your student, said Shigaraki. Aizawa was lying on the floor where he landed, many broken ribs and likely internal damage, but he managed to look to Shigaraki just in time to erase his quirk when he touched Todoroki through the portal. Nomu broke the ice of his hand and began healing his injuries. Nomu, kill Eraserhead slowly. GrigoriGOD, let's deal with these pests, said Shigaraki looking to the three students. Todoroki was on his knees. His right shoulder was dislocated because of Nomu's punch, even though he managed to block some of the punch's string by forming a small layer of ice on it right before he got hit. If this goes on, I'll have to use that disgusting power in order to save my classmates, thought Todoroki in pain. Ayahaweya. Aizawa's scream could be heard on the entire plaza. Nomu was breaking his fingers one by one. Kirishima ran to save his teacher, but Shigaraki appeared in front of him. Let me see the despair on your eyes as you failed to save your precious teacher and die in vain, said Shigaraki with GrigoriGOD on his side. Some of the villains remaining on the plaza also joined Shigaraki and GrigoriGOD to attack the students from all sides. These ones are stronger than the ones we defeated early, said Kirishima to his friends. Indeed, said a villain with a chainsaw attached to his left arm. All Might had to make his own investigation on who could be the all-for-one spy inside UA. Izuku's information said it could be a staff, so All Might went to the only person he was 100% sure was not a traitor. Nizu. All Might explained to him everything this morning, that's why he did not go to Ust. Do you believe Izuku is telling the truth? Asked Nizu. Yes, but I'm concerned whatever these two heroes helping him are actually on our side, said All Might. Izuku is very smart, he would know if they were using him, but do you have any information on who they might be? Said Nizu. Very few heroes know about All for One, even less would actually go after him. I asked Night Eye and Gran Torino, but they had no information about it either, said All Might. Knock, knock, knock. Nizu, open up. Ust is under attack by villains. Tenya Ida just arrived to warn us to send help. The students are in danger, said Midnight outside the locked door. Nizu quickly opened a drawer on his desk. There was a phone on it. It was an emergency speaker that enabled him to speak directly on all of UA's speaker systems. Attention all of UA, Code Red, villains are attacking us, Class 1 is in danger, all heroes gather on the north gate, we will leave to us in 90 seconds. To all students, your classes are cancelled for the day, go home safely, said Nizu. All Might had already left the room and was running to Ust. How did they infiltrate Ust without anyone knowing? Is this the work of the spy? I must get there quickly, thought All Might, giving all of himself to reach Ust. Another person was going to Ust, a student of UA. Yellow lightning danced around his body as he was running with all of his speed after hearing Nizu's warning. Back on Ust. The villains charged Todoroki, Kirishima and Tokoyami together. Todoroki made a capsule of ice to protect them, but they were stuck inside. The chainsaw villain began to cut through the ice, but was hit by a lightning bolt from Kaminari. 6 students arrived on the main plaza. It was Kaminari, Mina, Jiro, Uraraka, Siro and Sato. Hey boys, need any help? Said Mina with a smile. Aizawa screamed in pain. The students that just arrived saw the Nomu creature breaking Aizawa's left arm. The adventurous air that they had, fighting villains and all of that, was just crushed on an instant. They had forgot that battle against villains means your lives are in danger. The ice capsule of Todoroki melted away. A fire blast came from inside and hit many villains. Kirishima and Tokoyami quickly exited the capsule and began a last stand against the villains. They were not as strong or professionals as Shigaraki or GrigoriGOD, but their numbers meant trouble for the 3 of them alone. The first of the newcomer students to snap out of their fear was Jiro. She began to use her earphone as a whip to fight the villains. The other students quickly followed her to assist Todoroki, Tokoyami and Kirishima. Look at that, GrigoriGOD. The new generation of heroes are really something, said GrigoriGOD. Will we fight? Asked GrigoriGOD. Why bother, those were just some random guys that wanted to kill All Might with us. Just leave them get beaten and tire the students. Or maybe we can, said Shigaraki, looking to Nomu at the end. Nomu, kill everyone over there, said Shigaraki pointing to the fight. Aizawa was unconscious because of the pain. Nomu charged the mob of students and villains. The monster is coming, said Kirishima. Some of the villains heard Shigaraki's words and began to flee. Nomu arrived biting the head of a villain and eating it. The headless body fell to the ground. Horror was in the eyes of both students and villains as Nomu swallowed the head and glared at them. Izuku fell from the air, decapitating Nomu with one swing of his sword, then he landed in front of the students and villains. Silence reigned for a few seconds. You would be wise to surrender, Unless you want to share that creature's fate, said Izuku to the villains, showing them his sword with Noma's blood. All of them raised their hands in surrender. The invincible creature of the League of Villains was just killed by this student. We have no chance, was the thought of the villains. Izuku behind you, screamed Mina. Noma took his head from the ground and putted it back on his neck. Gray matter began to connect the head to the body again. Ah, you can't defeat this Noma. It was made to kill All Might. You don't stand a chance, said Shigaraki. Izuku was extremely impressed with Noma. I definitely sensed some kind of kinetic impact absorption quirk when I attacked. He clearly has super strength and this amazing regeneration quirk. This construct with multiple quirks could only be made by one person, all for one, thought Izuku. Fascinating. This creature is a truly genius construct, said Izuku impressed. Some of the students did not like that, but remained silent. Tell me, hand villain, was this creature built by All for One? Asked Izuku to Shigaraki. Nomu attacked Izuku upon hearing the name of its master. Kurogiri and Shigaraki were shocked. How could this student know about master? Who the hell are you? How do you know that name? Asked Shigaraki in fury. Shigaraki, we must escape. We have to report this, and the heroes will arrive soon, said Kurogiri. Wait, I want to see what this kid can do, said Shigaraki watching Izuku. Izuku was dodging Noma like he was dancing. Noma almost hit him sometimes. Its speed could not be underestimated, but Izuku was liking the thrill of the fight. Siro, arrest those villains with your quirk, Todoroki. I could use some ice on this big guy, said Izuku. It would be troublesome if I defeated this creature alone. I must make it look like I'm getting helped, thought Izuku. Bakuda 61. Rikujikoro. 6 pillars of light formed on the air and shot themselves to Noma's waistline, forming a circle of light present and immobilizing its arms against the body. But the creature began trying to break free. The pillars of light were cracking. Strong enough to break free from non-incanted Rikujikoro. But I can always use stronger Kido spells if it becomes too dangerous, thought Izuku. Now Todoroki! Screamed Izuku. Todoroki used his ice at full power, freezing Noma completely on a crystal. Some of the students behind them began to cheer thinking it was over, but stopped when the ice crystal that Noma was inside began to make a clicking noise, and small cracks could be seen forming on it. That won't hold him for long, said Todoroki worried. That thing is not truly alive. It has no free will, closer to a robot than a person. We must end it. It is the only way, said Izuku. Todoroki nodded in agreement. What is the plan? Asked Todoroki. The moment he breaks free, I'll restrain him again using my quirk, then you freeze him again. When you do that, I need you and the others to protect me against an attack from those 2 villains there. I'll need to gather much energy to launch an attack to destroy this Noma thing, said Izuku. This construct regenerative quirk is troublesome. Although all quirks have limits, I'll have him reduced to atoms just to be sure and quick, thought Izuku. Momo and Azuri reached the plaza swimming from the boat. Noma finally broke free from the ice and Izuku's Kido, charging the students. Bakuda 61. Rikujikoro. The same pillars of energy formed and just like before restrained Noma's movements by forming a compressing circle around it. Bakuda 63. Seijo Sabaku. Chains made of light formed on Izuku's hand and wrapped around Noma. Todoroki used his ice again to trap Noma, but it was not as strong as before. Todoroki was at his limit. Izuku raised 2 fingers up on his left arm and began his incantation. A black aura, almost fire-like, surrounded Izuku's entire body, emitting a purple glow as it was being released. The oozing crest of corruption. The arrogant vessel of madness. Deny the seething urge. Stun and flicker. Disrupt the sleep. What is that? Izuku is burning, said Uraraka. Don't let the villain stop him from what he is doing, said Kirishima. Cracks began to appear on Todoroki's ice. Kurogiri, we are getting that brat, said Shigaraki. Kurogiri began to prepare to open a portal, but at that moment the doors were destroyed. All Might and Mirio Togata entered us together. Mirio-senpai, you are here, said Kirishima. The crawling queen of iron. The eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. All Might is here, but everyone, including Shigaraki and Kurogiri, were looking to Izuku to observe what he would do. What is going on here? What is Midoriya doing? Thought Mirio, looking at the plaza from the top of the stairs. Young Midoriya is enveloped by black flames. No. It's a dark aura around him, thought All Might. Feel the earth, and know your own powerlessness. Hado 90. Kuro Hitsuji, Black Coffin. Black walls of dark matter began forming around Nomu, making a sound that resembled a metallic heartbeat. "This Kurohitsuji with a complete incantation will turn your toy into atoms," said Izuku to Shigaraki with a devilish smile. The black coffin was complete. A box 8 meters high and 2 meters wide and deep covered the space where Nomu was, trapping him inside. Shigaraki's anger was apparent. Mirio took opportunity of the distraction of the villains to charge Shigaraki. Kurogiri opened a portal, taking Shigaraki with him before Mirio could land a hit. "I'll remember your face," said Shigaraki looking to Izuku before vanishing on the portal. All Might saw Aizawa on the floor and ran to him. Mirio went to check on the students. "Is everyone alright?" asked Mirio. "Who are you?" asked Uraraka. "He is a third-year student, Mirio Togata," said Kirishima. "You guys managed to repel a full-scale villain attack, congratulations," said Mirio looking at the many villains restrained or unconscious near them. Kurohitsuji began to disappear. Mirio and the students prepared for a fight. All Might observed from where Aizawa was. Just some smoke left the coffin as it dismantled. Nomu was nowhere to be seen. "It is dead?" asked Jiro to Izuku. "Yes," said Izuku. All Might quickly found the rest of the students on the Typhoon Zone. They defeated the villains there but were stuck inside. Heroes from UA and nearby agencies arrived few minutes later. "All Might, looks like you already solved the situation here," said Snipe. "No, I just arrived too. The students defeated the villains but Aizawa is in critical condition. We must get him to Recovery Girl now," said All Might. The police began to collect the testimonies from the students. Aizawa survived but was hospitalized with many injuries. Detective Tsukachi was the head of the investigation. Nizu and the teachers were analyzing the security recordings. "All the students managed to survive and deal with this emergency. Impressive," said Cementos. "It is a miracle Aizawa survived that," said Ectoplasm. The recordings now showed Izuku arriving at the plaza cutting Nomu's head. No hesitation to cut the creature's head, even if you consider that as a robot instead of a living being. "It would still not be an easy thing to do if you at his age," said Present Mike. "Look how he threatens the rest of the villains. They surrendered but a part of me feels he would fulfill his words if they hadn't," said Midnight. Recording now showed Izuku using Kurohitsuji. Young Todoroki and young Midoriya have a good teamwork. They managed to restrain the creature twice. "But what do you think that black box Izuku made was?" said All Might looking to Nizu. Kurohitsuji, black coffin. It definitely did as Izuku said, turn the Nomu in atoms. But I'm really curious about this. Complete incantation. Part, said Nizu. Some heroes present looked at each other. One of the early theories about Izuku's quirk was that it was magic since it had too many different skills, which a single quirk could not do, and Aizawa could not erase it. The rumor spread even after Nizu confirmed Izuku's quirk as P, 0-point energy. And incantation made most of the teachers and UA assigned heroes to think about the magic quirk again, but this time Nizu did not suppress this theory like he had done before. During the entrance exam they thought Izuku's words were just cheap poetry while he charged up his energy to use an attack. But if those words actually made his skills more powerful, then that should be something to keep an eye on. Endeavor was invited to watch the recordings since his son was involved and he was the number 2 hero. But he did not say a word while he was on the room watching everything, but became curious when some of the heroes whispered about magic quirk with each other. Damn that kid, if it wasn't for him, I'll kill him, said Shigaraki sitting on a bar. Kurogiri gave Shigaraki a glass with orange juice. A TV with a screen showing audio only was near the bar's table. The kid actually said my name, asked the voice on the TV. It was All for One. Yes, and he knew that Nomu was made by you after it recovered from his attack, said Kurogiri. Green-haired boy. Only one person in Class 1 fits this description. Izuku Midoriya, age 14. 0-point energy quirk, interesting, and he was investigated as a suspect for killing a villain on the day he gained his quirk, said All for One reading Izuku's file. All for One remained silent for a few minutes as he was reading everything it was there to know about Izuku. Shigaraki and Kurogiri remained silent. Let's wait for the smoke to clear for now. I'll arrange a new attack on Yue on the next months. We must get this Izuku Midoriya to our side. I believe he will switch sides if we give him an offer, said All for One. What? Master, that boy is a hero and is the one that ruined our plan, said Shigaraki showing his dissatisfaction. Your view is short-sighted. Izuku seems to be the kind of person that wants power, not fame or riches, After the UA Sports Festival we should approach him and ask what would be his price for joining us. If he refuses we can kidnap his mother and blackmail him into doing our work, said All for One. Why not kidnap his mother now then? Asked Shigaraki. Ambition is a stronger motivation than fear. If possible we must get him with the former rather than the latter, said All for One. Detective Tsukachi made sure to interview Izuku last since he was the most important piece of the attack. He brought him to give his testimony in UA office. Tsukachi and a young female police officer were on the room waiting for Izuku to enter. So you were to first to notice the villains? Tell us more about that, said Naomasa Tsukachi. Makoto was standing behind Izuku and putted her hand on his shoulder, touching his neck with one finger. I noticed a flying orb distorting the space-time. That orb did not look part of any test, so I warned Aizawa. Then the orb expanded, creating a portal, said Izuku bored. Makoto looked to Naomasa and blinked once. I see, she is the sister I heard about, the one that can sense when someone is lying. The fact that she made sure to make physical contact with me means her quirk only works if you are touching the person when she answers, thought Izuku. Izuku turned to Makoto. I'm sorry, but why are you with your hand on my shoulder? Asked Midoriya. Is that bothering you? Said Makoto, making a cute face to try to charm Izuku. Yes it is, said Izuku. Midoriya, you probably already realized what is happening, so I'll be honest. Can you let her continue using her quirk on you? Unlike the other time, you are not a suspect here, so I can't force you, but I must warn you that it wouldn't be good for you to be the only one. The answers are not verified through my sister's quirk, said Naomasa. Fine, but I'll not answer anything that is not related to this incident, said Izuku. I understand, said Naomasa. The conversation went with simple question for a few minutes. Now Midoriya, why did you kill the creature? Asked Naomasa. Todoroki and I attempted to restrain it without success. Since that creature did not appear to have free will, I judged the best course of actions to ensure the safety of the other students, and to save Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei quickly was to eliminate the creature, said Izuku. Truth, said Makoto. You asked to the villain Shigaraki if Nomu was a creation of All for One. How do you know this All for One? Asked Naomasa. He is someone I'm trying to find, said Izuku. Truth, said Makoto. Why do you want to find him? Asked Naomasa. I don't trust you or your sister to hear my reasons, said Izuku, crossing his arms. Truth, said Makoto. Naomasa made a heavy sigh and said, Izuku, you are free to go, thanks for your time. The two shook hands and Izuku left. It was good to know his sister's quirk can only work if she is touching the person. When I heard about her, I feared her quirk had no restriction like that. Just talking to her, and she would know if the person lies or not, thought Izuku. He quickly realized I had a polygraph quirk. He is very perceptive, said Makoto. Someone may have told him, but at least we know he was not involved in this attack. So he is not a double agent of All for One, said Naomasa, relieved. Izuku walked to UA's P.E gym. All of his classmates and some teachers were there. Midoriya, you were amazing there. If it wasn't for you, I fear more students could have been hurt like Aizawa and 13, said Mirio. I just did what I had to. And who are you? Said Midoriya. I'm Mirio Togata from Class 3B. A pleasure to meet you, said Mirio, giving his hand to Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya from Class 1, as you already know. Nice to meet you, said Izuku, shaking Mirio's hand. By the way, Izuku, what exactly was that black box you did? Asked Midnight behind Izuku. I just gathered dark energy from the ether and solidified it in a coffin form to trap my target. Once inside, the creature was destroyed by dozens of light spears attacking each second from the walls, said Izuku. Midnight's fear could not be hidden. Izuku had a one-hit kill skill. If anyone was trapped inside that thing, death was inevitable. The students talked for some time with one another, telling the others what happened after getting warped. Nizu showed up with a microphone to talk to the students, and Present Mike was recording everything with a camera. Attention students and the people of Japan, I'm here with Class 1A. As most of you know, Usch was attacked by villains today. Eraserhead and 13 were injured, but no deaths occurred, and the students managed to arrest dozens of villains. Because of the audacity of the League of Villains, UA will start doing a dormitory system for the hero classes after the sports festival. And yes, the sports festival will happen. No hero attack will stop us. We will not let fear compromise who we are. You failed League of Villains. UA stands strong, said Nizu. Present Mike gave Nizu a thumbs up. That was a live transmission. The students of Wana applauded him. He is good with speeches, thought Izuku. Despite this daring speech, UA was far from strong. Nizu and All Might shared Midoriya's information with their trusted circle. Nizu, All Might, Night Eye, Gran Torino, Mirio, Cementos and the Tsukauchi siblings were fully convinced that there was a traitor inside UA. No other thing could explain how the LOV, League of Villains, managed to bypass us security protocols. Meanwhile, Izuku was very concerned about this dormitory system. After Izuku managed to make Shigaraki confirm that All for One was the head behind the League, Izuku had a lead to follow on his vigilante cover, and with Jiro's skills he could gather information unnoticed. But if a dormitory system was installed, then he could no longer perform his investigation on the night. Nizu would record every time Izuku left and entered UA2. Izuku sighed. First, I need to use this month to collect information. When I get something solid, I'll convince Jiro to help me in the vigilante role. That should not be difficult. The real problem is whether Nizu will allow me to go out during night to help my companions. Or not when the dormitory system starts. I may need to use Kyuka Suigetsu on him so he can see two heroes asking him to allow me to perform my covered activity. Leaving UA is not an option for now. The League will without a doubt attack here again in the future, and that may be my way in to meet All for One and make a deal. Getting immortality quirk then kill him, thought Izuku. 2 weeks after the USG incident. A figure with a black hoodie is jumping from building to building. A known drug syndicate in the region is his target. The hooded figure was using a blank white featureless mask showing only a pair of holes for the eyes. Green eyes could be seen on its openings. Izuku was not planning to use his Kido or sword. That would turn him into the number one suspect of being this particular new vigilante. He would use his hands and speed as he has been using for the last few days. When he became a vigilante, before he used a clown mask to hide his identity. But now, with the media attention on the League of Villains and associated criminal organizations, a vigilante attack on them would be hot news if any reporter got that information. And they always get it eventually. He would soon be known, and to avoid someone linking these new attacks with the ones in the previous years, he would need a new mask. Izuku found his target, a toy factory owned by one of All for One's shell companies that Izuku knew, and Izuku discovered by torturing a dealer that there was a meth lab on the basement, and a meeting with local dealers and the lab's boss was going to happen at 2 a.m. It is now 1:42 a.m. Izuku approached the cargo gate. Who are you, freak? Get lost. This is private property, a factory toy, said a thug. Toys. I don't think children like to play with meth, said Izuku, charging the thug and his companions. Izuku quickly cracked the neck of the thugs in the gate, leaving only one of them alive. Now you can tell me how to enter the lab, or you can join them right now, said Izuku, pointing to the bodies. I will, said the thug, terrified. Izuku grabbed a pistol from one of the bodies. The thug walked with Izuku around the factory. The workers looked at Izuku but knew better than ask what was happening, since they all knew what was happening under their feet. The thug showed Izuku a hidden door on what looked like a regular deposit. Izuku responded by smashing the thug's head against the wall, instantly killing him. Izuku began to go down the ramp to the basement with the pistol on his hand. He had no training with human weapons, but Izuku watched many movies before awakening, also watched heroes fighting criminals with guns, so he had a basic understand what to do in CAE. He needed to use a ranged attack. A large plastic curtain was at the base of the ramp. He could hear the lab at full work. Now, go in shooting and punching or pretend to be one of them, thought Izuku. He chose the latter. He went through the curtains. Few people bothered with him showing up. If he was there, then we should be one of us. Looks like the boss is hiring villains again. Last time that did not go well, said one of the guards to each other. The two went to greet Izuku. I'm here to bodyguard the meeting, but the idiots at the gate did not give me directions to after getting here, said Izuku before the guards could say anything. Of course, go down the lab, you will find a yellow door. There is the meeting room. It is about to start, said the guard. Izuku walked to the door and analyzed the meth lab on the way. The lab is bigger than I expected. It is likely that there's other entrances and exits. I'll blown it up to cover my tracks after getting information, thought Izuku. Izuku opened the yellow door, a large meeting room with exactly 15 people already inside, 8 guards, 6 dealers and the boss of this facility. This room did not appear to have any exits other than the yellow door he just came. It was time to act. At first the dealers thought Izuku was one of them, but when Izuku grabbed his pistol and quickly killed 4 armed guards at the far end of the room, they panicked. Izuku used his speed to kill the remaining guards near him with his hands and break the legs of the dealers so they could not escape. 6 dealers and the factory boss were on the ground with their legs twisted, but alive. Izuku took a sit on one of the chairs and began his interrogation. I'm here for information on All for One or the League of Villains. I'll grant mercy to one that tells me the most useful information about them. As for the others, I don't envy the pain that awaits you, said Izuku through the mask. The criminals looked at each other. Talking about All for One or the League was a death sentence. Or worse, but this guy in the mask is not joking either. What to do? Izuku, sensing their hesitation, he got up and went to the dealer with a blue hat. He began breaking his finger one by one. Blue hat dealer gave in after 4 fingers were broken. Kamino, I made business with a member of the League in Kamino once, but I don't know anything else, said the blue hat dealer. Not much to go on, but if no one else wants to talk, then I'm setting fire on this lab with you all trapped inside. Good luck escaping with your legs like this, said Izuku. Wait, All for One owns a tower in Yokohama City. It's a medical lab, but I don't know the name, and the League right. You want the League? Their hideout is in Kamino, and the League's leader is called Shigaraki. Please let me live, said the factory boss. No else has anything to say? Asked Izuku. The dealers began crying. They did not know anything that could match the boss's information. Izuku went back to the lab. Screams and the sound of gunshots and things breaking could be heard. After 4 minutes, Izuku came back inside, making a trail of liquid with a barrel of something that had flammable pictogram on it. You said you would let me live if I gave you information, screamed the factory boss. I said I would grant mercy to the one that talked. I'm giving your mercy right now, said Izuku, breaking the criminal's neck. The other 6 looked shocked to Izuku. A quick and painless death instead of being burned alive. I guess that is quite the mercy, don't you think? Said Izuku, grabbing a lighter on the table. He began pouring the liquid on them. After he was finished, he began to walk away, ignoring the pleas of mercy and forgiveness from them. Most of the lab was already leaking dangerous substances. The trail of liquid Izuku made was going near the stairs to the exit. Izuku dropped the lighter on end of the trail and ran up the stairs, exiting quickly the toy factory. The workers inside heard the fire alarm, but very few got away in time before all the chemicals underground exploded, destroying the factory and killing dozens of workers inside. The police and firefighters arrived quickly. The few survivors of the factory said the explosion was caused by a man with a featureless mask and black hoodie, the Reaper, god of death. But the investigators did not take long to notice the underground lab. With no survivors inside, the number of deaths inside the lab itself was unknown. Since the heat there was enough to turn anything organic to ash. The police's investigation was on 2 theories. This god of death, this Shinigami, was a villain member of some organization trying to sabotage his competition's business. Or Shinigami was a ruthless vigilante that did not care about collateral damage. The only 2 leads the police had was that he uses a featureless mask and hoodie, and that he fights using his hands. Kamino and a tower that is a medical lab in Yokohama. I'll investigate that from afar from now. This meth lab was one of his most lucrative business on the country. He will be alert, and if he suspects he or the League are compromised, they will switch locations. I'll need to wait for the smoke to clear. Thankfully I'm a patient man, thought Izuku. A man with a sword watches the live news on a phone while sitting on the top of a small building. The number of deaths is still unknown, but the police estimate that at least 200 died on the toy factory and the drug lab below. It is still unclear the motivation of the attack, but our sources indicate that it was the work of a vigilante called Shinigami. The firefighters are still trying to control the fire that has been burning for almost 2 hours now and... said the news anchor. The man putted his phone away and began watching the smoke cloud rising at the distance from where he was. Shinigami, what are your ideals? Said Stain. Class 1A, 15 days after Ust incident. Aizawa was back to class looking like an Egyptian mummy. For the last 2 weeks other teachers were making a rotation to compensate the absence of Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei, are you alright? Asked Ida. Are you sure you can come back like this? Asked Uraraka. I'm fine, go back to your seats, said Aizawa. All students were sitting. Aizawa slowly walked to the teacher's desk. Today I have 3 things to say before we start. First, Kirishima, Todoroki, Tokoyami and Midoriya, you 4 will receive extra homework today because you risked your lives on Ust's main plaza instead of running away as you were supposed to as students. Second, thanks, if you hadn't been there I would have been killed. You 4 fought like true heroes there. And if you hadn't defeated those villains, the rest of the class would have a hard time surviving until rescue arrived. And the rest of the class also fought very well against the villains. Congratulations everyone, I'm proud. Everyone in class smiled. Midoriya and Todoroki were unmoved. Bakugo was angry but remained silent. Third, the sports festival will start in 2 weeks as you already know. For those 2 weeks I want you training hard to get a good score. The festival is huge opportunity for you to get internship offers from many hero agencies based on your performance on the festival. I want all of you to receive at least one offer, understood? Said Aizawa. Everyone nodded. During lunch break there was a crowd of people outside the classroom, Class 1B. Hey, look at those losers, they are full of themselves after beating some villains, said Monoma. Stop it, Monoma, said Kendo, hitting Monoma in the head. What do you want? Asked Momo. They are scouting the competition, said Todoroki. Maybe, or just judging whatever you are hero material or not. If not, then you can expect someone to leave this class and I to enter in their place, said Shinzo, a student of general studies. What did you say? Said Bakugo. So your explosion quirk damaged your hearing. Good to know, I will try to talk louder near you then, said Shinzo, trying to anger Bakugo. Some students laughed, and that made Bakugo even angrier. Aizawa arrived. Everyone back to class, break is over, said Aizawa. Izuku used these 2 weeks to increase his spiritual power and research what he could about Yokohama City. Aizawa made special training classes to help all the students to improve in order to perform well on the sports festival, an event that all of Japan knew and loved to watch. The day of the festival arrived. Class A1 already changed to their uniforms and were now waiting in a room. I wonder what they are going to do this year. Last year the first stage was a battle royale, the second hide and seek, and third was the usual 1-versus-1 battles, said Momo. I hope nothing bad happens after us, and now there's those 2 guys out there, said Ajui, worried. Stain and Shinigami. Stain has been killing heroes, Shinigami has not been seen again after the explosion on the drugs lab, said Tokoimi. I don't think either would attack here with so many heroes present, same for the league, said Ida, trying to calm everyone down. Midoriya. I want to talk to you, said Shoto. I'm listening, said Midoriya. You are the best student on our class, both in terms of power and intellect, but stay alert because I am the one that's going to score highest on this sports festival, said Shoto. Then I'm looking forward to see you try, but you will not succeed unless you use all of your power, then maybe you can have a chance to score second place, said Midoriya. Todoroki was visibly annoyed with what Izuku said, but someone else spoke. You two are a bunch of trash. I'm going to score highest here. If you stay in my way you are fried, said Bakugo. This will be interesting, said Mina. Class 1 was called. Together with Class 1B they prepared to enter the huge stadium when President Mike announced they. And now from the hero course of UA, I present you Classes 1A and 1B, screamed President Mike to everyone in the stadium. Both classes entered. The stadium was immense, thousands of people were in the sidelines and many more watching on TV. Midnight got up a platform with a stage and grabbed the microphone. Welcome everyone to this year's Sport Festival of UA. Following the tradition of our school, I'll allow the first-year student of the hero course with the best grades to make an opening speech of his liking. Come here, Izuku Midoriya, said Midnight. Inko Midoriya was crying in front of the TV. She was so proud of her son. Izuku grabbed the microphone and made his usual arrogant face with a smile. I'd like to welcome you to my sports festival. Enjoy watching my overwhelming and absolute victory today, said Izuku. To the surprise of the students and teachers, the audience loved Izuku's speech and applauded and cheered him. Many had heard of his performance on the entrance exam and even on us because of some information leaks in the police. I guess Jiro is not the only one that likes bad boys, said Mina, smiling. Shut up, said Jiro with a red face. Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida and Momo were not pleased with Izuku's speech. The other first-year classes were angry, and it was clear that Izuku put a target on his head and possibly on the entire Class 1A. I should have known he would do something like this, said Aizawa, face palming next to President Mike. The microphone was online so everyone heard. Someone watching in the TV was laughing. A man with an oxygen mask and receiving 4 fluids was watching the live transmission and became amused with Izuku's speech. All for One was known to respect those with a strong ambition. Thanks for you, inspirational speech, Izuku. Now I'll announce the first stage of the sports festival, said Midnight. Izuku went back to his class. The huge screen on the top of the stadium showed the first stage. Obstacle race. The students will have to run 4 kilometers around the stadium and reach the finish line. As it's obvious, there will be many challenging obstacles on your way. Students that can fly, you are not allowed to fly straight to the finish line. That will be considered cheating. You'll have to fly above the entirety of the path, said Midnight. As expected, they left no room for loopholes in the rules, said Izuku. All students proceed to the starting line, said Midnight. All the first-year students were ready on the starting line. Ready. 3, 2, 1, GrigoriGOD! Screamed President Mike. Izuku wasted no time and quickly began flying at an amazing speed above the path. Todoroki in the first seconds used his ice to freeze the feet of all the other runners. Class 1A and most of 1B managed to avoid it, as well as some students from general studies. Izuku in a few seconds managed to reach the first barrier. Is it a bird? A plane? No. It's Izuku Midoriya reaching our first obstacle, Robot Inferno, said President Mike. 10 0-pointers from the entrance exam were blocking the way. Izuku considered easily avoiding the barrier by flying above the robots, but that would not be fun at all. Izuku smiled. Some of the students were almost there. Izuku flew right in the middle of the robots at the approximate height of the 0-pointer's energy core. Hado 78. Zangarin. Izuku made a ring of energy around himself using his sword. The ring quickly expanded, cutting in half 7 0-pointer robots and destroying their core in a second. 3 robots were left, but Izuku left them to slow down the other students and continued in the race. He is as powerful as most top pro heroes, said Kaminari. Oh. My God, Izuku Midoriya was not joking during his speech. What do you think, Aizawa? Said President Mike. Midoriya's quirk is very versatile, but let's wait and see what will happen, said Aizawa. Todoroki arrived and froze one of the 0-pointers. Bakugo blew the head of another, then with another explosion destroyed its core inside. After a few meters both of them saw a trail of destroyed regular pointers robots from the entrance exam and arrived at the minefield. Todoroki froze the entire field to pass. That would help other participants, but he had no time to worry about them. He needed to reach Izuku and fast. Most of the other students could not do much. Almost all obstacles were cleared by Izuku, Todoroki and Bakugo. It became just a regular race to them. Tenya Ida arrived and was now disputing with them. Second place is mine, said Ida. You can have it. I'm going for first place. You too can, said Bakugo, but stopped talking when he saw the next obstacle. A huge canyon rift was in front of them. Bakugo had the advantage because he could use his explosion to propel himself across, and so he did. Todoroki made an ice bridge to himself, and Ida used his speed to jump across. The 3 were paired together, but then Izuku Midoriya is the first to reach the finish line, said President Mike. Todoroki froze more and more the ground, making Ida have to slow down. In the end, Todoroki barely managed to get second place, with Bakugo right behind him getting third. After a few minutes, everyone crossed the finish line, but only the first 44 students would proceed to the next phase. All Might was in the VIP area with other heroes. He looked at Endeavor, expecting him to be furious that his son did not use his fire quirk and got second place. But Endeavor was strangely calm, almost happy looking. Well then, we will announce the second phase of the festival right now. It will be a cavalry battle. The stud ends shall form teams of 4. 3 of them will be the horses and carry the knight. If the knight touches the ground, his team will be disqualified, said Midnight. How do you score on this event? Each student will be given headbands based on your placement on the race. The addition of the headbands your team has will determine the winners. That will be the 8 teams with more points. So your objective is to get the headbands of the other players to be between the top 4 teams and to protect your own. Only the knight can use the headbands, but the horses can get them from the enemy too, but they must give it to the knight to wear quickly. Only the headbands worn by the knight will count for your team's points. Hiding your headbands inside clothing is not allowed and will be considered cheating. You must wear it only on your head or neck. The use of quirks is allowed, but malicious use to intentionally harm other students will result in elimination of your entire team. One last detail. To make this cavalry game more fun and fair, the one that scored first in the race will receive a 10 million points headband. So even the teams in last place near the end of the cavalry battle can have a chance to quickly rise to first place and avoid elimination. Let's see how you handle this, Izuku, said Midnight with a malicious smile to Izuku. Most students were unsure about this. Izuku just defeated 7 0-pointers in an instant. How are they supposed to steal his headband? But if everyone went against him, maybe there would be a chance. Other point of conflict was if they should join his team, since he would be targeted by everyone. But he is strong, so maybe it is an easy win. What to do? Izuku, can I join your team? Asked Jiro. Of course, said Izuku with a smile. I believe I can be of some use. Can I join too? Said Momo. Me too, said Uraraka. Izuku thought for a second and saw no harm in letting they join, since he thought of a good strategy to win by using their quirks in combination. The team were decided. Izuku, Knight, Momo, front horse, Uraraka and Jiro, side horses. Todoroki, Knight, Ida, FH, Tokoyami and Mei, SH. Bakugo, Knight, Kirishima, FH, Kaminari and Siro, SH. Shinso, Knight, Ojiro, FH, Pony from 1B and Mina, SH. Monoma, Knight, Tetsutetsu, FH, Kendo and Ibara, SH. Alright, the teams are formed. We will give you 15 minutes to form your strategies while we prepare the arena for the cavalry battle, said President Mike. So Izuku, what is your plan? Asked Momo. I'll fly above the battlefield and use ranged attacks on teams near you 3. While they are distracted, you can steal their headbands. I want Uraraka to use zero gravity on the headbands and Jiro to use her earphone to throw them to me on the air, said Izuku. Looks good, said Uraraka. Jiro and Momo nodded. The other teams were also forming their strategies and formations. It was clear to Izuku that this event was going to be very fun indeed. Most of the other teams were looking to him. He was their targets. Little did they know that the hunter can become the prey in a blink of an eye. The teams were positioned in equal distances from each other. The battle was about to start. Nearly all eyes were on Izuku's team. Ready. Go, said President Mike. 5 different teams rushed to attack Izuku, but the most dangerous attack came from a wall of ice being formed in the direction of Izuku's team. Bakuda 81. Thank you. A wall of energy blocked Todoroki's attack. The ice wall stopped and shattered when it pressed against the barrier. Izuku began the plan and flew into the air. Hado 4. Byakurai. The 2 closest teams to Uraraka, Momo and Jiro, were hit by Izuku's lightning. Jiro managed to take their headbands quickly. Uraraka used her quirk and in an instant Jiro threw them to Izuku. Izuku Midoriya's team is going for the offensive. Are they planning to hoard as many headbands as they can? Said President Mike. Bakuda 21. Sekiaten. Bakuda 21. Sekiaten. Bakuda 21. Sekiaten. Izuku began to spam Sekiaten on the enemy teams to install chaos on the match. Fights were interrupted by blasts of a red orb that created a huge smoke upon exploding. Bakugo was having a hard time against Monoma's team. Ibara managed to steal half of Bakugo's headbands in a moment of distraction and began to flee, securing second place at that moment. Ha ha ha, so easy. You should go try to find more headbands for us to steal from you later, said Monoma, taunting Bakugo's team. You bastard, I'll get them all back after I make you lick the floor, said Bakugo. Bakuda 21. Sekiaten. A red orb hit Kirishima. The attack did not cause any damage, but red smoke covered the air and blinded the 2 teams. They quickly left the smoke and saw that many teams were also getting hit by Izuku's attack. Change of plans, Kirishima. Let's go for him, said Bakugo, looking to Izuku. Got it, said Kirishima. Bakugo propelled himself with an explosion to reach Izuku, but Bakugo got hit with many small iron balls that Momo was creating and Jiro and Uraraka shooting. Still, he managed to get close to Izuku that was flying high. Izuku saw Bakugo coming and raised his palm. Hado 58. Tenran. A vortex of air formed on Izuku's hand and was launched against Bakugo. The powerful winds threw Bakugo to the ground uncontrollably. But Zero managed to catch Bakugo before he hit the ground. What would disqualify the entire team? He can control wind too, said President Mike to himself, surprised. But because he was live, everyone heard. Most of the pro heroes watching became worried. How can an energy-type quirk produce a vortex of wind? Much of Izuku's quirk cannot be explained properly. The magic quirk. Talk would grow even more after that. Suddenly, Izuku managed to block something that looked like a missile just before it hit him. The missile crashed on the ground and released something that looked like sleep gas. Todoroki was carrying a support item that looked like a rocket launcher, aiming for Izuku again. The second shot exploded on the air a few meters away from Midoriya, throwing a web of metal against Izuku that easily dodged it by flying to the side. Damn it, his reaction time and speed are even better than I expected, said Mei. Izuku decided to go back to his team and was again carried by the 3 teammates. Todoroki, I think crushing you from the air would not be fun at all, so I came here to say hello, said Izuku, smiling. A very poor decision, you will regret it, said Todoroki, looking angry. Izuku is no longer flying, so I can use that to get his headbands, thought Ida. Todoroki, make sure to grab those headbands, you too, Tokoyami, if you have the chance, said Ida. What are you planning? Asked Tokoyami. Ida ignored his teammate question and prepared to run. Midoriya, your arrogance to come here to mock us will cost you greatly, said Ida. Blue flames were being emitted on Ida's engine. Recipro burst, screamed Ida. Ida carried his 3 teammates with great speed. Izuku managed to block Todoroki's attempt to grab his headbands in that amazing speed, and Momo blocked Dark Shadow using a shield. Ida stopped a few meters behind Izuku's team. They failed to get any headbands. If you had used your fire, then maybe you could have had a chance to get something, said Izuku to Todoroki. Don't talk about what you don't know, said Todoroki angry. I just know that you are aiming for the top, where I stand, and you are not using your full power to try to reach me. I don't want you being a bad loser later by saying you lost because you were holding back. Come at me with all you got already, or I'll find another dance partner here. You are too boring, said Izuku with arrogant tone. Todoroki was silent for a few seconds. He is right. What right do I have to claim the top if I'm holding myself back? But this power is the power of that man. I said I'd never use it in combat, thought Todoroki, conflicted. Ida could no longer use his quirk for some time because of his Recipro burst. Mei's scheme to defeat Izuku by restraining him before he could use his quirk failed. Only Todoroki and Tokoemi could do something now. 3 minutes remaining, said President Mike. So be it, we are leaving, said Izuku. Izuku's team left to get more points. Todoroki's team was frozen in place. I can't use my quirk after that. We are in 3rd place. We just need to stay here, said Ida, trying to be diplomatic with Todoroki after what happened. I agree, said Tokoemi, conflicted. He wanted to do better, but it was safer to just secure their victory now. You are half ice, half fire, right? Asked Mei. Yes, said Todoroki. Why don't you use your fire then? Asked Mei. It's my father's quirk and I hate him and his quirk, said Todoroki. His quirk. You are the one that has it, you decide how to use it, said Mei. Todoroki looked at her. That Midoriya guy was right. You are shaming yourself and us by not giving all of yourself. So what if you got fire from your father? You think you are changing anything by not using it. This is your power, whatever you like it or not. If you really hate your father, then use your power and be better than he ever was or will be. Use it to win this match and stop whining, said Mei. Todoroki was silent. Tokoemi and Ida thought it was better they did not get involved on this. Why are you saying this while you don't even know me much? Asked Todoroki. Mostly because I want to win the match so my gadgets look good, and you not taking this seriously because of your daddy issues really pissed me off. And second, because you have an amazing quirk that most people would love to have and become great heroes with it, and you are not using it to become a hero. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Said Mei, showing her discontent. The 3 boys were shocked with the brutal honesty of Mei Hatsum. Todoroki was still conflicted. We will hold our position until time's up. We have enough points to remain 3rd, said Tokoemi. Mei and Ida nodded. Todoroki was watching the other teams. Bakuga was fighting Monoma's team to recover his handbands. Shock guy now, said Bakuga. Say my name, you idiot, said Kaminari. Kaminari unleashed a powerful electric bow against Monoma team, but Kendo used her quirk to tank most of it by blocking it with a huge first. Monoma used Ibara's quirk to help Kendo maintain her balance after Kaminari's attack. She was almost tripping because of the damage. In that moment, Bakuga used the explosion against them that was mostly shielded by Tetsu. But that moment made it possible for Kirishima to grab a few handbands and bring Bakuga's team to 4th place where Monoma's team was just now. The 2nd place they got on the early game was short-lived. 10 seconds left, screamed President Mike. Ibara tried to grab back the headbands, but Kirishima blocked her vines and began leading his team away from them. What are you doing? Go back, we can get more, said Bakuga. No, we must keep what he have, said Kirishima. Ibara and Monoma managed to grab Kirishima and Siro, but then... Time's up, screamed President Mike. 1st place. Team Midoriya, 10.001.125 points. 2nd place. Team Shinso, 645 points. 3rd place. Team Todoroki, 570 points. 4th place. Team Bakuga, 280 points. 5th place. Team Monoma, 220 points, eliminated. Mina, Pony and Ojiro snapped out of it. They felt like they were sleepwalking. Good work, you 3, enjoy your 2nd place, said Shinso, walking away. What happened? Said Mina, confused. I don't remember anything, said Pony, looking around. Neither do I. Wait, we got 2nd place, said Ojiro, confused. The final part of our sports festival, as you know, is a battle tournament. The students shall fight each other on duels. We will take a small break now so we can draw the fights, and said Midnight. Wait, said Ojiro, raising his hand. I withdraw, said Ojiro. Everyone was surprised. Why would he do that? The sports festival is very important to the students. Is there any particular reason for it? Asked Midnight. I do not remember anything from the cavalry battle. I believe I was not in control of my actions because of Shinso's quirk. I cannot continue on this festival knowing I want undermined control rather than using my own strength, said Ojiro. Shinso was stoic. What an interesting quirk, I should be careful with him, thought Izuku looking to Shinso. Me too, I quit, said Pony. So do I, said Mina. Well, 3 people quit, then we will need to draw 3 of the 4 students from the team in 5th place. Can you 2 do it? Said Midnight looking to the cabin that Aizawa and Present Mike were. Sigh, so troublesome, said Aizawa. Present Mike and Aizawa wrote the 4 students' name in small pieces of paper and formed small balls with them. Aizawa closed his hands and began shaking them to mix the papers. He stopped and opened his hands. Present Mike took 3 random papers and opened them. Well, the students that will advance to the tournament part are Ibara Shiozaki, Nito Monoma, Tetsu, said Present Mike. Well, you 3 go there and make Class 1 be proud, said Kendo to her friends. Since we already got our fighters, we can use the computer to make the draws now, and the fights will be, said Present Mike. The huge screen on top of the stadium showed the bracket with the fights in this order. Kirishima vs Tetsu, Izuku vs Monoma, Ida vs Siro, Todoroki vs Momo, Kaminari vs Ibara, Tokoyami vs Bakugo, Uraraka vs Shinso, Jiro vs Mei. We will make a lunch break now. We will be back in 2 hours with the tournament, said Present Mike. The audience began to leave the stadium and the students to go to the resting areas. Most of Class 1 was walking together. Ojiro and Mina took this opportunity to explain Shinso's quirk to the entire class. That guy Shinso can mind control you if you answer him when he makes a question, otherwise he is just a regular human being. You should have no trouble if you do not answer him, said Ojiro to his friends. He managed to control 3 or more people at the same time. I wonder what the limitations of his quirk are besides the answering part, thought Izuku, very intrigued by this quirk. 2 heroes were in their way. It was All Might talking to Endeavor. Both men stopped talking when the students came. You all were amazing back there. Even if some of you did not manage to get to the tournament part, rest assured your performances are more than enough to get us some offers for internship, said All Might, proud of his students. Izuku Midoriya, are you planning to use your flames on the tournament? Asked Endeavor. Perhaps, why do you ask? Said Midoriya. I'm curious about your quirk. You can fly, create energy barriers, energy balls with immense destructive power, electric bolts, a sword, blue flames capable of melting steel, and now you control wind, said Endeavor, not hiding his curiosity. Everyone there looked at Izuku. They were also extremely curious about it. Since the number 2 hero is so curious, perhaps you should read Nizu's evaluation on my quirk, said Izuku, emphasizing the 2 to provoke Endeavor for being too curious. All Might and Shoto smiled. They could feel Endeavor's anger. Endeavor did not answer Midoriya. Instead he left, saying, Shoto, if you refuse to use your flames you will lose this festival and be humiliated. I'll laugh at your face if that happens because of your stupidity, said Endeavor, not looking back to see Shoto. All of Class 1 was in the waiting room having lunch. Hey Midoriya, you already have a plan to deal with me after we win our matches, said Kirishima. Of course, said Midoriya. I guess we will see about that soon, said Kirishima with a friendly smile. Momo was very worried. Her opponent was Todoroki. She was trying to think of a strategy to win but realized it was going to be very difficult. Tokoyami was watching Bakugo. Both knew their opponent was strong. First match will start in 5 minutes. Combatants please go to the arena, said Present Mike over the speaker's system. Good luck Kirishima, said Mina. You can do this, said Uraraka. We'll come back to final part of the first year's sport festival. Our first match will be Tetsu against Ijiro Kirishima, said Present Mike. A battle arena was created at the center of the stadium, a cement square with a 30 meters length on all sides. Tetsu and Kirishima walked to the arena and looked at each other. There are 3 ways of winning. Making your opponent say, I give up. Make your opponent step outside the arena, or by knocking out your opponent. Good luck for both of you, said Midnight. Ready. 3, 2, 1, fight, said Present Mike. Tetsu and Kirishima used their quirk and charged each other. Tetsu quirk allowed him to turn his skin to steel. Kirishima used his own quirk to harden his body. The two began to exchange attacks, both evenly matched. "You are pretty good," said Kirishima. "You too, that's the way a hero fights," said Tetsu. The audience was cheering for both of them. Their proud and manly spirit made the audience unsure who was their favorite. After a few minutes the battle ended with both Kirishima and Tetsu being knocked out at the same time by the other's punch. "Well, the first match ends with a draw. We will take both of them to the infirmary, and should it be possible we will do a rematch with them to see who will advance in the bracket," said Midnight. "While they recover we will continue the matches. Midoriya and Monoma, please come to the arena," said Present Mike. "That brat will fight now. I hope this Monoma crushes him," said Shigaraki, watching the live transmission with Kurogiri. A bank robbery was happening in Hosa City. Ingenium was in Hosa City. He was the main actor on a movie about a speed-based hero group fighting an alien invasion. He would like to be in the UA's sports festival to cheer for his brother, but Ingenium's contract with the movie company was very strict. He used his lunch break to do some hero work, which he was not doing too much lately. They went to the north. About 4 criminals in a gray SUV, said a police office outside the bank. "Got it," said Ingenium. Ingenium used his engine quirk to try to find the robbers. They escaped less than 5 minutes ago, so they must still be nearby. After a few minutes of search he saw a trail of blood in Lonely Street. A gray SUV had crashed against a building. He followed the blood and saw the 4 criminals dead in an alleyway. "Ingenium, you showed great potential some time ago, but these days you are mostly on reality shows and interviews rather than being a hero on the streets," said Stain on the top of the building in the alleyway. "You don't know me." "Who, Stain the hero killer," said Ingenium with fear when spotting Stain. "Don't act dumb, you were shooting your multimillionaire movie nearby when you heard about the heist and came to look good. You are rotten, a good apple that became rotten when exposed to this decadent hero society," said Stain with anger. "Surrender now, you can't defeat me, villain," said Ingenium. "In respect for the good hero you once were, I'll destroy your spirit here and now. Maybe you are still salvageable to become a true hero again," said Stain. Stain jumped on Ingenium from above. The hero dodged, but Stain threw a kunai on his back. The cut was not so deep, but Ingenium's blood was on the ground. The hero took of the kunai from his back and threw it away. Stain calmly walked to the small pool of fresh blood that his kunai left on the ground. With one finger he touched the blood and then licked it. Ingenium could no longer move. His entire body was paralyzed. What have you done?" "Stay away, villain," said Ingenium, starting to panic. "Don't start crying now, fake hero. We are just starting. It is only when you are closest to death that you reveal your true self. Let's see who you really are," said Stain, walking to Ingenium. "Let's see what you can do," said Izuku, looking to Monoma. Monoma was worried. He needed to touch Izuku to copy his quirk, but Izuku's speed would not allow him to do much. "Ready. 3, 2, 1, fight," said Present Mike. Monoma charged Izuku in a desperate attempt to touch him. To his and everyone's surprise, Izuku was motionless. "Let's see if he will be able to copy my power," thought Izuku. Izuku walked slowly, letting Monoma's hand touch his face for a second before grabbing him and throwing Monoma a few meters back to where he was when the battle started. Monoma had a terrified face. "As I suspected," thought Izuku. "You could not copy my quirk, am I right?" said Izuku. "How did you do this?" "I can even copy mutant and storage-based quirks despite not being able to use them properly. But you, I could not copy your quirk. It is like you are quirkless. How did you do this?" said Monoma, shocked. Most pro-heroes associated with Yui looked to each other, including Aizawa and Present Mike. Suspicion on Izuku grew even more. Izuku smiled. "Since my spiritual power can't be erased by Aizawa or copied by Monoma, there's a good chance that it can't be stolen by All For One when the time comes to get immortality quirk from him. But I should not rule out the possibility of him having another quirk that enables him to interact with the spiritual world," thought Izuku. "It is simple, my quirk is too strong for weakling like you to use it," said Izuku. Monoma was so shocked that he did not even react when Izuku dashed on his direction and knocked him out with a punch on the side of his head. "Monoma is unconscious, Midoriya wins," said Midnight. "This boy scares me," said someone in the audience. "Izuku's speed is no joke," said Kirishima, excited to fight Izuku. "Next fight. Tenya Ida vs Henta Zero," said Present Mike. Ida received no calls from his brother today. He wished Tensei was here to watch his fight. He knew that his brother was working on some movie and they would not let him come. But still, not even a call to wish him good luck. Tensei Ida, the pro-hero Ingenium, was Tenya's brother and inspiration when Ida was young. But today his brother is a very different person from before, spends almost no time with his family, rarely called to check on them, and was always on the TV or in some billboard ad in the street. Tenya Ida walked to the arena with a heavy heart. Zero and Ida were now face to face. "Fight," said President Mike. Ida tried to run in circles around Zero to try to get him distracted, but Zero managed to hit Ida's leg with his tape quirk and throw him out of the arena. Tenya Ida stepped outside of the arena. "Zero wins," said Midnight. Zero ran to Ida to help him get up. "You alright?" said Zero, offering his hand. "I am, thanks," said Ida, taking Zero's hand. "Next fight. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Shoto Todoroki," said Midnight. As he was going to the cabin reserved to Class 1A to watch the tournament, Ida's phone began to ring. "Mother is calling," saw Ida. Tenya, sob, "It's your brother," said Ida's mother, crying on the phone. "What happened?" said Ida, scared. "That villain on the news, Stain. He hurt your brother. He is being transported to the hospital now," said Ida's mother. "I'll be going there right now," said Ida, running to the exit. Momo and Todoroki got on the stage. "Fight," said President Mike. Todoroki instantly formed the ice wall on the direction of Momo that barely managed to dodge it. Momo created bow and some blunt arrows and began shooting on Todoroki that easily blocked them using his quirk. Todoroki then used his quirk at full power and created a massive pillar of ice where Momo was that reached as high as the top of the stadium. Momo was almost completely frozen except from her head, same as Midnight that was near the stage on her chair. "Can you move, Momo?" asked Midnight, freezing. "No, I surrender," said Momo, sad for losing. "Todoroki wins," said Midnight. Todoroki went to melt the ice and help Momo and Midnight. To his anger, Endeavor arrived a few seconds later to help him melt that ice pillar so the sports festival could proceed. Kaminari vs. Ibara. "Hey, you are very pretty, so I'll try to get easy on ya," said Kaminari. Most of the audience and students face-palmed. 3, 2, 1, fight, said President Mike. Kaminari launched a lightning bolt to Ibara that was blocked by her vines. Ibara created a large whip with her vines and charged Kaminari. Kaminari tried to counter-attack Ibara with his lightning, but it had no effect on the vines that she was using as a shield. With one strike from Ibara's whip, Kaminari was on the ground, still conscious. "Surrender now or I'll make you regret your foolishness," said Ibara, pointing her vine whip to Kaminari on the ground. "I surrender," screamed Kaminari. Tokoyami vs. Bakugo. That was likely the most balanced battle yet, both strong students facing each other. "That is going to be interesting," said Aizawa. "Ready. 3, 2, 1, fight." Bakugo, as expected, charged Tokoyami. "You are too predictable," said Tokoyami. Dark Shadow blocked Bakugo's attack. Tokoyami used this opportunity to attack Bakugo. DS hit a strong blow on Bakugo, but the explosive boy quickly recovered and began a barrage of explosion against Tokoyami. The light of the consecutive explosions made Dark Shadow and Tokoyami unable to leave the defensive, and continued to get pushed back. After 2 minutes, Bakugo managed to corner Tokoyami on the edge of the arena. Tokoyami switched to an offensive stance, but Bakugo quickly pushed Tokoyami out of the stage as soon as he let his guard down. "Tokoyami is out of the stage, Bakugo wins," said Midnight. Uraraka vs. Shinso. Uraraka was aware of Shinso's power thanks to Ojiro and Mina. She also talked with some of his classmates from general studies and discovered that Shinso is often seen a villain because of his quirk and attitude, but on the inside they know he is a nice guy. She wanted to say some things to his face, but she would wait after defeating him. 3, 2, 1, go, said President Mike. "So you are the Gravity Girl. Good quirk for a rescue hero, not so good for fighting. You can easily kill someone by making them float high and then release them," said Shinso. Uraraka ignored his comments and charged him, touching his arm to make him weightless, and spined him around, throwing Shinso out of the arena. Good strategy and quirk use, but if that was someone fast you would have trouble, thought Izuku. Shinso is out of the stage, Uraraka wins, said Midnight. Uraraka walked to Shinso and said, "I know it must be difficult having a quirk like that. People call you a villain, but if you were a little nicer and start to actually try to do things instead of waiting for a miracle, then you may become a strong hero someday," said Uraraka, angry with Shinso for acting like a villain just because people call him one. Uraraka extended her hand to help Shinso get up from the grass. Shinso accepted the help. Shinso did not spoke, just left. To his surprise, some of his classmates were there. "You were amazing on the sports festival, Shinso," said a student from general studies. "Good work," said another student. Shinso smiled. Jiro vs. Mei. Mei Hatsum was using multiple support gear equipment. She was serious about this sports festival. She wanted to show the world the potent ion and importance of the support class. Start, said President Mike. Mei started the round by flying above Jiro using a jetpack. As Mei prepared to use a shotgun against Jiro from above, Jiro managed to grab Mei's leg using her earphone and throw her to the ground. Jiro quickly pierced the jetpack while Mei was on the ground using her quirk and sent a strong sonic attack, destroying the jetpack from the inside. Mei was dizzy because of the sonic attack but managed to stood up since Jiro was unwilling to directly hit someone lying down on the ground. Too naive, mercy is a weakness on battle, thought Izuku seeing Jiro letting Mei recover. But the audience and the other students applauded Jiro's action, worthy of a hero. Mei smiled to Jiro and pointed her shotgun to her. Jiro quickly disarmed Mei with her earphone and restrained her. Can you move, Mei? Said Midnight. Ha ha, I cannot, I lost, said Mei. Jiro wins, said Midnight. Tiebreaker round. Before we move to the quarterfinal round, we will have a special tiebreaker round between Kirishima and Tetsu. Both parties agreed that the tiebreaker would be decided in an arm wrestling match, said President Mike. Cementas made a table of cement in the middle of the arena so the two students could have their match on the stage. Kirishima and Tetsu were ready. 3, 2, 1, go, said Midnight near them. Their string was paired. It was clear to everyone after a few seconds that had become a battle of endurance. Both students persisted for many minutes, but eventually Tetsu showed signs of quirk overuse before Kirishima did, losing his string, which led Kirishima to win. Tetsu was not sad to lose. He was very happy that he had an amazing battle. You were amazing, Kirishima. From now on we are friends and rivals, said Tetsu offering his hand to Kirishima to shake. You got that right, friend. Let's become stronger and fight again in the future, said Kirishima, shaking Tetsu's hand. The audience cheered to the manly display of friendship and respect from the two students. We will take a short break to allow our combatants to rest a bit and prepare for their next battles. Here are the next battles. Said President Mike. Kirishima vs. Midoriya. Siro vs. Todoroki. Ibara vs. Bakugo. Uraraka vs. Jiro. Class 1 went to the resting area. Has anyone seen Ida? Asked Kirishima. No, I think he left after his match with Siro, said Kaminari. Most of the students were chatting, until the break was over and President Mike announced. Kirishima and Midoriya, please go to the stage. Both students looked at each other and walked together. The other students soon followed to watch from the private cabin of Class 1A. Here we are, two heavy hitters from Class 1A will now face each other, said President Mike. You two ready? Then, start, said Midnight. President Mike became annoyed. He was the one that should declare the start of fights. Kirishima hardened his body and rushed him. He knew Izuku was deadly at long range and his only chance was to defeat Izuku before he could use his quirk. Kirishima made a quirk spin near Izuku to hit the boy with a strong kick. Izuku, that just like on his previous match, did not move until the opponent got close, raised his left arm to defend from the kick, and Bakugo 8. Seiki. A blue sphere formed on Izuku's forearm that was raised to block the kick, exactly where the kick would hit. The sphere exploded when Kirishima's foot touched it, launching him away with a strong repulsive force, nearly making Kirishima fall from the stage. Warm-up is over, let's dance, said Izuku, calling Kirishima with his hand. Izuku had not yet fought a truly capable melee specialist as Izuku the student, or as Vigilante Shinigami. Fighting Kirishima on hand-to-hand combat was a good opportunity to have a measurement of how he should deal with troublesome unarmed fighters in the future, like All for One. Kirishima smiled. He really wanted to see Izuku's martial arts. The two exchanged many attacks. Izuku was holding back to see how Kirishima would go, but Izuku managed to block or dodge all of Kirishima's attacks while Kirishima blocked few of Izuku's attack and took some damage from the ones Izuku hit. I see. Assuming that most unarmed specialists in the future that I'll face are stronger than Kirishima, I'll have little trouble unless they have some dangerous contact-based quirk like that Shigaraki. I guess I'll just finish this already, thought Izuku. Izuku increased his speed in the fight. In an instant he was behind Kirishima, restraining his arm and pushing him to the edge of the stage. Kirishima tried to free himself, but it was futile. He fell on the grass near the arena. Kirishima is out of the stage. Midoriya wins, said Midnight. He was holding back this entire match, said All Might in the hero's cabin. Next fight. Siro vs. Todoroki. Readied. 3, said President Mike. Oh man, I feel like I have no chance, said Zero smiling. 1. Fight, said Present Mike. Zero at the very first second of the battle wrapped Todoroki around using his tape quirk and begun to push him to the edge of the stage. But I'll give my best regardless of that, said Zero. For a moment it looked like Zero was actually going to win by pushing Todoroki out of the stage. Everyone watched in complete surprise by Zero's cunning to perform a blitz attack. But just 1 second later, Todoroki froze the tape and the entire stage, completely restraining Zero. Zero is immobilized, Todoroki wins, said Midnight that this time managed to avoid the ice. Ibara vs Bakugo. Fight, said Present Mike. Ibara watched Bakugo's fight. She knew he was impulsive and would rush to attack her, and that his quirk was a natural counter of hers. Just as expected, Bakugo rushed to Ibara, using his explosion to launch himself above her and explode her from above. Ibara used her vines to create a whip again and strike Bakugo in the air, but Katsuki destroyed the whip with the explosion and was about to strike Ibara with an even larger explosion. Ibara is out of the stage, Bakugo wins, said Midnight. Ibara protected herself with a wall of vines, but Bakugo's attack was powerful enough to break it and sent her flying out of the stage. She was sent to the infirmary because she got small burns. Uraraka vs Jiro. Both knew the other's fighting style. Ready. 3, 2, 1, fight, said Present Mike. Uraraka and Jiro rushed to each other. Uraraka tried to touch Jiro to make weightless, but Jiro was dodging. Jiro managed to grab Uraraka's left wrist with her earphone, but when she tried to grab the other, Uraraka managed to touch Jiro's arm and make her weightless. Jiro plugged her earphone on the ground to avoid flying away, but Uraraka quickly grabbed Jiro and threw her away from the stage, releasing her quirk and making Jiro fall on the grass. Jiro is out of the stage, Uraraka wins, said Midnight. With that we end the quarterfinals of the first year's battle tournament. The semifinals will be Midoriya vs Todoroki and Uraraka vs Bakugo, said Present Mike. Midoriya and Todoroki, please go to the stage in 5 minutes for your fight, said Midnight. Everyone in Class 1A's cabin could feel the tense atmosphere formed when both students stood up and walked out without speaking a word. The doors closed. After 2 minutes, Jiro and Uraraka came in. Who do you guys think will win? Asked Tokoyami to everyone. Izuku has yet to show his full power, but it is the same for Todoroki. If he uses his fire, then he might have a chance, said Kirishima. Those Bakudo and Hadu. Izuku used them once in this final phase, and it was 8. I think the higher the number the stronger it is, said Ajiri. Everyone remembered he used Bakuda's 61 and 63 on Ust, and Hado 90, if Izuku just used an 8. Here, could Todoroki pressure him to use higher powers of his quirk? The same conversation was happening in the heroes' cabin. When he says Bakuda, the skill he uses are usually for restrain or defense, said Ectoplasm. And Hadu are purely offensive attacks, but I'm very worried that he is yet to use his sword against the opponents, said Cementos. Using his sword would mean heavily injuring someone at the very least. For defense he can do fine with his hands and energy shields, so I doubt he would use the sword at all in a live tournament that everyone is seeing, said Edge Shot. Are we just going to ignore everything that happened here? The copy quirk kid can copy even mutant types. He said he could not sense any quirk on Midoriya. We need to talk about this, said Snipe. Nizu became uneasy. Even if we consider that Izuku has the theoretical magic quirk, that does not explain how he avoided being affected by copy quirk and eraser quirk, said Vlad. Magic quirk. The popular name people gave to the paranormal singularity theory, that says that one day a quirk that defies the laws of physics would appear, and when it came it would be the first sign of the quirk singularity doomsday, the moment that new humans would be born with uncontrollable quirks, said Nizu. For today let's just focus on the students, we can discuss this later, the match is about to begin, said Nizu. Nizu walked to All Might that was sitting on a couch and signed him to talk on his ear. I did something behind your backs, but it paid off. After the tournament I need to speak to everyone trustworthy. It is about Izuku, whispered Nizu on All Might's ear. Izuku and Todoroki arrived at the stage, and were now facing each other. Oh my god, this is going to be the best fight so far, said someone in the audience. I'll use my fire this match, Todoroki. Do you know the result of ice or water going into contact with an extremely hot substance? Said Izuku. Shoto and Endeavor became uneasy upon hearing this, the other students curious. Ready. 3, 2, 1, fight, said Present Mike. Todoroki instantly formed a gigantic trail of ice going to Izuku to restrain him quickly, he fell for Izuku's provocation. The result is, boom, said Izuku raising his hand. Heido 33. Sakatsuri. Blue flames emerged from Izuku's hand and hit the ice, causing a huge steam explosion because of the expansion of the air caused by all of that ice turning into steam in a fraction of a second. Cementos managed to create a wall to protect the audience from the air blast and took it down after the explosion so everyone could see. The heroes in the cabin jumped to the grass to see if anyone needed medical assistance. As the smoke began to disperse, everyone saw Midnight getting up from the grass near the wall below the audience. The explosion pushed her away. On the stage, Izuku Midoriya was unharmed, flying 1 meter above the cracked stage. Todoroki barely managed to avoid the blast by forming a thick ice barrier in front of him, but the blast pushed he and his barrier. His feet was just a few centimeters away from the edge. Izuku began to clap his hands. "Impressive, you managed to avoid being blasted away from the stage," said Izuku. Izuku landed again on the stage. Huge cracks could be seen in the cement arena. Todoroki dispersed his ice wall and took a few steps closer to the center. "Warm-up is over, now I'm going to knock you out," said Izuku. "Use your flames, idiot. Your ice is useless against him," screamed Mei on the audience. Izuku did not attack yet. He wanted to see what Todoroki would do before crushing his hopes of winning. "She is right, do it," screamed Tokoyami from the stage. "Tokoyami, what is this about?" asked Kirishima. The audience realized that something was going on and joined the call from the two students. "Do it, boy," said a woman in the audience. "Go, Todoroki, give all of yourself," screamed someone. In a few seconds, hundreds of people were asking Todoroki to fight seriously. Endeavor was surprised. Todoroki closed his eyes. He remembered his mother saying he could be a hero, whatever type of hero he wanted. Flames began to emerge from his arm and the audience cheered. "Midoriya, let's finish this," said Todoroki. Izuku smiled and just calmly walked towards his opponent. Todoroki unleashed an immense fireball to Izuku while froze the floor of the stage again, hoping to trap Izuku's feet, but Izuku just flew a few centimeters away from the ground. Bakuda 81. Danku. The wall of energy easily blocked Todoroki's fireball. Todoroki almost expected this to happen, but he could not stop himself from being disappointed about his attack doing nothing. Izuku raised his hand and pointed a finger in the direction of Todoroki. Bakuda 61. Rikujikoro. 6 light bars formed in the air and in an instant formed a circle around Todoroki, restraining him. The young hero tried to break out by force, but it was useless. "Can you move, Todoroki?" asked Midnight on the grass near the stage with some other heroes. Todoroki tried to break free again for a few seconds, but eventually gave up. "No, I cannot move," said Todoroki, frustrated. "Izuku Midoriya wins," said Midnight. On his way back to the cabin to watch the next fight, he saw Endeavor and All Might again. "That attack was very dangerous, Midoriya," said All Might with a disapproving face. Izuku ignored the number 1 hero and walked past them looking bored. All Might remembered what Nizu said and he was curious about what he discovered about Izuku. "You are impressive, you are already as strong as the top heroes of the country," said Endeavor. Without looking back to look to the 2 heroes, Izuku said. "Maybe, but I'll not be satisfied until I'm the strongest in the world," said Izuku before entering an elevator at the end of the hallway. The second battle of the semi-final was delayed for almost 20 minutes because the stage was very damaged because of the explosion. Cementos needed to fix it using his quirk and ensure it was safe for the next fight. "Thanks all for your patience of waiting for us to repair the stage after the explosive last match you just witnessed, although I'm afraid we will have to fix it again after this battle, ha 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 ha," said President Mike looking to Bakugo. Next battle. Uraraka vs. Bakugo. 3, 2, 1, go, said President Mike. Bakugo once again used the early rush as his strategy. Uraraka managed to dodge most of his attacks, but she got hit a couple of times with some small explosions. The stage was once again being destroyed, but this time there were many small rock fragments left by Bakugo. More and more Uraraka was being pressured. "Have you no shame? This is overkill," screamed someone in the audience. "That's right, how can you call yourself a hero attacking the girl like a maniac?" said someone else. Aizawa was quick to act. Bakugo respects his opponent. He is not fighting like that because he enjoys hurting girls or anyone else. He knows that Uraraka is a strong opponent and a moment of hesitation of him can cost the fight, said Aizawa to the audience. The audience became silent. "It's ready," said Uraraka, smiling. Some people noticed many rock fragments flying above the stadium. Uraraka had been using her quick since the beginning of the fight to send more and more fragments up without most people noticing. They finally realized her plan, said Izuku. Uraraka realized her quick. Dozens of rocks begun to rain above Bakugo, but he quickly destroyed all of them with a huge explosion upwards. Too bad, anyone else your plan may have worked, but not against me, said Bakugo. Uraraka was very sad but still decided to fight, but she was already tired. After 2 minutes Bakugo managed to knock her away to the grass. Uraraka is out of the stage, Bakugo wins and goes to the final match against Izuku Midoriya, said Midnight. After a few minutes to allow Bakugo to rest, it was time for the final match. Bakugo and Izuku got up on the stage and faced each other. Here we are, the final match of the first year's sports festival. I hope everyone enjoyed all of our events and prepare your hearts for this match. 2 students. Rivals, know each other before joining UA. Who will win? Let's find out, said Present Mike. Ready. 3, 2, 1, go, said Present Mike. Bakugo used a combined explosion from both of his arms to reach Izuku quickly. Izuku was with his hands on his pocket. Bakugo was fearless, launching attack after attack against Midoriya that was easily dodging all of the explosion. Abomination, you will lose today, screamed Bakugo. Izuku was unshacked by Bakugo's words or attacks. After almost 5 minutes dodging with immense speed, Izuku finally spoke. This is very disappointing, you are still too weak to amuse me. I guess I'll just finish this already since I'm losing my precious time here, said Izuku. Ayy, screamed Bakugo angry. Bakugo was ready to unleash all the power of his explosion quirk, joining his hands and pointing to Izuku. His palms were glowing. Howitzer impact, screamed Bakugo. Bakugo 81. Danku, said Izuku. The explosion was blocked and sent upwards by the wall of energy that did not even appear to be damaged. A few seconds later the smoke cleared. Everyone saw Izuku in front of Bakugo. Bakugo was too surprised to act. Izuku touched his index finger on Bakugo's left shoulder. Hado 4. Byakurai. A lightning beam left Izuku's finger and pierced Bakugo's shoulder at point blank, hitting the wall of the stadium after going through Bakugo. Bakugo fell in pain to the ground. The audience, heroes and students were horrified with the hole on Bakugo's shoulder leaking blood, but a cold chill was felt by everyone because of what they saw next. Izuku made an innocent smile and pointed his index finger to Bakugo's head this time. Despite being dozens of kilometers away from each other, one watching in person and the other watching the live transmission, All Might and All for One stood up from where they were sitting at exact same time when Izuku prepared to strike Bakugo again. One of them was terrified, the other impressed. Stop, screamed Aizawa on the speaker. Hado 4. Byakurai. The lightning bolt left Izuku's finger and struck the floor just a few centimeters away from Bakugo's head, leaving a small but deep hole. Izuku turned to Midnight. Are you going to announce the winner already or not? Said Izuku. Well, Bakugo can still move, so you need to throw him away from the stage, said Midnight, conflicted. The winner was clear, but the rules would not allow to stop the match yet. To everyone's surprise, Bakugo stood up. With his shoulder bleeding, he pointed his other arm to Izuku and attacked him. It was useless. Izuku was already behind him and kicked the back of his knee. Bakugo once again fell. Izuku grabbed him by the hair and dragged him to the edge, throwing him to the grass before Bakugo could react. Bakugo is out of the stage. Izuku Midoriya wins the first year's sports festival, said Midnight, showing little enthusiasm. Most of the audience cheered, some refused to because of Izuku's wicked behavior. Bakugo was sent to the infirmary and could not participate of the award ceremony. Izuku placed first. Bakugo second. Todoroki third. Uraraka refused the match for third place. Todoroki won by W.O. Nizu gave the students 2 days of rest after the sports festival, but he called some people to have a private meeting. The Tsukachi siblings, Cementos, Edge Shot, All Might, Present Mike, Aizawa, 13, Best Genist, Ectoplasm, Midnight, Recovery Girl, Night Eye and Gran Torino. These were the trusted circle inside and outside of UA. Thanks all for coming here, said Nizu. You got me worried back there. This is about Izuku, right? Said All Might. Mostly yes, but there's 2 other things I'll talk about. Let's start with them, said Nizu. As you all know, the hero killer Stain is becoming much more active than before. Ingenium was paralyzed by him this morning. I fear this is just the beginning, so I want all of you to be vigilant about this new threat, said Nizu. Second, I strongly suspect that the League will make their move soon. That's why I'd ask all of you to be in contact with all the agencies that our students will join in internship next week. said Nizu. I've got an eye on some good candidates that I'll make an offer, said Best Jeanist. So do I, said Ashot. Now, the last part, I broke both the hero and professional ethics by a certain thing I did, said Nizu. Everyone in the room became curious. Nizu was never the typical hero, but he had standards. He would never do something rashly without a good reason. I've kept some of the food scraps that Izuku ate on lunchtime. I sent to our lab and to the police's lab too. Both came with the same result, said Nizu looking to Tsukachi. Midoriya's quirk genes are completely dormant, he is quirkless, said Detective Tsukachi. The heroes present were shocked. How could this be? This is impossible, said Midnight. We all suspected his quirk was something else than what Nizu said, but how can he do all of that with his quirk genes inactive? Said Present Mike. That's not all we found, said Makoto Tsukachi. The saliva sample we managed to recover was very small, but he could analyze some white blood cells and epithelial cells from it. That's how we got his DNA test. But we also found that his cells are extremely developed and resistant. We do not know the cause of this unnatural evolution yet, said Nizu. The room was silent for a moment. No one knew how to react to so much information. I don't know what to think about this. Why does all of this mean, Nizu? Asked All Might. First, we must find out how Izuku can do what he can do being quirkless, said Nizu. Night Eye, you must use foresight on him. See the years to come, said Gran Torino. He is too dangerous. What if I see something really bad and now that cannot be changed because I saw the future? Said Night Eye annoyed. He threatened to kill another student today on live TV. What does the public think of us now because of this? Said Cementas. What are going to do about the internships? We can't allow Izuku to go to an agency we have no real trust in, said Aizawa. It will be a good opportunity to. Said Edgeshot before being interrupted by Nizu's phone ringing. Excuse me, said Nizu before answering the call. Everyone waited Nizu to finish before talking more. After a few seconds, Nizu hung up the call and looked at them. Shinigami has been spotted killing a known criminal associated with the league that we were keeping our eyes on, said Nizu. Izuku was using his 2 days off to track down the league's hideout. He got an address from the criminal he just killed. If this place is legit, then it will be time to put my plan into motion, thought Izuku. It will be safer to wait and get an internship in Hosu to go there. Introducing myself to the league as Izuku Midoriya will work better than as Shinigami. Izuku admired the sunset as he flew high to avoid being seen. Class 1 or 2 days later. Nice work on the festival, you all presented yourselves as true heroes and students worth of UA. You got many internship offers and you will accept them to get field experience, said Aizawa. But first you all need to choose your hero name. But be careful, the name you choose today may stay with you forever, said Midnight smiling. You all have 15 minutes to decide. Once you are sure, come here and show everyone your hero name, said Aizawa. After a few minutes, most of the class had decided a name. Few students were left. Izuku stood up to present his name. God. No fucking way, choose another, said Aizawa angry. Aizawa was not one to swear. Everyone was surprised. Izuku wrote another name. Yahweh. Wait, what? No? Said Aizawa and Midnight at the same time. God of the New World. Stop joking around already, get a proper name, said Aizawa. Aizen. That's okay, better than the others at least, said Aizawa relieved. Bakugu struggled with his name too. Todoroki and Ida chose their own first name. Okay, everyone got their names, now you all should choose our agency before the end of the day. Dismissed, said Aizawa. After leaving the class, Izuku realized he received an offer from Endeavor, and it was near Hosa's city where the league supposedly had a base. Endeavor was obsessed with power and was not very heroic. There was a possibility that Izuku could make him a valuable pawn. All Might approached Izuku. Young Midoriya, can we talk for a minute? Said All Might. Sure, said Izuku. The two went the end of the hallway where no one could hear them. I would like to ask you to accept the offer from my friend's agency, Night Eye, said All Might. I have personal business in Hosa City. I plan to accept an agency near there, said Izuku. I understand, you are considering any agency in particular, said All Might. Endeavor made an offer. I'm thinking about it, said Izuku. I see, good luck then, said All Might. Lunch break. Jiro, did you got an offer from Endeavor's agency? Asked Izuku. No, I did not. It's one of the largest agencies of the country after all, said Jiro. Jiro's quirk will be of great importance to locate and gather information from the League's hideout. I'd better do something or my trump card will be useless just when I actually need it, thought Izuku. I'll be right back, said Izuku, going to talk to Todoroki while Jiro took a sit. Izuku blocked Todoroki's path to his table. I need your father's number, it is urgent, said Izuku. Todoroki made an angry sigh and took his phone from the pocket, and sent Izuku the contact info from Endeavor. Izuku wasted no time and called him. Who the hell is this? Asked Endeavor. Izuku Midoriya, said Midoriya. Ah, so what do you want, Midoriya? Asked Endeavor. I want your agency to make an offer to Kyokujiro. If you do, I'll accept the offer you send me, said Midoriya. And why would I do that? She is not qualified enough for this agency, said Endeavor. I can provide the details in person, but I have my own offer for you, about how you can become stronger than All Might, said Midoriya. Endeavor was silent, but Izuku knew he nailed the spot. First send the girl the offer. After I get there for the internship, I'll talk about it, said Izuku. Endeavor remained silent for some seconds, but then answered. Offer sent, you better no be wasting my time, said Endeavor. Izuku took a sit to eat with his classmates. A few minutes later, Jiro saw on her phone a new notification. Oh my god, Endeavor Agency sent an offer to me, said Jiro. Will you accept it? Asked Ajui. I don't know, said Jiro. You should accept it, said Izuku. Are you considering any particular agency? Asked Momo to Izuku. Yes, I'm planning to accept to Endeavor Agency, said Izuku. Mina poked Jiro with a smile. After a few minutes, it was almost the end of lunch break. Jiro, I need to speak with you, said Izuku, getting up. Ah, okay, said Jiro. The other students at the table were very curious. The two walked to the hallway and Izuku stopped by a window. Are you happy as a hero? Asked Izuku. What do you mean? I don't know, it wasn't exactly what I expected, but said Jiro. Izuku planned this moment for some time. He gathered much dirty information about some heroes to try to get some of his classmates to switch sides. He needed to create a devoted group like the Espadas in this world. Jiro and Endeavor were on the top of the list. But most of the heroes will inevitably just become celebrities that will do very little actual hero work. They are in just for the money and fame, and the few good heroes cannot do anything about it, said Izuku. Well, at least UA is different. Here there are good people, said Jiro. Maybe, but does that make much difference? The number of villains and criminals grows by the day, and hero society does nothing to stop them. Even when they do, justice is rarely given, said Izuku. You are talking like the hero killer Stain. Are you his fan? Asked Jiro. Not exactly, but look at this and tell me what I said is wrong, said Izuku, giving Jiro his phone with some files opened. Jiro spent a few minutes seeing all of it. Pro heroes taking bribes. Collateral damage cover-ups, including civilian casualties. Heroes in interviews or parties while villains were attacking nearby, and they ignored it. Sealed police reports on famous heroes accused of violence and abuse against civilians, arrested villains, and even against lesser-known heroes. Jiro could not hold her tears upon seeing the dark side of hero society. I'm going to change this with my own hands. Do you want to help me? Said Izuku, extending his hand to Jiro with the sun behind him in the window. The strong light would not allow Jiro to see his face. He was looking like an angel. Jiro grabbed his hand and said yes in tears. She still has a weak heart. I may need to use Kyuka Suigetsu and make her witness something traumatic with a hero to strengthen her resolve, thought Izuku. Bakugo took the offer from Best Jeanist, which wanted to try to work on Bakugo's behavior. Tokoyami chose the Hero Hawks. Ida chose Manuel's agency in Hosu, a famous hero in the region, but definitely not the best offer that Ida got. Uraraka chose the Hero Gunhead to work on her meal combat skills. Todoroki and Kirishima chose Night Eye's agency, mostly because of All Might and Mirio's suggestion. Momo chose the celebrity hero Iwabumi. That would not go as Momo expected, since Iwabumi would show Momo the worst of what a hero can become as a celebrity. Ajui chose the sea rescue hero, Selkie. A few days later, Izuku on these days talked to Jiro to make her open up to less heroic actions, and upon hearing about Momo's internship, he also gave some speech about the decadence of hero society to her, but without asking her to join him on his mission to fix the world. Izuku had yet to use Kyuka Suigetsu on Jiro. He had something planned to do so in the near future. Jiro and Izuku entered Endeavor's agency and were greeted by the man himself. Let's talk in my office, Izuku. Kyoka, Jiro, please give us a minute to talk something personal. I'll be back to give you the proper welcome later, said Endeavor to the two students. Of course, sir, I'll wait, said Jiro. Endeavor and Izuku walked towards the main office. It was a private meeting between the two. Straight into business, as expected of him, thought Izuku. About what you said on the phone, how and why would you do this? Asked Endeavor sitting on his desk. Izuku was standing up. I have yet to test the hollowification process in this world without hollows. Perhaps simply infusing my spiritual power on a person can make that person transcend? Thought Izuku. I'll be honest right now, I have some theories of how I can share my power of some people, but that can be very dangerous, so the first thing we will need is test subjects. I think we can get those easily with petty criminals in the area. Your agency does a lot of cover-up in your cleaning process, so I don't need to pretend to be ethical when dealing with criminals in front of you, said Izuku, smiling. Endeavor was surprised Izuku knew about the dirties of his agency and ruthlessness. We can get that done. Now answer the other question. Why would you help me? The way you speak and act, I can see only the devil himself behind this child's face. It is impossible you did this just to get the girl an internship, said Endeavor, not hiding his suspicion. Duel with me, said Izuku. What? Asked Endeavor, confused. Let's have a duel. You can use all of your strength. If I win, you'll have to serve me, and in exchange I'll grant you the power you want to surpass All Might, said Izuku. Endeavor smiled. This child is even more arrogant than he was. And what if I win, or if I accidentally kill you? Asked Endeavor to see Izuku's reaction. If you win, then I'll serve you and give you power. And don't expect me to die so easily, Endeavor, said Izuku with a childish smile. This is a deal with the devil, thought Endeavor. Let's do it. We have a training area on a nearby property. It is mostly isolated, so we won't have to worry about collateral damage, said Endeavor, standing up. Jiro heard the entire conversation using her quirk on the wall but without damaging it. She was saddened that she got the internship because of Izuku instead of her own Miraidi, but something else was on her mind now. Izuku versus Endeavor. I know he is strong, but to duel with Endeavor, thought Jiro, worried. The two walked out of the door. Jiro was sitting on a waiting chair outside. Izuku already expected that Jiro would eavesdrop. Let's go, Jiro. Endeavor is going to show us the training area of his agency, said Izuku. Endeavor did not stop Izuku in bringing Jiro along. Kirishima was very happy working alongside Mirio and Todoroki. The three formed a solid team in a short time. Bakugo was very angry with Best Jeanist attempts to help him deal with his non-heroic behavior, including a new hairstyle. Momo had expected to learn much with the famous hero Iwabumi that was always on the news. Instead, Momo became something like a maid to Iwabumi. Itsuka Kendo from 1B was also with Momo on this internship. The two were almost resigning on their first day. Iwabumi was everything a hero should not be. She would only care about money and fame, and said to their face that patrolling the streets and arresting villains was the job of failed heroes. When the two confronted her about what this internship would be about, that would leave a strong impression on these two. How can someone like this be one of the most famous and influential heroes in Japan? Izuku, Jiro, Endeavor and some of his underlings arrived at the isolated training area. I've sent word to the trusted heroes of the agency. We should get some criminals here in a short time. In the meanwhile, show me what you can do, said Endeavor, entering a training stage. Very well, said Izuku, also entering the ring with his sword in hand. No cameras around. That means, thought Izuku, looking around. You there, start a countdown or something to the start of the duel, said Endeavor to Jiro. Combatants to your position. Ready. Go, screamed Jiro. Endeavor prepared to launch an attack, but Shatter Kyuka Sujetsu, said Izuku. Jiro, Endeavor and the other present witnessed Izuku's sword emit a glow, and from that glow a dragon made of blue flames left Izuku's sword and enveloped Endeavor. He screamed in pain. The flames were not actually burning him, but he felt it just as if they were. Give up and serve me, said Izuku. Endeavor continued to scream in pain. After a few seconds, Izuku lifted Dragon Illusion, but still had Kyuka Sujetsu active for what could come next. Jiro and Endeavor's employees were shocked to see a first-year student easily beat the number 2 hero in Japan. Endeavor was lying on the ground. Endeavor stood up slowly. The pain he felt was something out of this world. Strike me with your strongest attack. This way you won't be able to claim you lost because you did not get a chance to attack me, said Izuku. Endeavor smiled and charged up one of his best attacks. His chest was steady like he was expecting a strong hit, but suddenly his entire body was burning and the fire was concentrating on his chest, pointing to Izuku. Endeavor's employees quickly run to gain some distance between them and the training stage. Jiro did the same. Prominence burn, screamed Endeavor. A beam of fire with immense volume left Endeavor's body in the direction of Izuku. Bakuga 81. Danku, said Izuku smiling. The huge wall of energy protected Izuku while deflecting Endeavor's attack. The surrounding area was burned, but everyone had already left when they saw Endeavor's charging up. Impressive attack for this world's standards. Its power is on par with an average Hado 73, thought Izuku. Endeavor was shocked to see Izuku unharmed, not even looking tired. The others quickly came back to see what had happened and were too shocked. Serve me, Enji Todoroki. I do not aim for being the top hero. I crave for bringing order to this world by ruling it, said Izuku. Rule the world. Ha ha ha. Being so strong at such young age, you can definitely do that, said Endeavor with an insane-looking smile. Endeavor looked to Jiro and then to Izuku and realized what was Izuku's objective. You are actually serious. You are raising an army, said Endeavor, impressed. Not exactly an army, more like a squad of talented individuals to be my swords against my enemies, my espados, said Izuku. This is bad. He is telling me his entire plan. If I refuse to become his subordinate, he is going to kill me for knowing too much, thought Endeavor, looking a little pale. Endeavor wanted power, but for what end? What he really wanted in the end was recognition. He always lived under All Might's shadow, always the number 2 hero. While he stays a hero, he will always be classified as the number 2, the one full of controversies and rumors. Join the boy and start over, or remain a hero and likely die here, thought Endeavor. Endeavor's family hated him. The public were not friendly to him. What had he to lose? Someone came running to Endeavor and Izuku before Endeavor could speak. So we got 3 pickpockets in the region, a young man that broke into a mansion to rob it, and a small villain that had an arrest warrant for murder. The Delta Squad will arrive with them shortly, said the employee. I guess it's time to do some science, said Izuku. Let's go inside and wait for them, said Endeavor. In a few minutes the heroes under Endeavor arrived with the 5 criminals. They were each put restrained on an operating table inside the building. What is this? I have rights, said the villain. Help me, someone help me, said one of the criminals. Let's start, said Izuku, walking towards the first table with a pickpocket. Jiro, Endeavor and his Delta Squad here watching on the room. Shatter Kyuka Sujetsu, said Izuku. Izuku's sword emitted a strong light for a second and returned to normal. He made sure to use total hypnosis on the Delta Squad just in case. Izuku stabbed the first criminal in the heart with his sword to make him a substitute Shinigami by feeding his soul with spiritual energy. At the first instant Izuku sensed a reaction inside the criminal's soul, but he died the next second. As Izuku took his first step away from the table, he realized a strange energy, or presence, orbiting his sword. Strange, I've never seen that before when I killed someone. Looks like by trying to make him a Shinigami I accidentally collected his soul when he died. Let's see what we can do with you, little ant, thought Izuku. First experiment is a failure, but we learned a lot, said Izuku to himself. What are you going to do to me? Please spare me, I'll never do any crimes again, said the next criminal in the line as Izuku walked towards him. Izuku placed his hand right where the man's heart was under and began pouring spiritual energy into his soul. There was a reaction. The man was awakening to the spiritual world, but... screamed the man. Every cell in his body imploded. In an instant his entire body melted into a disgusting liquid. Izuku managed to avoid touching the substance. One of the members in Delta Squad ran outside the room to throw up. The others were horrified, including Jiro. Even Izuku's indoctrination did not prepare her to something like that. Endeavor was unmoved. His body self-destructed because it could not handle the sudden surge of spiritual energy. Next one I shall transfer slower and less spiritual energy, and see the reaction of both soul and body. I again managed to collect the soul. It is stronger than the other because it received more Riryoku, thought Izuku. On the third criminal, Izuku tried to introduce Riryoku into his soul slowly. After a few minutes it was clear that it was working. I can see everything, it is so beautiful, said the man. Izuku stopped the process. Can you sense the energy in the air? Asked Izuku. Yes, I can feel the particles in the air. What are they? Asked the criminal. Try to collect them with your mind, said Izuku. The man tried without success. He began crying as the seconds were passing by. I can't, I'm trying, please don't kill me, said the man. It is possible, but the process is too slow and inefficient. Let's try hollowification then. With what happened with the first 2 test subjects, I have a good idea how to produce a hollow, thought Izuku. Izuku stabbed the third criminal in the heart, and before he could die, Izuku unleashed inside his soul a strong wave of spiritual energy to break it. Once again the body could not withstand the surge of energy and self-destructed, but Izuku succeeded. Izuku made a very wide smile. This new soul I collected has lost his reason and consciousness because of the sudden surge of spiritual energy I gave it when I killed his body. It is a powerful and empty soul. This world's hollow, thought Izuku, raising his sword above his head with this soul and the other two orbiting it. The fourth criminal was looking to Izuku's eyes. Izuku approached him. "Do you not fear death?" asked Izuku. "I fear that I'll die here before I could complete my revenge on someone. Let's make a deal," said the young man, not once avoiding eye contact. "This can be interesting," thought Izuku. "You are at my mercy here, but say what you want," said Izuku. "If I survive whatever you did, you those three guys, you'll let me go. I don't care about what kind of thing you are doing here. I just want to walk out," said the man. This is the face of a man that has abandoned all his reason to live in order to achieve a single objective. "I've seen it before," said Izuku. The man was silent. "What is your name?" asked Izuku. "Avilio Vicarian," said the man. "Vicarian, tell me who you exactly is the target of your revenge," said Izuku. "Mount. Lady, 8 months ago she crushed my brother's car while chasing a villain with a similar quirk than her. He could become a stone giant. I was there with him in the car and survived by luck. Later the police report said it was the villain that crushed the car and not Mount. Lady, but I was there. I remember clearly it was her. But of course, who would believe a nobody instead of a pro hero?" said Vicarian. "What you plan to do after getting your revenge?" asked Izuku, smiling. He knew the answer already. "I don't know, I have no one left, my brother was all I had, this revenge is all that matters to me now," said Vicarian. "You have a quirk?" asked Izuku. "No, I'm quirkless. That's why I was robbing that mansion, to get money and try to buy some bombs and guns," said Vicarian. "What if I gave you power?" "Enough power to deliver your revenge personally," said Izuku. Vicarian looking to Izuku for some time. "And what would be the price of this power?" asked Vicarian. "Eternal servitude to me, my word will be your command, my will your reason," said Izuku. Without a single moment of hesitation, Vicarian accepted. Avilio Vicarian was a young man in his early 20s, average height and short black hair. "The process can be painful, even lethal, but if you survive you will be stronger than you can ever imagine," said Izuku. "Go ahead," said Vicarian. Endeavor and Jiro were watching closely what would unfold. Izuku placed his hand above the heart of Vicarian and began feeding his soul with spiritual energy at a moderate rate. "He has a strong soul, very good," thought Izuku. After a few minutes Izuku stopped. He got the hollow soul orbiting his sword and transplanted it inside Vicarian's body, while infusing both souls with much spiritual energy at the same time. Vicarian screamed in pain as the hollow began to merge with him and his body to absorb the spiritual energy without decaying. The barrier between human and hollow was broken. Vicarian's eyes turned black with a red iris, but otherwise his body still looked exactly as before. Vicarian easily broke free from the operating table. The last remaining test subject, the small villain, had a smile on his face. "Yeah, do that to me too. I want to be strong and live," said the villain. Izuku ignored him and looked to Vicarian that was inspecting his body. What else did he gain besides super strength? "We will have to test your new abilities outside," said Izuku. Avilio Vicarian got on his knee to show respect to Izuku. "Rise, Avilio Vicarian, my first espada," said Izuku. Vicarian stood up. He was nearly in tears. Revenge was just around the corner. All thanks to this young student. All thanks to his master. Izuku looked to the small villain and walked closely to him to inspect his soul. "Too weak. Endeavor get us more test subjects," said Izuku. Endeavor signed to Delta Squad to go look for more criminals. Izuku released the 2 souls he still had left. They too were too weak and had no body now to become useful. Izuku looked at Jiro. An idea came to his mind. "It is time to test her resolve," thought Izuku. "Jiro, you have been seeing how rotten society is. You agreed that the only way to put things right is by getting our hands dirty. But I want to see if you can actually do it," said Izuku. Jiro was a little scared and confused. "What exactly you want me to do?" asked Jiro. "The 5th test subject here is useless to what we want. Kill him," said Izuku, pointing to the villain. "What? No, please, I'm innocent," said the man, panicking. Jiro knew this moment would eventually come, but she did not know if she was truly ready for this. "Kill him now," said Izuku. Endeavor was watching silent. Jiro slowly walked to the villain. "Please, just let me go," said the villain, crying. Jiro hesitated for a moment, but gathered enough courage to use his earphone to choke the villain to death. It took almost a minute of the villain struggling in the table, but in the end he was motionless. Jiro was stoic after committing her first murder. She did not know how to feel. Izuku started clapping his hands. "Very good, Jiro," said Izuku. Jiro did not respond, just made a forced smile while looking to Izuku. Izuku used Endeavor's training ground to learn more about Vicarian's new skills. Avilio could use Siro and a primitive form of Sonido, making him fast. He just lacked a Zanpakuto. Izuku was very pleased. He did not expect his first success in holification to be this effective to this world's standards. Since the quirk is something biological rather than spiritual, the Errankar will not be able to use the quirk the Hollow had while alive. But looks like the holification process completely erased the consciousness of the Hollow soul, so no two people trying to control the same body, thought Izuku. That man was quirkless an hour ago, and now he is as strong as most pro-heroes. Izuku Midoriya, I accept becoming your subordinate from now on, said Endeavor, bowing to Izuku. Izuku nodded. Endeavor, Jiro and Vicarian, let's see who else might become the Espados of this world. Most of my class are too heroic for that to happen. Ida is certainly trying to hunt Stain, but if possible I'd like to make Stain an Espada. That Shinso guy is too dangerous to become an Errankar. I can probably make Tokoemi join me with the right incentive. Maybe use Kyuka Sujetsu to make a pro-hero accidentally kill his family like what happened to Vicarian. For last is Momo. Her quirk in combination with Errankar powers will make her very strong. She is with that path-ethic celebrate hero Iwabami. How foolish of Momo to choose her. If what I heard about Iwabami is right, I won't even need to use Kyuka Sujetsu to make Momo distrust heroes from now on, thought Izuku. Mr. Midoriya. I mean Sir Midoriya, said a small hero from Delta Squad, terrified. We got more criminals for you, said the hero. Restrain them on the room, we will be going there shortly, said Izuku. The hero nodded. Izuku went to talk to Jiro. Do you want this power? Asked Izuku. I don't know yet, maybe, said Jiro, conflicted. Take your time, but remember that it will be difficult to do the operation after the internship is over, said Izuku. Jiro nodded while watching Vicarian training his aim with Siro. 4 new criminals were brought to the room and restrained. Delta Squad was preparing to remove the body of the villain Jiro killed. What are you going to do to get rid of the evidence? Asked Izuku to the group. Well, I guess we will burn it, said one of the heroes, scared. Let me do it then, just in case. Step away from the body, said Izuku. Burning the body inside the room. What about the smoke? Said Endeavor. Had a 54. Heian. A purple flame ball formed on Izuku's hand and was launched against the dead body, completely burning it in just a second, leaving not even ashes behind. All of those present understood what happened. That was a message. Izuku could kill anyone, including them, and leave not a single clue of their fate. They should not become his enemy at any cost. Izuku analyzed the souls of all of the criminals and found one with a strong soul and started the holification process of Endeavor by turning the criminal's soul into a hollow and transplant it to Endeavor. As I said before, this can be very dangerous and painful. Be prepared, said Izuku. Endeavor was lying on one of the operating tables. Izuku began feeding his soul with spiritual energy. As expected, his soul shows that he has great ambition. After a few minutes it was time to transplant the hollow soul to Endeavor's body. The hollow soul showed small signs of rejection to Endeavor, but Izuku acted quickly to compensate it by feeding both souls more spiritual power to Endeavor to restore the soul's balance. The operation was a success. Endeavor's grew 2 small horns on his forehead. So holification on humans can alter their bodies in different ways. Vicarian was the eyes and Endeavor grew horns, thought Izuku. Endeavor was smiling. He made a small flame with his arm. The flames was green and calm. The hero was watching the flame, mesmerized by it. So this is the power of your operation. Truly magnificent, said Endeavor. Izuku looked to Jiro. There's no good essences on those criminals left for you. When we found someone with a good life energy, we can do your own operation. This will give you time to think whatever you want it or not, said Izuku. Jiro nodded. Izuku was careful not to tell them that his operation was something supernatural, especially not telling it involved the destruction of souls. That could be seen as too extreme even by some hardcore villains. Telling them it was a simple life energy transfer would be enough. Izuku burned the remaining criminals to destroy all evidence. Endeavor went outside to test his new skills. His fire was now green and it was much more powerful. Unlike before, it did cause overheating on him if he used it too much. Endeavor's speed was increased by he could not use Sonito like Vicarion, but Endeavor's Zero was slightly stronger than Vicarion's, likely because he combined his quirk with his spiritual power. One thing that made Endeavor very wary was that now he could sense Ryatsu, so he knew that Izuku was much stronger than he could ever imagine. Endeavor understood he made the right decision to follow Izuku. Endeavor, get Vicarion some fake IDs with your contacts. Jiro, go with him. Later today it will be good if the three of us are seen in public doing hero work since we are on internship, otherwise Yue might suspect something. Meet me in Hosa City in 3 hours, said Izuku. Both nodded. Izuku got his backpack and began dressing up on his vigilante uniform. Vicarion, you are coming with me, let's get your revenge today, said Izuku. Vicarion could not believe his luck. He started the day thinking if he would succeed in his heist to maybe get a chance to complete his revenge. And now he was going to do it right now. Izuku gave him a mask like his own. Vicarion could fly using Aaroncar white wings generated on his back at his will. At first he found difficult to control his flying skills, but after a few minutes he instinctively learned how to fly properly. The two were flying to Hosa City. Mount Lady was on the city today for a popular hero fashion show. Many famous heroes would attend today. Have you thought about a name to introduce yourself to the world? Asked Izuku. I'm thinking about Archangel, said Vicarion. The two would quickly arrive at Hosu. Their target was helping some other heroes in the area before going to the show. Some internship students were there too with their hero supervisors. The sun was about to set, night would arrive soon. Momo and Kendo were helping Iwabumi to prepare for the fashion show. Todoroki and Kirishima were following a lead on the league in Hosu with Night Eye. His agency, with the help of the Tsukachi siblings, discovered a warehouse in the region that was property of a small foreign company. But it was consuming enormous amounts of energy from the electrical grid. What could be inside that required that much energy? Ida was patrolling the area with Manuel. Ida was very alert, watching every corner. So, you are here to arrest Stain, I assume, said Manuel. Ida sighed. I must, said Ida. I must avenge my brother. The hero killer will pay for making Tensei paraplegic, thought Ida. Well, the hero killer is very dangerous. I would strongly suggest you do not go after him alone. If we see him, we must call backup, said Manuel. Ida did not respond him. Manuel's police radio began a transmission. A group of villains and currently performing a heist on the Hosu Regional Bank. Proceed with caution, multiple hostages. Let's go, said Manuel. Stain was on the top of a building. Today was a hunting day, but a portal opened behind him. Shigaraki and Kurogiri presented themselves. The hero killer himself. Why don't come with us so we can talk? Said Shigaraki. Stain was suspicious. He did not hold villains at a high standards. But why not hear what this fool has to say? If anything goes wrong, he can easily escape. Stain entered the portal and found himself on a bar. A TV was showing audio only. Stain, join our league and together let's destroy this society, said Shigaraki. What are you after by doing that? Asked Stain. Nothing special, just to kill All Might and all of those so-called heroes that annoy me, said Shigaraki. Pathetic, you villains that just cause ruckus for no reason disgust me, said Stain. Stain, it is nice to meet you, said the voice in the TV. League of Villains, the leader that does not show his face. Only logical conclusion is that you are the infamous All for One, said Stain, unimpressed. Shigaraki began scratching his neck. He really disliked this Stain guy. You are smarter than you look, said All for One. I'm not interested in joining your circus. Your ideals are not in harmony with mine. Send me back or, said Stain, grabbing his sword. Shigaraki charged Stain to touch him, but Stain threw a knife to Tamura's shoulder, making him fall back. Kurogiri acted fast trying to restrain Stain, but the hero killer was expecting this. With a knife he managed to cut the only physical part of Kurogiri and licking his blood, paralyzing Kurogiri. Impressive, but that's enough already. Everyone stand down, said All for One. Stain looked around and saw a camera in a corner. That's how All for One saw what happened. You can't go anywhere until Kurogiri is able to move. Let him go, and you can go back. You have my word, hero killer, said All for One. Stain released his quirk on Kurogiri. He knew All for One was a deceiver, but he would gain nothing by killing Stain here, and he did not know where this bar was. Getting back to Hosu could require much travel as far as he knew. Kurogiri, send Stain back to Hosu. And Stain, in the future you will see that alone you cannot accomplish nothing no matter your ideals. You need allies. Our offer will remain available for you in case you change your mind. We can be very useful for each other, said All for One. Stain did not answer All for One, just walked to the gate back to Hosu to continue his hunt. That guy will not join us. We should look for other people, said Shigaraki. Indeed, but his name and fame can serve us in other ways. He is in Hosu and our plan today also involves Hosu. Perhaps his presence there will be enough for the fools in the media to link him to the League, and we will harvest his followers should he perish today, said All for One. We are prepared to release the new wave of Nomus in the Hosu fashion show and the surrounding areas at any moment you wish. Many heroes there will die today, said Kurogiri. Be ready, the order will come soon, said All for One, closing the transmission. Shigaraki grabbed a glass with juice with 3 fingers and drank it. The time for our next move has come. Too bad there are few of those UA pests there today. After what happened last time I want to see every single one of them dead, said Shigaraki. The group of villains that had just stolen a bank was on the run. One of them had a sleep gas quirk that made the police have to keep their distances in the chase until heroes arrived. Mount Lady used her giant form to kick the villain's car and make it crash. Manuel and Ida arrived at that moment. The villains used the sleep gas quirk to cover their escape to a narrow alley nearby. Mount Lady returned to her regular form because she could not pursue them in such narrow space using her quirk. She joined Ida and Manuel running to the alley. Above them 2 figures were flying watching the situation, a man with a hoodie and featureless mask, and besides him was a taller man using a white suit and a simple medical mask. A pair of wings was on his back. How you want to proceed, master? Asked Vicarian. Let's wait a bit. I feel something interesting will happen. Look at there, said Izuku, pointing to the top of a building near the alley. A figure was there, watching how the 3 heroes below him would act. Stain the hero killer, I found you early that I expected, said Izuku to himself. Izuku started to plan how to use this opportunity to allow Vicarian to kill Mount Lady while bringing Stain to his side. The 3 heroes chased the criminals. Ida used his speed to knock out the gas user before he could react. The others were quickly captured by the trio. That went good, let's bring them to the police, said Manuel. A knife hit Manuel from above. Ida and Mount Lady prepared for a fight. Damn it, here in this alley I can't transform without making a mess, said Mount Lady. Stain jumped from the building right behind Manuel and grabbed him. He licked the hero's blood and paralyzed him. Manuel, you are true hero material, so you will live, said Stain before knocking Manuel out with a chomp to the side of the head. Stain pushed the unconscious hero to the side. Mount Lady I know is not hero material. What about you, student? Said Stain. You are here. Save me the time to go look for you. I'll make you pay for what you did with my brother, said Ida, furious. And how exactly am I going to pay? Asked Stain. With you life, screamed Ida before charging Stain. The hero killer managed to dodge Ida's attack and hit him with a dagger, making a deep wound on his arm. Stain licked the blood on the dagger and paralyzed Ida. Mount Lady decided to flee since she would not be able to fight on this alley, but someone was behind her. Mount Lady, the hero there isn't the only one here trying to avenge your brother, said Vicarian. Before Mount Lady or Stain could react to his presence, Vicarian stabbed Mount Lady with his right arm, making a huge hole on where her heart would be. And who would you be? Asked Stain. He is my subordinate. Hello Stain, could you spare me some minutes? Said Izuku, flying above Stain and landing in front of him. Shinigami, I did not know you had a partner. Very bold of you going after All for One's business, said Stain, recognizing the mask. You disapprove? Asked Izuku. That depends. If you see yourself as a hero, I do, because of the way you cause too much collateral damage, said Stain. I'm no hero. I'm just someone trying to bring order to this world, said Izuku. At what cost? And for what reason? Asked Stain. At any cost, and because what people call peace I call a lie. The stability of this world is held by a couple of mostly foolish and famous heroes, and by weak and corrupt politicians. The world under my rule will experience true peace and stability. No weaklings taking decisions, and only the true skilled individuals may rise, said Izuku. A brutal meritocracy with you at the top, I see, said Stain, intrigued by Izuku. This voice, Midoriya, is that you? Said Ida on the ground. Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, you are the kid from UA, said Stain, linking the connections. Izuku took off his mask. I am indeed, but I'm not at UA to become a hero. I'm there to watch and judge myself if heroes are worthy of their status on society, said Izuku. Interesting. And what are your conclusions after being in UA for some time? Asked Stain with interest. That true heroes are rare. Humans prefer their famous idols that don't really care about them while mostly ignoring the true heroes with few exceptions like All Might. Should these shallow people judge whatever a hero should succeed in life or not? I'm going to change this rotten society by rolling it, and ensure that the rotten and the fools do not flourish, said Izuku. Izuku knew the type of ideology Stain followed. It was unlikely someone like him would follow Izuku, so every word should be said very carefully, and should Stain refuse he would die here. Stain took a few seconds to reflect upon what Izuku said. Save me, Izuku, said Ida, struggling in the ground. I suppose you want me to work for you. What a strange day. Early today I got a similar offer from All for One, said Stain. Izuku was very interested on that. All for One was recruiting now. But Stain is too incompatible with the League and All for One himself. What was his objective? Stain's quirk effect expired and Ida could move again. Instead of running away and telling someone about what was happening, Ida foolish decided to strike Stain in the back. Hado 4. Byakurai. A lightning beam left Izuku's finger and pierced Ida's heart, killing him in an instant. No witnesses, you are very careful, man. I was already going to decapitate that fake hero before he could touch me, said Stain, seeing Ida's body. So what is your answer? Said Izuku, calling Kyuka Suigetsu to his hand just in case. I'm not against this meritocracy you want to build, and I'm certain you are fit to be on its top for what I heard about Izuku Midoriya the student. As long as you don't interfere with my ideology, or way of dealing with fake heroes, I guess I can follow you, said Stain. Izuku smiled. And what about power? You want more? Said Izuku. I'm confident in my own skills, at least for now, said Stain, a little confused. A huge explosion could be heard nearby. A flying creature with an exposed brain fell on them from above a few seconds after the explosion. Stain jumped on the creature but was thrown away by it. Vicarion hit the creature's chest with a bara, a small ball of spiritual energy similar to Zero. Although weaker than Zero, bara was much faster than it. Izuku quickly decapitated the creature using his sword. What is this thing? Said Stain. Similar to the creature used by the League on their attack on Yue, much this one is much weaker, said Izuku. Izuku's phone rang. Izuku, I mean Mr. Izuku, we are receiving reports of attacks in Hosu of creatures like the one from the League. What are your orders? Said Endeavor. Stain just joined Izuku. If he knew now that Endeavor was also with Izuku, he would be very displeased. This will be good opportunity for our internship. Prepare my uniform, I'll arrive at your agency shortly, and we all go together, said Izuku, hanging up the call. For now I should get back to my life as a student. Weakening the League is going to be essential for the future, said Izuku. So these creatures are from the League, and how will I enter in contact with you? Asked Stain. Come to this area of the city in 3 days, I'll meet you here and give you some communication device, said Izuku. Izuku and Vicarion left to go return to Endeavor's agency. What a interesting kid, no. What a terrifying entity, for now our goals are different but share the same path. I should be wary of him. He won't hesitate to kill me or anyone in his path. I don't fear death, but I should protect the true heroes from him if I can, thought Stain. Many portals opened inside the building. The annual hero fashion show of Hosu in an instant became a battlefield for survival. Chaos and panic were installed between the civilians in the area as the Nomus began to rampage inside the events center and the nearby neighborhood. It's inside here, said Night Eye. Got it, said Mirio. Mirio used his quirk to enter the warehouse through the gate. After a few seconds he came back. We are at the right place, many scientific stuff and some huge test tubes, but they are empty, said Mirio. Todoroki froze the large metal gate and Kirishima and Mirio destroyed the gate to the warehouse together with a combined punch. As you said, the test tubes are empty. I wonder what was inside, said Night Eye. The 4 of them went inside. Other heroes allied with Night Eye's agency followed right after. Night Eye's phone ringing with an All Might tribute song as ringtone. We have an emergency. Many creatures like that from us are in Hosu. We are going there, but we are going to need backup, said All Might. We are close from there. We are going right away, said Night Eye, hanging up. Momo, Kendo and other heroes in the area tried to fight the Nomus to save the people, but their numbers were too many. Many of the main heroes in the event fled, including Iwabami and other celebrity-like heroes. For Nomus cornered Momo, Kendo, Kamui Woods, Native and Electlant on a corner. Native shot an arrow with a bow, but a snake-like Noma easily deflected it. This isn't good, said Woods. Brace yourselves, I'm breaking the wall behind us, said Kendo, using her quirk to make her fist giant. The wall came down, They were on the 3rd floor and the street was right below them. The Nomus charged the heroes. Elecplant attacked them with his electric quirk, but only one of the Nomus actually stopped because of the attack. Camus used his wood quirk to make a staircase for everyone to get down. One of the Nomus jumped to the street and prepared to strike them as they were getting down, but a small and old hero kicked the Nomu in the face, throwing him a few meters back. My, how can an old man enjoy his taiyaki in peace on his favorite restaurant, while these ugly monsters are causing a ruckus in the street? Said Gran Torino, annoyed. The Nomu got up, but his face still showed the marks of Gran Torino's kick. He was a blue and tall. So this one does not have a regeneration quirk like the one from UA, thought Gran Torino. Momo and the others joined Gran Torino. The 3 other Nomus jumped from the building to join the 4th one already there. More heroes should be on their way, we just have to hold on, said Kendo. Endeavor and Jiro picked Izuku up in their way to where the fight was happening. Izuku dressed his hero uniform, a kimono similar to the ones he used when he was a Shinigami in Soul Society. Vicarian stayed on Endeavor's agency building. It was not yet time to reveal him to the world. On a car, they analyzed the situation on a TV. Multiple creatures, they appear weaker than the one from UA, but their numbers can cause trouble, said Jiro. This will be a good opportunity for us. If the 3 of us make a huge impact on this battlefield, then the public opinion will be with us, and we can more easily conquer their hearts in the future, said Izuku. The 2 nodded. They were almost at the fashion show's location, but a Nomu blocked the street, and the driver stopped. Endeavor, time to test your new skills on a live target, said Izuku. Endeavor opened the door and let his right arm out of the car. A ball of green flames formed on his palm and was launched against the creature. Direct hit. The creature began to burn, and in a few seconds it turned to ash completely. Endeavor smiled. The live transmission from a helicopter was showing many heroes cornered by multiple Nomus. The 3 left the car. They were just 3 blocks away from their destination. I'll go first, see you there, said Izuku, flying away. The heroes managed to take one Nomu down, but Native and Kamui were now deeply wounded. They would not hold much longer. Mirio showed up from below the Nomus and hit a strong punch on one of them before it could react. Using his quirk in addition with one for all, Mirio could travel huge distances in a short time. You are here, maybe we have a chance after all, said Gran Torino, smiling. The others will arrive soon, said Mirio, standing between the heroes and the Nomus. The one he hit was got up but was visibly dazed. Gran Torino was quick to grab this opportunity to stab the creature's exposed brain with a knife made by Momo. They are not really human, don't hesitate to strike on their weak spot, said Gran Torino. Gran Torino felt a little pressure when he saw that their fight was being recorded by a news helicopter, and likely everyone saw how he killed the creature, but he was confident he made what was right. 3 flying Nomus appeared coming from the area on the other side of the Fashions event building. They were coming to the helicopter. Oh God, help us, said the news reporter when he spotted the incoming creatures. The cameraman did not waste the time to switch focus to the incoming creatures. He was a professional. It was not like this was his first time filming while being at risk of dying. Suddenly a green-haired teen wearing a black kimono flew in front of the camera, standing between the helicopter and the incoming Nomus, but just at the right angle to allow the cameraman to record both Izuku and the Nomus. Is that a hero? Asked the news anchor. Izuku raised his right palm in the direction of the Nomus. Heido 88. Hiryagekizoku Shinten Rahaho. A beam of pure energy left Izuku's arm and instantly vaporized the 3 Nomus. It was so bright that everyone in the area shifted their attention to the sky. Izuku made it on an angle that this Kido would go to the sky and not hit the ground, since it would create an immense explosion. Mass destruction on live TV wouldn't be good, for now. You saved us, thanks young hero, said the news anchor to the boy flying a few meters away from the helicopter. Izuku waved to him and gave an innocent smile. Izuku Midoriya was crying watching the live transmission. Her son was already famous, and now he would likely become a celebrity after that. What is your name? Asked the news anchor. I am Izuku Midoriya. My hero name is Aizen, that means God. In an ancient language, said Izuku, smiling confidently to the camera. If you would excuse me, I need to save those heroes down there, said Izuku. The cameraman continued to film Izuku as he went down to the street. Heido 31. Shikaho. Izuku launched a ball of red energy into one of the Nomus, exploding his upper body in one hit from above. Momo launched a spear into the last Nomu at the same time that Mirio and Kendo hit its head, destroying the brain. Izuku landed in front of them to greet them. Izuku, it's good to see you, said Momo with a sigh. That was close, thanks Midoriya and Mirio-senpai, said Kendo. Don't worry about it, but we must first search the area, there may be more, said Mirio, stopping mid-sentence when he spotted something coming. Shigaraki Tamura was typing something on a laptop that was docked inside a metal briefcase. Ha ha ha, let's see you how handle that, said Shigaraki, smiling. The villain had just given all the Nomas attacking Hosu the same command. Gather and kill all the heroes near the target building. 11 Nomas showed up from around the corner, and were now walking towards the heroes. This isn't good, we have to protect the wounded here, said Gran Torino, looking to Native and Kamui. Electlant was exhausted and could barely stand up because of quirk overuse, but behind them they saw a green light coming from the other street. Endeavor and Jiro showed up. Endeavor hair and mustache were emitting green fire. Almost simultaneously another helicopter began to hover over them at low altitude. Kirishima, Naitai and Todoroki jumped from it, landing safely. Shoto noticed the new appearance of Endeavor but thought I would be better to ask after the battle. Many monsters gathered together to destroy our beloved city of Hosu, but more heroes arrived. What will happen? Said the news reporter. Izuku began walking slowly to the direction of the incoming Nomas. Endeavor and Jiro joined him, walking besides him. Mirio, Naitai, Kirishima and Shoto joined them. The battle started with Todoroki freezing the entire street to try to get some Nomas stuck, but one of the Nomas broke the incoming ice with a wind attack. 2 Nomas were clearly different from the others, a slim and tall white Noma that had just created a wind wave to stop Shoto, and another, a musculous yellow creature very similar in appearance with the one from Ust, but this one was wielding 2 large clubs made of steel. Endeavor launched a strong green fireball, taking 3 regular Nomas easily before they could reach melee range. Kirishima and Mirio charged together the yellow Noma. The exchange of attacks was brutal. Kirishima parried many of the strikes of the creature while Mirio used his superior speed to attack it from many directions, but the creature had a very resistant body, likely the work of some super string or an even stronger kinetic impact absorption quirk than the Noma from Ust. This one does not have regeneration quirk, but he is very tough, said Kirishima. Izuku moved like a phantom around the Nomas, killing 4 with his sword. Naitai and Todoroki managed to defeat the remaining 2 regular Nomas. All that was left was the 2 special ones. The white Noma charged the wounded heroes behind the fighters, but Jiro and Endeavor stood between them and the creature. Bakuda 61. Rikujikoro. The slim creature became trapped with the light bars restraining its movements. Jiro took the opportunity to jump on the Noma's shoulders and plug her earphone right on the creature's exposed brain, destroying it with a powerful sound wave. At almost the same time that happened, Todoroki froze the yellow Noma's feet. Kirishima used his quirk at its limit, breaking both clubs that the creature used to attack him. Mirio then launched himself from inside the ground right in front of Kirishima, while the Noma had his guard down after striking Kirishima. Yellow lightning covered his body and his right fist was glowing so much it was difficult for most to look directly at it. Soul Invictus Smash, screamed Mirio. The punch on the creature's head was very powerful, destroying the brain together with most of the head with a single attack. No matter what quirk the creature was using to defend itself against the heroes, it was useless against Mirio using 50% of 1 for all on that punch. The motionless body of the Noma fell. Mirio had a disgusted face. That thing was not human or appeared to have any sense of self-awareness, but it still felt wrong to kill it. Mirio snapped out of it when he saw Izuku behind him clapping his hands. Very impressive attack, you managed to overcome the creature's defensive quirk with your powerful attack, said Izuku to Mirio. Mirio nodded. He did not really know what to say. He found a little disturbing that Izuku clearly did not mind the brutality of this fight. The entire nation was watching the live transmission, and they cheered each time a Noma was taken down. Vicarian was watching the transmission on Endeavor's agency and was surprised to see the reactions of social media. The majority was in favor of the killing of these creatures, and conversations about Izuku's official debut as a hero and Endeavor's new appearance were flooding the internet. Vicarian took the opportunity of the situation to talk to Izuku before he would talk to the media. He called Endeavor and asked him to give the phone to Izuku. "It's me," said Izuku. "My master, the reaction of your deeds on the general population were mostly positive. With your permission, I'd like to do something. If you would hear me for a minute," said Vicarian. Izuku listened to Vicarian's plan. He smiled. Izuku was going to do something like what Vicarian was planning soon. But if Vicarian volunteered to do that right now, then so be it. Those present, especially Jiro and Endeavor, were very curious about what was the call about. "Excellent idea, go ahead," said Izuku, smiling. "As you wish," said Vicarian, hanging up. "He is more cunning than I realized. thought Izuku. Since Endeavor had previously given Vicarian and Izuku full authority on his agency, Vicarian went quickly to the media relations sector of the agency. Izuku gave the phone back to Endeavor. The heroes around gathered to talk about what had just happened and if there was any information about it. Some of them entered the building to rescue the survivors inside. "Damn it, they really took out all of our nomas, including the experimental ones," said Shigaraki angrily. "Indeed, but we also learned a lot on how to improve our nomas. And we also need to verify what happened to Endeavor. His quirk evolved too quickly. 2 days ago he was not like that," said All for One. "And Mirio Togata, that punch he gave erased all of my doubts. He is the successor of One for All," thought All for One. "And Izuku Midoriya, his quirk is too powerful for his young age. And I found out that he was my patient some years ago. I diagnosed him as quirkless back then," said GrigoriGOD on a video call on Kurogiri's phone. "He is costing us too much. We must recruit him soon," said GrigoriGOD. "Yes, Yui will have their summer camp training in less than a month. We will try to get Midoriya to our side and kidnap a few other students in the process there," said All for One. He, many new test subjects for our experimental nomas," said GrigoriGOD. The villains talked for some time, until after a few minutes someone knocked on the door. Dabi, a member of the League of Villains that was saved and recruited by All for One since he was a child, entered the bar with a tablet on his hand. With his burned hand he showed what was in the tablet to everyone. "Look at this, this was his plan from the very beginning," said Dabi. The tablet showed that just a few moments ago some heroes from Endeavor's agency that were allegedly going to assist against the nomas found Mount Lady, Tenya Ida and some criminals dead on an alleyway in Hosu. The hero Manuel was alive but injured. "This was written in blood on the wall of the alley," said Dabi, switching to another photo taken at the place that was quickly going viral. "Fake heroes and shallow villains shall die by my hands. I am Stain and I'm in search of a worthy hero to defeat me, or a worthy god to follow." "What is that supposed to mean? I don't see a larger plan here by Stain," asked Shigaraki, annoyed. "Not Stain's plan, look," said Dabi, switching again to another app. "What is this?" screamed Shigaraki, annoyed, looking at the tablet, seeing the words. "God Izuku. God Izuku, the savior of Hosu, is trending. This is spreading like wildfire on the internet. There are really people worshipping him because of what he did on the sports festival and now in Hosu," said Dabi. "And looks like somehow the full footage of our attack on us has leaked online. It won't take long before they see how Izuku defeated our cannon folder heroes and Noma there, saving everyone," said All for One. Vicarian had ordered the media sector of the agency to leak the full recording of the UST attack that Endeavor had and avoid it being traced back to him. They published it on a famous hero forum in France, and it did not take long to reach Japanese's social media. He also began to use the sector's many bot accounts and influent fake profiles to spread the word of God Izuku. Online, bribes were also taking place to make known corrupt celebrities talk about how God Izuku saved Hosu and has the respect of Stain. Izuku in a few minutes gained a huge fanbase online and even some worshippers of God Izuku. There's no doubt, all of this happening at the same time means that Midoriya is making his move. He managed to quickly grab the opportunity that our terrorist attack gave him to make himself one of the most influential heroes in the country, thought All for One. "We must first make sure that that message from Stain is real or not. Make sure our contacts at the police send us the copy of Manuel's testimony quickly," said All for One. After some time, many emergency vehicles arrived to attend the injured and collect the Noma's bodies. Vicarian called Izuku, telling him that the plan was a huge success. It was time to move to the next phase. When the area was cleared of danger, the police allowed the news vehicles to enter the street. There were dozens of them, even from international broadcasters. "They will ask about the green fire. What should I say?" asked Endeavor to Izuku. "Vicarian's plan is going to move forward my own plan even faster than I anticipated. To think the reaction of these humans was so good is truly amazing. Then I guess I can start my next move right away," thought Izuku. "The truth, tell them that you now follow Izuku Midoriya and in exchange for your loyal servitude I unlock the full potention of your quirk using my own. But obviously don't give them any details about it, especially about the operation," said Izuku. Endeavor and Jiro were surprised. They thought Izuku would want to keep that a secret for now. Does this have something to do with Vicarian's call to Izuku earlier? Endeavor nodded to Izuku in acceptance. A wave of journalists were being contained by the police. Endeavor and his interns approached them. He allowed the police to let the journalist in. "Endeavor, do you have any information about who is behind this attack?" asked one of the journalists. Endeavor looked at Izuku that nodded in response. These creatures are similar to one that the infamous League of Villains used on their attack on Yue. I'm afraid I can't comment on the specifics about either incident, since this is an ongoing investigation, said Endeavor. But the footage of their attack on Yue leaked on the internet a few minutes ago. Do you think this is connected to this attack? Asked another reporter. Endeavor looked at Izuku again. This leak could have something to do with that call. Endeavor offered the microphone to Izuku, which accepted. Izuku putted the most formal and charming stance he could to the cameras, making a cute smile that would make any regular person trust him. At the moment, we believe the League of Villains is responsible for this and the leak of the footage. Since I don't know how much of the tape is on the net right now, I prefer not to comment on that, said Izuku. God, Izuku, are you aware of the massive support you are receiving online? Asked a reporter. The heroes present were very confused on why the reporter called Izuku a god. I did not know that. What kind of support? Asked Izuku, pretending to be surprised. The live transmission of the fight and the public declaration of Stain that hinted that he is a follower of you made you one of the most famous hero in the country in a few minutes, said the reporter. Stain is my follower. I see. I agree with some of his views on hero society. Look around you, said Izuku, pointing to the crime scene. A huge concentration of heroes here. Just a few stayed to fight the creatures. Most of them fled like cowards. What is the point of having power if you do not use it? The heroes on this fashion show that fled could have saved many lives but preferred to not risk themselves and continue their worthless lives as leeches on our society, said Izuku. This is an absurdity. Everything that has happened here, we, the people, must unite to bring our society to the right path, and I will do my best to achieve this utopia, said Izuku, allowing some tears to come to his eyes. Some curious people that came to see what the situation was like began to cheer Izuku from behind the journalist. A part of them were Endeavor's employees that Vicarian sent disguised there to start the spark. God, Izuku is right. We need to discard worthless heroes, screamed someone. God, Izuku is our savior. We must follow him, said someone else. The crowd there agreed and began to cheer Izuku. To the average citizen, Izuku looked like a hero that lost his trust on other heroes because of what happened here today. His usual innocent and cute appearance along with his tears on live TV got him the public sympathy. Some of the teachers at UA were watching. Most of them were there, including All Might that wanted to go to Hosu, but he was already at his daily limit and passed out for a few minutes, waking up right before Izuku arrived at the scene. Since the situation was under control, Nizu ordered everyone back to UA to watch what was going on. The majority of people online are in favor of what Izuku is saying, said Nizu, looking at his computer. He is a charismatic figure, and after this attack the trust of the public on heroes would be affected. He is taking advantage of the situation to make himself look good, said Aizawa. The supposed message of Stain is too convenient. The timing and words make Izuku look even better, and we lost one student in the middle of this, said Midnight. I agree. We must make sure that Manuel can tell us what happened there. If Stain was there, then there's a high chance the message is genuine. If someone else was there, then it is a high chance that it was Izuku, and said All Might, not wanting to believe the possibility that Izuku would kill one of his classmates. The worst case scenario is that Stain and Izuku are working together, and I'm very worried about Endeavor's sudden change in quirk power, appearance, and looks like even his attitude changed too, said Present Mike. Hopefully someone there will stop with this. God, Izuku. Madness, and ask Endeavor about his green fire, said Aizawa. Nizu, after what happened, shouldn't we call our students back from their internships? Asked All Might. I'm thinking about it, but first let's see how bad the fallout of today will be, said Nizu. The questions to Izuku continued for some time, until someone made the question that Izuku was waiting. Endeavor. What happened to you? Did your quirk evolve? Asked a reporter. Endeavor grabbed another microphone and said proudly. I am a loyal follower of Izuku Midoriya. In recognition of my serviture to him, he used his quirk to awake the full latent potent ion of my quirk, said Endeavor. Oh my god, is that even possible? Asked someone. This revelation made an immense impact upon the hero world. Someone capable of evolving quirks, very powerful, and some called this people God. Izuku gathered Endeavor and Jiro and left for the agency. Their goal here was concluded. This is, said GrigoriGOD, surprised. We must watch this situation closely, especially if more individuals with awakened quirks show up, said All for One. Endeavor switched sides. We must be careful when dealing with him, said Aizawa. Nizu, let's gather everyone. We need Night Eye, Best Genist, and the others to talk about this, said Midnight. About what exactly? Endeavor or asked All Might. About how Izuku Midoriya, a biological quirkless person, have powers and is able to make quirk users even stronger, said Recovery Girl, guessing what Midnight would say. Endeavor, Jiro and Izuku returned to the agency. Vicarian received them and praised Izuku for his amazing performance to the media. They took the time to rest. It was a long day. On a resting room, Jiro wanted to talk to Midoriya. Midoriya, I have decided, said Jiro, determined. Izuku watched her face. Looking for any signs of hesitation or doubt, he found none. I want to become stronger, said Jiro. Very well, we'll look for someone with a strong, vital energy. To transplant it to you, said Izuku. Jiro nodded. After 4 days, Izuku went back to the place where he had met Stain. He was waiting for him, but other people were too. The police had cleared the area 2 days ago after collecting all evidence. Get lost, fools, said Stain, annoyed. Please see, take us to your god Izuku Midoriya. We want to meet him, said a blonde girl in a school uniform carrying a knife. That's right, why are you so rude? I thought you would be a nicer person, said a man with a mask and a top hat. Is that true that you are a worshipper of god Izuku? Said a man looking like a lizard. Izuku watched the figures from above. There were 4 of them besides Stain. Since Stain had not yet killed them or got away, he got interested on what these people wanted and how they knew Stain was there today. Izuku flew down. God Izuku, you are here, said Spinner, kneeling down. Hey Izuku Midoriya, can I drink you blood? Said Toga, smiling. What? Thought Izuku. Mr. Compress bumped his fist on the top of Toga's head. Toga, don't be rude with God Izuku, said Mr. Compress, bowing to Izuku. Twice also bowed to Izuku. Twice hoped that God Izuku could help him to fix his quirk, telling him if he was the original or not, take away his doubts. Doubt? What doubts? Izuku looked to Compress. So why are you all here? Asked Izuku. We came to see the famous words of loyalty that Stain wrote to God Izuku and hope to talk to either one of you, O great ones, said Spinner, really talking like he was in the presence of 2 divine beings. Stain face-palmed. Spinner had always been a huge fan of Stain, and even followed his path to hunt heroes, when the picture of Stain's painting that he was looking for a god leaked, and just a few minutes after the one that everyone was calling God Izuku talked on live TV exactly what Spinner always thought, that society needed change. Most heroes were worthless. Spinner truly saw Izuku Midoriya as the chosen one, the savior. Mr. Compress was a Robin Hood type of criminal, stealing from famous heroes and businessmen and giving to the poor and marginalized, always looking forward to the day society would see most heroes for the fraud they were. This was just a job to get rich, they were not on this for the people. Stain's ideals inspired Compress, and so did Midoriya recently. Toga saw Midoriya as a powerful entity and wanted to taste his blood and become like him. She also really liked how Stain fights and looks cool when hunting heroes. Toga found most amusing the fact that people are calling Izuku a god and wanted to see in person how that person would be. What kind of aura would he have? This is unexpected. This girl already has an awakened soul, thought Izuku, looking at the small flow of aura leaving Toga's body when she was under a strong emotion. One of the first things Izuku Midoriya tested when awakening the memories of Aizen was to release his Ryatsu to overwhelm people with it without having to actually fight. That did not work because on this world human souls barely react with the spiritual energy around them. But would it work on someone awakened? Upon seeing Toga's faint aura, Izuku released his Ryatsu. Toga immediately fell to the ground like she was being pressed against it by a strong gravitational force. She was smiling and all looking at Izuku. She was still on the ground when she said, Your aura, you are really a deity, said Toga. Izuku smiled and stopped releasing his Ryatsu. What did you do? Asked Stain, looking confused. Izuku ignored the hero killer and walked towards Toga. Since when did you remember being able to see and feel people's spiritual energy? Asked Izuku. Well, since I can remember. I never really knew what it was. Some people said it was a second quirk, said Toga. She doesn't know, but a soul on this world wouldn't awaken naturally so easily. What could have caused this? Thought Izuku, intrigued. I see, and what exactly do you want from me, girl? And all of you too, said Izuku. I find you interesting. I want to follow you because you are cool, said Toga, smiling. And drink your blood, thought Toga. I want to join you, to the crusade to bring order and change to this society, said Spinner proudly. Same as him, but with a less dramatic request, said Compress. I want you to fix me, to fix my quirk with you divine quirk, said Twice, struggling. Izuku found the masked figure very strange. he walked towards him and putted his hand on the man's heart. "What are you gonna do?" asked Twice, scared. Izuku transferred much spiritual energy into Twice, slightly below what is necessary to create a hollow. Twice made a sound that was a mixture of pain and laughter. After a few seconds, Izuku suddenly stopped. Twice had awakened. "What is this?" "I feel light and in peace," said Twice, examining himself. "Wow, your aura looks like a river now," said Toga, looking to Twice. "This one is mentally unstable, but with the right incentive he can be controlled. Depending on what his quirk is, I'll keep him around, and if he is useless I'll make him a hollow," thought Izuku. "What is your quirk?" asked Izuku. "I can duplicate myself, but there has been some time since I last did it," said Twice with a calm tone. "Try it now," said Izuku. "But I'm not sure if I can," said Twice. "Do it," said Izuku with a commanding and cold tone. Twice made a clone of himself, then another, and another. With 4 of them, Izuku knew this man was going to be extremely useful. Izuku clapped his hands to praise Twice. Someone like him needed to be praised to ensure his loyalty. "Very impressive. What is your name?" asked Izuku. "I'm Jin Bubaigawara, but you can call me Twice, sir," said Twice, saluting Midoriya. "Hat man, what is your name and quirk?" asked Izuku to compress. "I'm Atsuhiro Seiko. I'm known as Mr. Compress. My quirk allows me to compress anything, including living beings, into small sphere like a marble ball. The only condition is that I need to touch the target," said Mr. Compress. "Useful, but not so much like Twice. At least he looks serious and easy to read," thought Izuku. "Do living beings compressed die in the process?" asked Izuku. "No, I can capture anyone I touch and then release them whenever I want," said Mr. Compress. Stain watched the job interview that Izuku was doing with interest. "What about you?" asked Izuku to Spinner. "I'm Shuichi Iguchi. My vigilante name is Spinner. My quirk is not so useful. I'm a mutant-type gecko. I can stick to walls and have increased agility," said Spinner, sounding disappointed. "Cosplaying Stain, and he really looked like he worships me. Also appears to have an inferiority complex because of his weakness. Hollowification may make him useful. He will be easy to manipulate," thought Izuku. "Now for last, tell me about yourself," said Izuku to Toga. "I'm Himiko Toga. My quirk makes me able to transform into anyone whose blood I drink. If I drink much I can stay on that person's form longer," said Toga. "Very useful for deception, since I can't use Kyuka Sujetsu freely because of the risk of my power being exposed to the world by some hidden camera. She seems a bit unstable and difficult to control, but if things get off hand I can simply kill her," thought Izuku. "Very well, the 4 of you are approved to work for me," said Izuku. The 4 were happy. Stain was not so much. "Now that you are done with them, let me ask you something. Why the hell are you with Endeavor?" "He is scum of the worst kind," said Stay angry. "Endeavor right now is useful. If you are planning to joining me for good, you'll have to at least tolerate him. For now, who knows what might happen to him in the future," said Izuku. Spinner and Compress watched closely what would be Stain's response. Stain thought for some seconds, then answered. "Fine, but you better not become rotten like him, or I'll have to kill you," said Stain. Izuku wanted to laugh at this but restrained himself. "And stop writing things and putting my name on them. That blood message really pissed me off," said Stain. "For new people, 5 including Stain that now is joining me officially, how about I give the 5 of you more power?" said Izuku. "I'm fine with what I got," said Stain. "You mean awake the quirk like you did with Endeavor?" asked Twice. "You could say that. Since either of you can fly, I guess I'll have to call a private vehicle from Endeavor's agency to pick us up," said Izuku. "We need to go to a special location to do the operation. There's someone else that is going to awake today. You will meet her there," said Izuku. "Are we going far?" "We can take the bus," said Twice. Toga pointed to Stain. I guess we can't take the bus then," said Twice. Nizu's office. The trusted circle of heroes allied with UA gathered there to discuss the events of Hosu. Mirio Togata was also called and filled on everything they knew. "First, I'd like to say that we finished the analysis of the creatures. Thanks all for waiting for the results to have this meeting," said Makoto Tsukachi. "We discovered that these creatures are constructs made from at least 4 different humans, possibly more. All the creatures shared the same quirk that made the risk of biological rejection of the fusion of that much people near zero. Other than that, they had varied quirks between them," said Naomasa Tsukachi. "With this we can confirm that All For One is the mind behind the League and that he found a way to make multiple copies of quirks," said Best Genist. The warehouse we found had many laboratorial equipment, but most of it was to store and preserve the creatures, not to create them, said Night Eye. All for One will be more careful now to keep his facilities better hidden from us, said Ectoplasm. Now for the second thing we are here. Izuku Midoriya is basically starting a cult around himself. Some people are even asking the Ministry of Hero Affairs to allow him to join the ranking of heroes before concluding high school. Since Endeavor became his henchman, they want Izuku as number 2 hero, said Cementos. We found no connection between Midoriya and Stain yet, but Manuel's testimony confirmed that he, Mount Lady and Tenya Ida were attacked by Stain. If the message was found there, then the chance that Stain himself wrote it is high, said Naomasa. But something is really worrying me about this. The autopsy reports show that Mount Lady was killed by a large cylindrical object being impaled on her chest, while Ida died by a small projectile piercing his heart after he was injured by a dagger. The entry and exit wound of the lethal attack show that this attack was energy-based, not a physical bullet, said Aizawa. Unfortunately, Manuel said Stain knocked him out first, so he did not saw what happened to the others after that, said Naomasa. The dagger wound on Ida must have been Stain, but neither of his previous victims showed any other form of murder other than sword or dagger stabs. Why the sudden shift of modus operandi? Said Mirio. From the survivors of Stain, we know his quirk is paralysis-based. He doesn't have the strength to impale someone with a large cylindrical object or use energy bullets. Someone else was there, that's for sure, said Edge Shot. And who do we know that can shot energy bullets, is able to impale someone, and could be the god Stain is looking for? Said Midnight, not hiding her suspicion. All Might and Aizawa froze. They thought of the possibility, but Endeavor sent a private van from his agency to pick them up. After an hour they arrive at the isolated facility. Endeavor's people already got many small criminals as test subjects. Some of the employees there froze when they saw Stain getting of the van. All of them entered the building. Huya, you got good taste for decoration, said Toga, seeing the many criminals trapped on operating tables in panic. Endeavor and Jiro looked at the group Izuku brought. Stain exchanged looks with Endeavor but decided not to speak. Twice I've awakened you, but if you want more power and control over yourself, now is the time. The process can be dangerous. Do you want it? Said Izuku, looking at him. Twice was a little nervous. He already got what he wanted, inner peace, but would this last? If he refused, would Izuku take away that peace on his mind? Think about it, the same for the rest of you. First I'll give power to someone else here, said Izuku, looking at Jiro. Izuku began to inspect the souls of the criminals around there, and at the third try he found a very strong soul. Izuku found it strange that someone like that would be so easily captured by Endeavor's people. What do we know about this person? Asked Izuku to Delta Squad that captured her. Sir, she was very difficult to get. We were lucky she was already injured when she attacked us when we saw her stealing a car. Her fingerprints match a known Swedish hitwoman that is wanted in many countries. I believe her name is Calistria, no known surname, said one of members of Delta Squad. Any police reports on a murder in the area? Asked Izuku. Yes, a French businessman suffered an attempt of murder earlier today, but he had some professional bodyguards that managed to save him and allegedly wound the assassin that escaped the scene, said the man. That explains why she was captured by them, thought Izuku. Izuku began to transform her soul into a hollow. The assassin struggled, but it was useless. After a few minutes her entire body decayed into dust. Her soul, now hollowified, was orbiting Izuku's sword. What the hell was that? Asked Stain, shocked with what he had just witnessed. Twice and Toga could see a orb of light orbiting Izuku's sword, but realized it was best not to comment on that in front of the others. Endeavor and Vicarian could also see the soul too. Izuku began the hollowification of Jiro. The girl felt a pain similar to being burned alive for a few seconds, but she could not feel control her body to be able to scream. Suddenly everything seemed calm and she felt a strong flow of energy on her very being. The hollow soul had been successfully assimilated into her. Jiro analyzed her surroundings. Her senses were much better. The only side effect from the process was that her eyes' iris. They emit a faint glow that made her eyes even more beautiful and mesmerizing that they would be. Toga, Compress, and Spinner decided to perform hollowification. Twice and Stain said they wanted to see the results on the others first before deciding anything. After the four of them gained their hollow abilities, it was time to test them. Jiro now could emit powerful sonic attack with her palms or screaming. Her earphone could be coated in spiritual energy and used as a whip capable of cutting through steel like butter. Similar to Vicarian, Jiro also gained the skill of summoning a pair of raven-like wings that enabled her to fly without actually flapping the wings. It was like they were an anti-gravity backpack. Jiro found it very strange. Izuku judged that she could still evolve more with training. Toga grew 2 small horns of her forehead. She could use Siro and coat her knives and hands with a spiritual fire. She became very agile, and just like Vicarion, she could use a primitive Sonido. She also gained bat-like wings that she could summon at will even while transformed into another person. No noticeable changes occurred on her quirk when they tested it using a blood donation from an employee from the agency. Spinner's agility increased much, but he could not use Sonido or Siro. Instead, his quirk now allowed him to grab the air, or the spiritual energy on it, making him able to climb and walk on the air without directly flying. Spinner could also coat his hands, tail and meal weapons with red lightning made from spiritual energy. His body did not exhibit any noticeable change like the others, likely because of his mutant-type quirk. Compress's evolution was very impressive to Izuku. His quirk evolved, allowing Compress to use regular Siro and a special version of Siro that compressed and stored whatever was hit by it, effectively eliminating his quirk limitation of having to touch the target with his hand. Mr. Compress's overall physical skills improved like the others, but he could not fly or use Sonido. His physical changes was on his hair that turned to a bright and glowing blue. Their skills clearly improved. I'm impressed, said Stain. Thinking about getting this power too? Asked Izuku. Stain thought about for a bit. With a heavy sigh he said, I'm happy on how I am for now. I pass, said Stain. Twice heard that and became less afraid of refusing Izuku. As for me, I'm not saying that I won't ever want it, but for now I'll pass too, said Twice. He was already at peace after having his soul awakened. The event caused Twice's mind to become clearer and less confusing. He felt confident to use his quirk again, so he did not really found the need to shoot beams from his hand or fly. But that's so cool. Wait, I changed my mind. I want this power, said Twice lively. His holification went well. Twice now could summon and spiritual armor around himself. He could not use it around his entire body at once yet, but he could make gauntlets made from solid spiritual energy that enabled him to deliver devastating punches, or a breastplate to defend from enemy attacks. Izuku became very intrigued with this skill. To his immense happiness, Twice could use Siro. Like the others, his overall physical stats also improved. To his immense sadness, Twice did not get wings like Jiro and Toga did. Stain began to have doubts on whether he should also get those powers, but after reflecting on the matter he decided to only take them in case he ever felt outclassed, and he did not felt it right now. He was very confident on himself. The group gathered. After some talks it was decided that the 5 members of Delta Squad would also go through holification. Their evolution was not very satisfactory. They could use an weakened form of Siro. 2 of them could fly and all of them gained the now universal effects of human holification, that is the increase on physical stats and sensibility to the spiritual energy around them. Izuku decided that Delta Squad should remain the group to do the dirty work for him. He gathered his new followers. Vicarion, Endeavor, Jiro, Stain, Toga, Twice, Compress, Spinner, said Izuku. All of them bowed to Izuku, Stain with some reluctance. 8, an elegant number, however we will need more to complete our larger goal, but for now it will do. Rise, my espados, our era will soon start, said Izuku. Humans are more competitive and quarrelsome than hollows. Assigning them numbers now could cause unnecessary division, thought Izuku. All of the espados were given communicators for when Izuku needed them, but for now they were free to do as they pleased until called. A few orders were given by Izuku. Don't use Siro or similar skills in public. Don't get caught or reveal information about Izuku, the other espados, or the operation. Don't do anything that might attract unnecessary attention to ourselves. Most of them left to continue to do their usual thing, with the expectation of Spinner that managed to convince Stain to train him. Jiro, Endeavor and Izuku continued the internship, doing some patrols and arrests here and there to maintain their cover. Endeavor officially hired Vicarion and made him vice president of his agency, mostly to please Izuku since Vicarion seemed the one Izuku trusted the most. About a week after the official creation of the group Espadas, it was time to return to UA. Izuku prepared himself for a hard time because of Nizu's cunning. He likely already saw through Izuku's overall objectives during the Hosu incident, and would try to get Izuku to reveal something incriminating. On the main plaza of UA, Izuku and Jiro entered together on the school for their first day back to UA after almost 2 weeks of internship. A stage was there with a huge photo of Ida being presented on a large screen. Many students were gathered there. It was likely to be some kind of honor ceremony for the fallen hero. When nearly all of the students arrived at the plaza, Nizu got up on the stage. "We are doing this small event here today to honor the memory of Tenya Ida, our beloved student from Hero Course Class 1 that was murdered on his internship," said Nizu. "Being a hero comes with its risks. It's a fact we all have to accept. Let's mourn our friend and remember him while we continue on our path to a safer society," said Nizu. When it looked like the event was going to end there, Nizu looked directly at Izuku in the middle of the crowd. "One last thing I'd like to share with you. The investigation on the death of Mount Lady and Tenya Ida is progressing fast. Someone else was involved on this besides Stain, and we already know who that person might be, so rest assured that justice will be done," said Nizu, smiling to Izuku. The crowd of students cheered Nizu. "Obvious bait, Nizu, you are going to need to do better than that," thought Izuku. When entering the building with Jiro, Izuku had his way blocked by Aizawa that wanted to speak with him. "Nizu's office now. Everyone wants to have a word with you, Midoriya. Jiro, you can go to class already. We won't take long," said Aizawa. Aizawa took notice of Jiro's eyes that changed colors to purple and were glowing. "Lead the way," said Izuku. Upon reaching Nizu's office, all of UA's teachers were there. Some pro heroes too, like Best Jeanist and Edge Shot, and the Tsukachi siblings. "Makoto Tsukachi and her polygraph quirk are here. I may need to use Kyuka Sujetsu if things get messy," thought Izuku. "Welcome back to UA Midoriya, or should I call you God Izuku now?" said Nizu. Izuku smiled. "Please, Principal Nizu, call me whatever you want. I'm your student after all," said Izuku. "Very well, Midoriya. Could you tell us about what you saw at Hosu during the villain attack?" said Nizu. "I was going to Hosu with Endeavor and Jiro to patrol the city. On the car going there we saw the situation on TV and I decided to fly there to control the situation quickly. Endeavor and Jiro soon followed," said Izuku. "Did you saw Tenya Ida at any time while you were on your internship?" asked Deadshot. "No, last time I saw Ida he was leaving UA going to the train station to Hosu. I suspected he chose Manuel's agency to hunt Stain, but whatever he wanted to do was his business, not mine," said Izuku. All Might slapped the wall in rage. "You don't care about the life of your classmate. Why did you not tell us about Ida going to hunt Stain? And now that he is dead you talk so calmly about it," said All Might on his civilian form, not hiding his anger. It was rare for everyone there to ever see All Might angry. Most of them were shocked. "As I said, he went there on his own free will and it was very obvious why he chose Hosu. I'm actually surprised you did not see that coming, Nizu. I'm sure you checked all the agencies that the students chose. And besides, he knew Stain totally outmatched him and still went there. He died because of his own foolishness," said Izuku coldly. Tashinori transformed on his hero form and prepared to strike Izuku that did not even flinch, but was ready to dodge if All Might actually had the courage to attack an student. Best Jeanist used his quirk to trap All Might's hand. "Stop this," said Best Jeanist to Tashinori. All Might calmed down. He realized he fell to Izuku's provocation. Nizu tried to change the situation by being direct with Izuku. "Midoriya, Mount Lady wound was determined to be made by someone's arm impaling her, and Tenya Ida died by an energy projectile piercing his heart. Either of these are the M.O of Stain," said Nizu. "You do have some level of super strength for what we've seen, and you surely has energy bullets. You were also seen in Hosu a few minutes after the declared time of death of those two. Do you see the connection?" said Naomasa. "Of course. Only a fool would not suspect me in this situation. But these are circumstantial evidence at best. Unless you have anything solid, I think you will not be willing to declare me a suspect officially. We don't want to repeat the unlawful event of the slime villain, right?" said Izuku with a devilish smile. "So you won't even deny that you did it?" asked Midnight. "Do I even need to deny? It's obvious that this is a setup. Someone is trying to frame me. I wonder who that might be. Maybe someone that tried to do that before, some heroes perhaps. What do you think, Detective Naomasa?" said Izuku. "If you are willing to prove your innocence, please say." "I did not kill Mount Lady or Tenya Ida." "While holding my sister's hand," said Naomasa. Izuku realized something. He refused. Or he could simply deny both murders in the same sentence. He committed one of them, but since he did not kill Mount Lady personally, then there's a high chance that Makoto's quirk would not sense a lie when he denied killing both of them together. To everyone's surprise, Izuku held Makoto's hand and said, "I did not kill Mount Lady and Tenya Ida," said Izuku, emphasizing the "and." If he used "or," then Makoto's quirk would have sensed the lie. Makoto could not hide her surprised face to hear on her head the word "truth." Nizu realized Izuku changed the words, as expected with someone with intelligence-based quirk. Izuku Midoriya, deny each murder individually, said Nizu getting up from his chair. I refuse, I already did what I was asked on my own free will. You can't force me to do that without opening an official investigation with me as suspect. If that's all, then we should go to class, Aizawa-sensei, said Izuku walking to the exit. Aizawa looked at Nizu that nodded. Go ahead, I'll be there shortly, said Aizawa. Izuku left the room. Nizu explained to everyone what Izuku had done, and that he was right. They could not open an investigation on him based on such weak evidence, especially since Izuku was now famous and the savior of Hosu. That would drag the already low reputation of heroes caused by Hosu even deeper. On his way to the classroom, Izuku saw Momo Yaoyorozu waiting for him near Nizu's office. We did not really get a chance to talk back on Hosu, said Momo. Indeed, how was your internship? Asked Izuku. Not very good, I'll regret my choice for this internship forever. Iwabumi just made me and Tendo her private maids, and even fled during the attack, said Momo angry. That's how most heroes are today, at least for now, said Izuku. Well, not much we can do, let's go to class, said Momo smiling. On class, Kirishima, Kaminari and Siro were laughing at Bakugu's hair, a courtesy of Best Jeanist. Bakugu quickly adjusted his hair back to normal. Talks were on how their internship was and occasionally a little talk about Ida and how it was so sudden. Aizawa entered class. First, I'd like to say that should any of you need to talk about the loss of Ida, you can talk to me or Recovery Girl. He was a great student, and he will be missed. Such is the life of being a hero. These things happen and you should be prepared, said Aizawa. With a heavy sigh, Aizawa continued. As you likely remember, the final exams of the semester are coming. Practical one will be tomorrow and written ones on the next few days. The other teachers will talk to you about the written exams. I'm here to talk about the practical one. We will be dividing you in pairs. Each pair will fight a teacher. Your objective will be to either defeat the teacher or escape the area before time runs out, said Aizawa. Wait, teachers are pro-heroes with much experience. How are we supposed to escape or fight them? Asked Uraraka. We will be using weights to restrain our movements, said Aizawa. But that is still too unfair for us, said Mina. You are right. But after the recent events, the school board decided to increase the pressure on you. We need you to challenge yourselves, to get better, said Aizawa. I'm sorry for speaking this, but we are 19 now and you are forming pairs, said Tokoemi, uncomfortable for bringing that up. Yes, that's why one of you will fight a teacher alone, and to be fair, we chose the student with the best grades to fight alone, said Aizawa. Everyone looked at Izuku. The green-haired student looked bored upon hearing that. I'll start to draw the pairs and their teachers, said Aizawa, putting 2 boxes on top of his desk. One box had the balls with the name of the 18 students left of Class 1A, and the other with the teachers that would fight them. One name was missing from the teacher's box. That person already decided to fight Izuku. Aizawa began. Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. Kyokujiro and Momo Yaoyorozu vs Present Mike. Siro and Mina vs Power Loader. Hagakure and Koda vs Snipe. Mineta and Kaminari vs Midnight. Ajri and Tokoemi vs Ectoplasm. Bakugu and Sato vs Cementos. Todoroki and Kirishima vs Nizu. Ojiro and Shoji vs Eraserhead. Todoroki and Kirishima were very concerned about their opponent. They heard about Nizu being relentless. Oh man, we got no chance against Midnight. At least it's not All Might, said Kaminari. Wait, All Might's name was not drawn. That means, said Momo. Yes, All Might will be the opponent of Izuku Midoriya, said Aizawa. Izuku smiled. He predicted that we would fight either All Might or Nizu on the moment Aizawa explained the practical exam. These heroes are so predictable, thought Izuku. All of the students were very anxious for the battle against the teachers tomorrow. The students began to plan ahead with their pairs. Todoroki and Kirishima were especially worried. They would fight Nizu. Likely theirs would be the most difficult battle. What's up, Izuku? How do you feel knowing you will fight All Might? Asked Uraraka. I'm actually excited about it. This will be a good opportunity to test my limits against the #1 hero of the country, said Izuku, smiling. Izuku spoke the truth. Ever since the day he awakened, he was waiting for this moment. Perhaps the memories of the old Izuku had some influence on that. Izuku Midoriya was once a fanboy of All Might. You can actually do that? Asked Momo, surprised to Jiro. Yes, I learned it on the internship, said Jiro. I see, then we have a really good chance of defeating Present Mike, said Momo. As all the student pairs prepared their strategy, the teachers did too, especially Tashinori. Sigh, I was hoping to fight Izuku myself, said Nizu sadly. I need to do this, he is too arrogant and will likely talk to me about his reasons and objectives during the fight. He reminds me of All for One, said Tashinori. I think you are too optimistic about it, he can just use his speed to reach the goal quickly, said Aizawa. Tashinori, do whatever you can to make him talk, we desperately need information about his goals before more heroes switch sides, or worse, that Midoriya switch sides, said Night Eye. I already have a good plan, my time as a hero is slowly getting shorter, I fear soon there will be no string left on me, that's why I need to deal with the devil I created here and now, said Tashinori determined. It was the day of the exam, the students gathered and changed to their costumes. They were directed to one of the training campus with many different combat areas. Nizu was inside a control room with many screens. Welcome to the final practical exam of the semester, do your best to score high. We will now draw the order of the fights, said Nizu. Nizu pressed a button on his cell phone and a large screen showed a digital roulette with cartoons of the teachers that would fight next. Since each teacher was already assigned to a pair of students, it was not necessary to tell which students should go with the drawn teacher. But what they did not know was that Nizu had already chosen the fights and the roulette would stop at fixed teachers in the order that he decided. He made this roulette just to pretend that the fights would be picked by random chance. The roulette started to spin on the screen. It looked like it was gonna stop at ectoplasm. Ajui and Tokoemi felt the pressure of having to be the first ones to fight. But the roulette barely missed ectoplasm's portrait, landing on All Might. Jiro smiled and said, Well, the most interesting fight will be the first one, how typical. Izuku walked to the exit, their fight would be on a ruined city. Izuku reached the main entrance, All Might walked to the other entrance at the other side of it. The other students and teacher were watching from the cameras, some students were surprised to see Edge Shot, Best Jeanist and Night Eye there. They were former students of UA, but why were they called to watch an exam? Gran Torino arrived, he was late but managed to get here right in time for the match. 3 other students were watching too, they were from the 3rd year. Aren't those the friends of Kirishima? Why are they here, said Kaminari. The big 3 of UA were watching this exam, they received permit Ion from Nizu. Initially it was only Mirio that wanted, but when Nijier saw Mirio leaving Nizu's office she forced him to talk and then asked Nizu to allow her and Tamaki to watch too. Tamaki did not really want to but he was dragged here against his will. Kurisuhima and Todoroki wanted to ask Night Eye why he was here too, they sensed something big was going on. Ready. Go, said Present Mike. One screen showed All Might quickly running to the center, and the other was Izuku, walking calmly towards the center. Is he not going to use his speed to avoid All Might? Said Ectoplasm shocked. Both students and heroes were left in shock by Izuku Midoriya walking to the center of the combat area, a ruined city, like he was not worried at all. After 2 minutes All Might reached Izuku, instead of attacking Tashinori stopped in front of Izuku. The green-haired teen stopped too, both were now a few meters away from each other. Not in haste to finish this? Asked All Might. I actually am, what are going planning by fighting me on this exam All Might? Said Izuku. I want to ask something, who are you? Said All Might. Izuku was actually surprised with this question, the students watching were confused while the teachers watched closely. What do you mean? Asked Izuku. I talked to everyone that knew you before, that day, including your mother, they all said the same thing. Izuku Midoriya became a completely different person overnight, he talks like he's not young, he knows too much that he should at his age. Said All Might. You attempt to reconcile with your own consciousness is obvious and pathetic, thought Izuku. And we now know that your power is not a quirk, your quirk genes are completely inactive, said All Might pointing a finger to Midoriya. What is happening? Asked Nijier to Mirio. I'll explain later the situation with that student, said Mirio worried. The students of Class 1 were confused, Izuku was quirkless. How would that be? Izuku smiled, they confronted him sooner than he had expected, he knew Nizu or Aizawa would eventually give in to the temptation of having Izuku's DNA tested without his consent, but to them to openly confront him about this would take time, or desperation. But he was prepared for this moment from the very first day at UA. One day I will tell you everything, but if you fight me seriously now I can at least tell you the true nature of my power, said Izuku. What do you mean one day? Asked All Might. The next time we fight, said Izuku starting to calmly walk towards All Might. All Might prepared to attack Izuku, but Izuku just walked past him like he wasn't even there. After Izuku walked about 30 meters away from him, All Might snapped back to reality. This was the exam and he needed to do his role as a teacher. The hero prepared to attack Izuku from behind, but he warned the student. "The fight begins now," said All Might, stomping the ground in preparation to attack. Texas Smash. A huge wave of air pressure was created by All Might's punch and would reach Izuku from behind. Izuku continued to walk calmly without even looking back at the incoming attack. When the wind wave was about to hit him, he acted. Bakuda 81. Danku. A wall of pure energy blocked the attack. The air pressure was dispersed around the barrier, making the city ruins in the area collapse. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was right in front of All Might. The student raised one of his hands to All Might, and what came next caused panic in the spectator room. Hado 90. A small orb of dark energy formed on Izuku's hand almost instantly. Everyone watching that saw the UST footage or were there froze in fear. Hado 90. That was what destroyed the Nomu in UST. That event was forever marked on everyone's mind. Kurohitsuji. Small dark lightning bolts left the orb. Almost simultaneously, a black box formed around All Might. It was just slightly bigger than him. Toshinori's surprise took away the only opportunity he had to escape before the box completely trapped him. The sound, similar to an old metal mechanism being activated, was heard as spikes formed on the box's walls. "Stop this!" screamed Aizawa. Some of the present for some moments considered the possibility of All Might being dead. What would happen to this country? To this school if that happened? The box dissipated. All Might was standing but bleeding from multiple wounds. "Impressive. I used it at minimum power just to be sure he wouldn't die, but I expected him to at least be on the floor," thought Izuku, impressed with All Might's resistance. All the students and heroes present, except Jiro, were in disbelief. All Might was seriously wounded by a student. "The match is over, Recovery Girl will go too," said Present Mike before being interrupted. "No. The match is only over if Izuku escaped or one of us is incapacitated. Either of these conditions happened yet," said All Might with determined eyes. "You are seriously wounded. Don't tell me you want to continue the fight like that," said Izuku. All Might took off the weights he was using to restrain his movements. That would technically make him lose the match, but no one dared to stop him. "The real fight starts now," said All Might. "Principal, are you not going to stop All Might?" asked Tokoyami. "It is too late for that. Both of them are committed to take this fight to the end. We will deal with this later," said Aizawa. Mizu had Recovery Girl ready to act and many blood bags on the ice to begin a transfusion to All Might as soon as the battle was over. All Might was bleeding from his injuries from Hado 90. All Might ran towards Izuku. The hero began to strike Izuku with multiple punches, but Izuku was dodging them. As expected of the number one hero fighting seriously, he is actually pressuring me. Damn this mortal body and its limitation when it comes to speed, thought Izuku. Izuku took advantage of an opening to retaliate with a chop to the hero's flank. His hand was glowing yellow as he hit All Might. Rahakuru. All Might felt like he was stabbed. The attack created a strong electrical bolt at point blank. The cameras were briefly blinded by the light created by the attack and the sound of thunder was heard. To Izuku's surprise, the hero immediately attacked back. Izuku had no time to dodge an incoming punch and had to block it using the flat part of his sword. Kyuka Sujetsu wouldn't break, and trying to block with his hands wasn't wise against All Might. The block was not enough. The sword resisted by the sheer force of the punch sent Izuku being thrown into the rubble behind him. Izuku's body hitting the concrete blocks made a loud sound. Izuku was quick to get up and quickly make some distance between himself and All Might, but he realized something. For the first time since awakening, Izuku Midoriya saw his own blood. He had some small injuries and his left arm was bleed from an iron rod piercing his skin when he impacted the rubble. He had every cell in his body absorb spiritual energy to increase his physical stats, but despite that the force of the impact was enough to harm Izuku. Any regular human hit by that would have been in serious condition. I did not expect him to actually use his full strength during an exam. Getting hit 3 or 4 more times by him would be bad, thought Izuku. The spectators were surprised. Would All Might turn the tide of the battle before falling unconscious because of blood loss? Izuku laughed in joy. That's surprising. I underestimated your resolve to defeat me. I was careless. And that won't happen again on this battle, said Izuku smiling. All Might prepared to charge Izuku again, but the student was faster. Bakuda 61. Rikujikoro. The light bars were too quick to All Might to react. All Might started to struggle to break free. He started to bleed more, but the bars started to crack. Bakuda 63. Seijo Sabaku. Light chains were created behind Izuku and launched themselves to envelop All Might. But even then it looked like All Might was going to break free from both Kidos. Izuku clasped his hands together near his chest like he was going to pray. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclads fireflies. As Izuku began the incantation, 5 ghost-like yellow orbs left his hands between his clasped fingers. Izuku raised his clasped hands above his head and the 5 orbs began to glow brighter and move in circles above the hands. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakuda 75. Gotcha Tekken. Izuku hit the ground with both of his hands clasped like he was hitting it with an invisible hammer. The spot where the 5 orbs entered the ground began to glow. A moment later a huge light could be seen 30 meters above All Might. All Might managed to break free from both restraining Kitos using all of his strength, but less than 1 second later 5 huge iron pillars dropped from the source of light in the sky and hit All Might, completely pinning him to the ground. It was clear to everyone that All Might would not be able to break free from this one in his current situation. "The match is over," said President Mike. Mizu ordered Recovery Girl to enter the arena and go to All Might. Izuku began to slowly walk towards All Might stuck on the ground. He still had his sword in his hands. "I got a bad feeling about this," said Best Jeanist running away from the room. "I can't believe that student. Mirio, where are?" said Nijire, realizing Mirio was nowhere to be seen. The students of Class 1 were talking. Their classmate just defeated the number 1 hero. Izuku finally reached All Might. He took his time walking slowly towards the hero. The sword was on his hands. All Might could only move his head to stare at Izuku. He could barely keep himself awake because of his injuries. Izuku raised his sword above All Might, the blade pointing down. "Midoriya, what are you?" said President Mike over the speaker, but Izuku pressed his sword down. The blade hit the ground just 5 centimeters away from All Might's face. Izuku was looking at All Might while resting his bleeding arm on the sword hilt. "Since you actually fought seriously, I'll tell you about my power. It's called spiritual energy, the power to harvest and use the energy of the immaterium, the afterlife, the power of a god of death," said Izuku to All Might just before the hero lost consciousness. Recovery Girl arrived and demanded that Izuku took away the iron pillars. He did. The 5 pillars levitated away from All Might, freeing him, and were thrown aside, turning into dust a few moments after. As Izuku began to walk away, Mirio showed up from below him. Izuku dodged the punch that Mirio tried to hit with a surprise attack. Mirio stopped in front of Izuku. "Mirio-senpai, are you attacking another student while on UA grounds?" said Izuku. "I just wanted to check your reflexes," said Mirio, looking serious. Mirio pointed at Izuku. "Why have you hurt All Might?" "You used an lethal attack," said Mirio. "All attacks can be lethal depending on the target. If you throw a regular punch at a bird, it will die. If you do that to a bear, it won't. I used that one on All Might because I was sure he would survive," said Izuku. "You are a devil. You shame our school and all heroes by pretending to be one," said Mirio. "This is bad. He is too emotional," thought Night Eye. "Maybe, but let me ask you this. Do you not think heroes are already shamed? I can imagine that it will only get worse with all of those leaks happening. So tragic," said Izuku with a provoking tone. The leaks refers to a partnership between Stain and Vicarian. Using Endeavor systems and many skilled hackers at their disposal, they got access to many classified files and reports on heroes, either by hacking them from the police digital archives or Stain personally stealing their physical copy. The leak started just 4 days ago, being presented to the public by Archangel, a devoted follower of God Izuku, by what he said to the public when the leak started. The many files that had been kept from the public involved corruption, abuse, murder, intimidation, extortion, and even tax evasion. Yesterday, security cameras spotted Stain getting a file that would later that day be released by Archangel, confirming the connecting between them and increasing the popularity of Archangel, Stain, and Izuku even more. Celebrity-like heroes have been the most affected. The public trust on heroes in general have been dropping quickly. The name Archangel in a few days managed to get as hated by the heroes as Stain. Izuku approved the plan of his 2 espadas. It would only strengthen the cause of God Izuku, and was well calculated and efficient operation. Izuku was really enjoying having actually capable pawns. Yellow lightning began to encircle Mirio's body as he made a stance to prepare to run towards Izuku. Izuku prepared for an incoming attack, but Best Jeanist arrived. "That's enough, Mirio," said Best Jeanist. Mirio stopped. "Midoriya, go to the infirmary to get that arm healed after Recovery Girl finishes with All Might. I'll go with you just to be safe," said Best Jeanist, not hiding his animosity for Izuku. Izuku nodded and followed the hero to the infirmary. "All Might was fighting seriously and Izuku defeated him," said Momo. Doesn't that mean that Izuku could officially be classified as the number 1 hero? Asked Kaminari. Not exactly. Power is only one of the factors in the rankings. Izuku would need to save more people and defeat more villains to rise in the rank and eventually become number 1. Public popularity is also one of the factors, said Todoroki. The students realized the teachers gathered in the far side of the room to talk. All Might was defeated. If it comes to that, can we even stop Izuku? Asked President Mike. Toshinori managed to wound the kid, so it's obvious that we can defeat him, but only gathering a large group, said Gran Torino. But what when the kid decides to actually use his full power and go for the kill? He is holding back right now, said Ed Shot. He grows stronger by the day. He evolved too much in 3 years. Even on those months since he joined UA he has improved. If we are to act we must not take too long, said Aizawa. Nizu was stoic looking at the cameras. Let's not speak of this here, the students might hear, said Ectoplasm. Best Jeanist followed Izuku all the way to the infirmary. On the way there Night Eye also joined them. Izuku took a sit to wait for Recovery Girl. So Izuku Midoriya, some time ago you told Nizu that you were helping 2 heroes to investigate All for One. Would you be so kind to tell us if your friends would join us and show their faces so we can help each other, said Best Jeanist. I'm afraid they would refuse, and there's been some time since I last saw or talked to them. I guess they were compromised and stopped all contact to protect me, said Izuku. You are strangely calm about this possibility. If that were to be true there's a high chance that they died, am I wrong? Said Night Eye. It's a risk we all have to take. Being sad or angry about that won't change anything. That's why I prefer to handle things with a cool head, said Izuku. Recovery Girl arrived with All Might on his civilian form. He was being carried by 2 UA robots. They putted him on a table and Recovery Girl began the transfusion and to close All Might's wounds. Next fight. Hagakure and Koda vs Snipe. The battle took place on a landslide hill training area. Snipe decided to use his advantage in ranged attacks. He took position on the top of the hill with clear vision of most of the training area and more importantly, clear vision to the escape gate. Unfortunately after a few minutes he did not spot any sign of the 2 students. He was specially careful of footprints showing up near the escape gate, since it was logical to assume that Hagakure would use her invisibility quirk to escape unnoticed. The pressure of not finding the 2 heroes made Snipe careless of his surroundings. He did not expect the 2 students to go on the offensive since they had Hagakure that could easily win escaping. Many insects poured out of the ground climbing on Snipe's legs. This distraction gave all the time Hagakure needed to handcuff Snipe from behind. Yay, I bet you didn't see that coming, said Hagakure. Team Hagakure and Koda wins, said President Mike. Next fight. Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. Izuku, Best Jeanist and Night Eye arrived right before the match started. The pair of students decided it would be wise to avoid combat against 13. Their battleground was the inside of an building. After a few minutes of hide and seek, the 2 students reached the escape gate, but 13 quickly arrived and began to use her quirk to stop the 2. Aoyama tried to use his quirk on 13, but the attack was easily sucked away by the black hole created by 13. The 2 hid behind a strong pillar of concrete. Since 13 was not moving from her position, the gravitational force of the black hole was enough to pull the students, but not enough to break the solid pillar. Uraraka came up with a plan. Listen, use your quirk to blow up the lower part of the pillar that is connecting it to the ground, and on my signal you blow the top connecting to the ceiling too, said Uraraka. But that's our cover. If I do that then, the pillar will fly towards 13, said Aoyama, realizing Uraraka's plan. Are you sure? It will be very dangerous, asked Aoyama with an unsual serious face. Uraraka nodded. Aoyama used all of his strength to jump to behind another pillar, and from there blasted the lower part of the one Uraraka was still in. Uraraka resisted the blast near her and prepared for her attack when Aoyama completed his part of the plan. Aoyama blasted the top of the pillar near the ceiling and the now free block of concrete quickly flew to 13. Not good enough, said 13, preparing to use her quirk on the pillar, while being ready to stop before Uraraka was sucked into the black hole too. A few moments before the block reached 13, Uraraka used her quirk on herself, taking advantage of the momentum she gained holding the pillar and jumping before the pillar could be sucked the teacher. The momentum she gained was enough for her to fly above 13 that could not adjust her black hole in time because it was sucking a huge and dense object. Uraraka quickly landed behind 13 and handcuffed her. Uraraka and Aoyama wins, said President Mike. Impressive strategy, said Nizu. Indeed, her quick reaction to use the environment around them to defeat a stronger opponent was flawless, said Midnight. But a mistake there could have easily cost her life, said Aizawa, not pleased. Next fight. Ajiri and Tokoyami vs. Ectoplasm. The teacher created a great number of clones to guard the escape gate. The two students planned to attract Ectoplasm to a fight with Tokoyami on the middle of the arena, while Ajiri escaped was just destroyed when they realized Ectoplasm's camping strategy. The arena was the inside of another building, but with an open area on the middle, similar to an event center. They decided to break the defenses of the gate together. While Ectoplasm's clones had a similar strength to him, they could be easily destroyed by a strong attack, and their speed was reduced because of the restraining weights. Despite that, the numbers made a huge impact on the two students. When they defeated a clone, the original Ectoplasm in a second would recreate them and join in the crowd to avoid being targeted, and it wasn't looking like he was getting tired anytime soon. Tokoyami decided to use his Trump card. The bird boy merged with Dark Shadow, using it like an armor. He quickly opened a path and Ajiri followed him, stopping any attack from behind where his armor was not protecting him too much. The two eventually crossed the escape gate. Tokoyami was praised by everyone on the control room but quickly fell unconscious for quirk overuse. After the victory was declared for his team, he was sent to the infirmary. Mineta and Kaminari vs. Midnight. Their arena was on a rocky plain. Their plan was to escape. Before they could even reach halfway across the arena, Midnight spotted them and charged the two students. Kaminari was quick to react with a lightning bolt to the teacher. "Run, Minera, I'll hold her," said Kaminari. Mineta quickly ran towards the direction of the escape gate. A strong whip sound was heard and Kaminari's lightning sound stopped. Minera looked back and saw the area he just left covered in a purple gas. He stopped, worried about Kaminari. After a few seconds, Mineta saw Kaminari sleeping on Midnight's lap. Mineta was furious with the luck of his friend but resisted the temptation and resumed running to the escape gate. Unfortunately for him, Midnight was a fast runner and quickly started to chase him. After realizing her bait to attract Mineta failed. While Mineta used his quirk to try to make Midnight trip, she eventually reached him near the escape gate, which was the last thing Mineta saw at the distance before falling unconscious to Midnight's quirk. He was so close to escaping. "Mineta and Kaminari lost," said President Mike. Some of the students that would yet fight began to feel the pressure. So far no one had failed the exam, but now. Bakugo and Sato vs. Cementos. Bakugo was surprisingly cooperative with Sato. The two charged Cementos head-on, with Bakugo going first using his quirk to fly. The arena was a construction site. Cementos had plenty of room to use his quirk. Bakugo arrived first at where Cementos was, exploding many walls of cement that he was creating. Soon it became clear that it was a stalemate. Cementos continued creating more and more walls and barriers of cement, occasionally attacking, trying to trap the student with liquid cement, but Bakugo dodging the attacks. After 3 minutes, Sato arrived. He used all sugar he had to make a combined attack with Bakugo. "Let's go, sugar guy," said Bakugo. The explosive teen propelled himself to the sky, coming down, spinning, using explosions to create a tornado-like twist around himself, releasing a powerful explosion downwards to Cementos. Howitzer impact. The explosion broke all of Cementos' walls of protection, but the hero was mostly unharmed. Sato took advantage of that to strike Cementos with a powerful punch using all of his strength. Cementos managed to create a shield, but it was useless against the attack. The punch reached the hero after breaking the shield and knocked him out. "Bakugo and Sato wins," said President Mike. "Bakugo became more mature on these few weeks, quieter too," said Aizawa. "He has a lot of potential," said Best Jeanist. Ojiro and Shoji vs. Eraserhead. The battle was on a neighborhood-like arena with many houses and small buildings. Both Ojiro and Shoji had great mobility. Their teamwork was solid, but against Eraserhead, an urban fighter specialist, their best course of action would be to sneak to the escape gate. Shoji was using his quirk to try to locate Aizawa. So far there was not sign of the hero, but on the second half of the arena the teacher acted. "On our left, top of the building incoming," said Shoji. Aizawa jumped on the middle of them, erasing Shoji's quirk and giving a kick to Ojiro's face that became dazed from the surprise attack. The student tried to attack Aizawa with his tail, but the teacher managed to trap Ojiro using his capturing cloth and restrain him using a handcuff similar to the ones the students had. "Go, escape. You are faster than him," said Ojiro to Shoji. "I'm not leaving anyone behind," said Shoji, charging Aizawa. Aizawa erased Shoji's quirk again, but the student was also a hand-to-hand fighter. However, Aizawa had prepared a trap. This was his plan all along. An iron net fell on the student from above. Shoji managed to dodge it, but his moment of distraction was all that Aizawa needed to grab Shoji's left arm using the cloth and throw him to the nearby wall, handcuffing him right after. Ojiro and Shoji lost, said President Mike. I thought they had a good chance, but Aizawa-sensei is more skillful than I expected, said Momo. Next fight. Kirishima and Todoroki vs Principal Nizu. The battle arena was on a cargo port area. Kirishima and Todoroki knew of Nizu's cunning and intellect. Victory here would be very difficult. They'd have to come with something completely unexpected. They decided that Kirishima would walk while Todoroki would be carried by him till he could focus solely on stopping any incoming attack from Nizu. Less than 1 minute after the beginning, a giant cargo container fell on top of them. Todoroki managed to stop it with his ice. Kirishima was running with Todoroki on his shoulders. Nizu continued to drop things on top of them or on their way, blocking many paths. Stop, Nizu is creating a path for us to follow. That's why some of the containers are falling in front of us before we could go through, said Todoroki. You are right, but what if Nizu planned that we would know and he is actually creating the right path for us not to follow it, thinking it's a trap? Asked Kirishima. Damn it, that can be true, thought Todoroki, frustrated. A wall nearby went down on both of them as Nizu created chain reactions of demolition to hit the students, while laughing operating a crane. The two managed to reach another alleyway that had not yet been demolished or blocked. Throw me upwards, said Todoroki to Kirishima. Kirishima followed the request and threw Shoto to a certain height. Todoroki then created a huge ceiling of ice above them, and when Kirishima grabbed him before he hit the ground, he managed to continue to expand the ice ceiling until it covered most of the arena, including Nizu's crane. My, as expected of my students, said Nizu, pressing a button. Nizu can't drop stuff on us now, let's go, said Todoroki. Kirishima and Todoroki began to make way through the buildings to quickly reach the escape gate. Before time ran out, they reached a narrow path that led to the escape gate. An army of 2 and 3 pointers robot guarded it. They had just 6 minutes to get through them. Kirishima used his quirk on the limit. Todoroki froze most of the pathway, but most robots were ice-proof, a courtesy of Nizu's preparation. Kirishima made way for Todoroki. Shoto used his fire as he could, melting many robots. The two managed to go through the escape gate with just 22 seconds left on the countdown of 30 minutes to complete. Kirishima and Todoroki won, said President Mike. Yes, screamed Mirio. Night Eye smiled. Mina and Zero vs Power Loader. The arena was a volcanic hill. Power Loader prepared lots of traps for his students coming and was piloting a small mecha. That's cheating, said Kaminari. He is still using the weight bracers, said Aizawa, smiling. Mina and Zero went with the escape plan rather than fighting Power Loader. They did not know about the mecha yet. The teacher left the first half of the area with no traps, but as they reached the middle of the arena, Zero stepped on a flashbang mine that left him blinded for a few seconds. They continued with much care but still activated a few traps. About 6 minutes later they reached where Power Loader was. Why am I not surprised that he is using a mecha? Said Zero, face palming. Power Loader launched a barrage of concussive missiles to the students. Zero and Mina managed to avoid them by going to a path on the left since their right side had a huge canyon on it. But that was precisely what the teacher wanted. The left path had a huge sinkhole trap that they activated and fell on. The two tried to climb out, but Power Loader was quick to launch sleeping gas inside the sinkhole, making both students pass out in a few seconds. Zero and Mina lost, said President Mike. The gas was fast acting, so they quickly woke up. Jiro and Momo vs President Mike. Before Jiro left the room, Izuku went to talk to her. You are free to use your full power if you wish, said Izuku. Jiro smiled. If everything goes as planned, I won't need to, at least not to defeat my opponent, said Jiro, following Momo. The teachers and heroes took notice of the two talking. The arena was a forest area. Momo and Jiro had already talked about a plan. Jiro told Momo she could fly now, and the plan was that Jiro would distract the teacher while Momo escaped. What Jiro did not told Momo was that she planned to defeat President Mike before Momo could even see the escape gate. Start, said Aizawa. A pair of raven-like wings grew on Jiro's back, above her jacket. What is that? She did not have a quirk-like, said Night Eye, shocked, stopping himself since Izuku and the other students were here. The other students and teachers were just as shocked as him. Momo, despite being told about that by Jiro, still could not hide her surprised face. Izuku can awaken the full potent ion of quirks on people, but growing wings is not even remotely similar to Jiro's original quirk. This leaves two possibilities for Jiro's wings. Izuku is working with All for One and he gave the girl a quirk. Or Izuku himself has a quirk similar to All for One. But why would they reveal it here? Why now? Thought Nizu. I must speak to All Might as soon as he wakes up. I need to know what Izuku whispered to him before he passed out. Thought Nizu, thinking about all the possibilities. Momo, please make a needle to me, said Jiro, starting to fly without moving her wings. She can fly without beating the wings, said Midnight. Momo created a needle. She did not really know what Jiro would use that for, but... Yee. Present Mike was starting to attack at random directions. Jiro took fly at a high speed while Momo ran along the border of the area. Jiro became very proficient at flying in just a few days. Izuku was impressed. She reached Present Mike in a few seconds and began to hover above him. Present Mike saw her and became confused, since when could she fly? Nevertheless, he attacked her with a powerful scream. Yeeyoa. To his surprise, Jiro also screamed at him, creating a sonic attack as powerful as his. Ayawa. After a few seconds of stalemate, Jiro increased the force of her attack and overpowered the teacher's sonic attack. Present Mike had to run from the incoming attack and barely escaped it. The shockwave created by the sonic blast launched him a few meters away, but he had just small injuries from it. Warm-up is over, teacher. Now it's time for the real show to start, said Jiro with an evil smile. She became quite confident in a short time. Well, I don't blame her. Who wouldn't with this kind of power? Thought Izuku while smiling. Jiro stabbed the tip of her finger with the needle from Momo. A few drops of blood formed. The blood began flying above her palm and to glow blue. Don't tell me, said Aizawa, realizing what was happening. The blue glow was so bright that the cameras could not focus on Jiro. The next thing they heard was Sonic Grand Ray Zero, said Jiro. She positioned her hands together and prepared to launch a strong sonic attack. But this time she merged her sound waves with the energy with Grand Ray Zero, creating a sonic wave that completely leveled half of the forest arena. Thankfully, that was just for show. She targeted the opposite side from where Present Mike and Momo were. Both were unharmed by the attack. Izuku had a huge smile on his face. The hollowification of Jiro was likely as strong or even more than Endeavor's or Vicarian's, and she was merging her hollow powers with her quirk with an amazing efficiency. Present Mike was on the ground, completely froze in fear and shock from Jiro's attack. She now demonstrated her speed by landing near Present Mike, quickly restraining him with her earphone and proceeding with handcuffing him. It took a few seconds for the teachers to snap out of the shock and worry about what happened. Momo stopped, not understanding what that immense explosion was. She thought for a moment that UA was under attack again. Momo and Jiro won, said Nizu. Everyone in the room was looking at Izuku. They all knew about the awakening of quirks that Endeavor talked on TV, but Jiro's power was beyond anything they could ever imagine her getting by this awakening. The students of Class 1 left the school after the last fight. They would have 2 days off to rest for the incoming written exam on their other subjects. The teachers and heroes gathered together at Nizu's office. Best Jeanist entered the room pushing All Might on a wheelchair. He was on his civilian form. Recovery Girl arrived with them. Chio, how is Tashinori? Asked Night Eye. His injuries are severe. I counted 37 individual entry wounds caused by some kind of pointy solid object or energy. Some of them did not pierce too deep, but others did and caused much internal damage. Sigh. I'm afraid Tashinori will not be act as a hero for some time on this stage. There's a chance he will have to retire for good, said Chio, worried. Absolutely not. I still have to be the symbol of peace while Mirio, said All Might, trying to get up but falling back to his chair because of the pain. Night Eye and Best Jeanist quickly went to him to help him get on the chair comfortably. You shouldn't push yourself too far until you recover, said Best Jeanist. Tashinori, what did Midoriya whisper to you before you passed out? Asked Nizu. He said that he knows his power is not a quirk. His power is spiritual energy, the power from a god of death, said All Might, hesitating. Everyone in the room dared not to say a word. It was already proven beyond doubt that Izuku did not have a quirk. His powers came from somewhere else. But to think it was something supernatural. That explains how his power can break the laws of physics by creating mass and energy from nowhere, said Ed Shot. Sigh, we shouldn't rule out other possibilities. Izuku's power might no be a quirk, but why would he reveal what it is for us? Said Ectoplasm. I agree. But the big question is, how did Midoriya got this power? Said Aizawa. He talks like he is not a child, even when we first met him. Could it be that he is some kind of immortal being? Asked Cementas. He has a birth registration and multiple witnesses of him growing up, said Nizu. His power is supernatural and from a god of death. Could it be that Midoriya, or rather the one controlling Midoriya's body, is a real god of death that stole the child's body? Asked Night Eye. All Might realized what happened and became shocked. Izuku Midoriya. When I told him he could not be a hero, he had a mental breakdown, as I told you. For a moment I thought he lost completely his will to live. Right after that he became different. That was the moment this new Izuku took control, said All Might. Then it's likely the real Izuku Midoriya is gone and this entity took over his body. Or maybe Izuku willingly gave him the body since he was not in an ideal mental state, said Nisu, thinking about this. All Might was devastated. I killed that boy, and allowed this monster to come to our world, thought All Might. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. There are many possibilities left. We truly considering believing that he has mystical powers just because his power do not follow the laws of physics and quirks? Asked Aizawa. That's the only possibility for him too, said Edgeshot. The heroes continued discussing, some believing Izuku's words, others doubting but being unable to provide a better explanation. All Might phone ringing. Toshinori took the phone off his pocket and saw that it was his old friend David Shield calling. Some of the students decided to hang up together after the exam. Izuku went along with them to a shopping mall. I can't really deny that I felt a little useless today, said Momo. You had an important role to make your team win. It's just that Jiro defeated the teacher. If she was not able, then you would have to act and escape, said Ajui. Ajui's right, said Jiro. At least most of our class managed to succeed. Let's all work hard to get through the written ones too, said Tokoimi. Izuku was walking with them. Suddenly someone in the crowd putted a paper on his pocket. Izuku took a good look on the person that did it. It was a man with black hair wearing a hoodie and a regular medical mask. The mask was not enough to cover his entire face, and Izuku noticed the man had part of his neck and face burned. He took the paper and read it. Hello Izuku Midoriya. Should you accept the invitation to have a civil conversation with the leader of the League of Villains, please enter the limousine on the north parking lot. About time, thought Izuku. I have something to do, meet you all later, said Izuku to his classmates. Izuku walked quickly to the north exit. He saw a gray limousine with tinted windows parked near the exit. No one was near it. He decided to go the vehicle. Upon getting close, the passenger door opened for him. Izuku got in. No one was inside. He took a sit. The TV inside turned on, showing audio only. Greetings Izuku Midoriya, said All for One. Greetings, All for One, said Izuku. As I thought, you do now me. Tell me Midoriya, you don't really seems like the hero type. Why are you on UA? Asked All for One. To make connections, to understand the world, said Izuku. I'm very intrigued by your power. Your ability to enhance quirks is very impressive, as I've heard. To think Kyokujiro would have such destructive power and gain wings, said All for One. Your spies inside you are really efficient. This happened less than 2 hours ago, said Izuku. Indeed, it's very good to have useful people working for you, as I'm sure you understand, said All for One. Let's go to business. Are you interested in working for me? Said All for One. That depends on the price, said Izuku. You and I really are alike. I want you to enhance the quirks of everyone in the League of Villains and to become a member of it. The price, I believe you now what he can provide. Money, quirks, whatever dream you have, we can make it a reality, said All for One. Izuku smiled. There's one thing I want, the only thing I want. Immortality quirk, said Izuku. All for One remained silent for a few seconds, then he finally spoke. Very well, but first you must prove your loyalty, said All for One. What assignment do you want me to do? Assassination? Theft? Asked Izuku. The head of one pro hero. I was told that you'll have a training trip to a remote location with some pro heroes. I do not yet have the information about the exact destination or heroes that will be there. But on this trip we will attack UA again. During this attack you must present the heads of one of the heroes there or one of your teachers. This way you'll prove to be one of us and I will give you the immortality quirk you wish. Said All for One. You want me to completely cut my ties with the heroes, so my only options are joining you or being hunted by both sides in case I tried to be a double agent. Very smart, said Izuku. All for One smiled on his room, but of course Izuku could not know that. Consider it done. Just make sure your pawns are aware not to attack me or I'll have to kill them to defend myself, said Izuku. I believe we can both be very useful to each other, Midoriya. I can hardly wait to meet you in person, said All for One, turning off the transmission. Izuku opened the door and left the limousine, walking back to the mall like nothing happened. Shall I prepare subject 5? Asked the Arcudai Hijiko. Yes, said All for One. Are you not concerned he might betray you? Asked GrigoriGOD. He will definitely betray us. But until then we must make the most use of him, and to that end we must give him what he wants, said All for One. Take Subject 5 out of the cryogenics. I'll take his immortality quirk and store it, said All for One. Too bad, I was keeping that immortality quirk. User froze to give his quirk to the special Nomu Izuku is making, but Midoriya is more valuable than any Nomu right now, and I won't give him my own immortality quirk, thought All for One. All for One considered how would his quirk enhanced by Izuku be like. He was really interested in stealing Izuku's quirk, but for now his primary objective is make him and some other students from Class 1 join the League to destroy UA's and Hero's reputation. The recent acts from Stain and Archangel are greatly helping All for One too, but that will not be enough to unleash a new era of villains with him taking supreme control of this country again. The boy is the key, whomever controls him controls the game. I just need to avoid letting him make his own move until I'm ready to dispose of him, thought All for One. The students left the shopping mall shortly after Izuku returned. They know each went to their homes, but Yaoyorozu followed Izuku for some time. She was not exactly saying anything and was just walking behind Izuku. Midoriya became curious about this and stopped walking near a park. Do you need something? I don't think your home is on the same way as mine, said Izuku. Momo had thought of this for a while. She was decided. Izuku, what exactly did you do to Jiro to make her strong? Asked Momo. I believe you know, the operation that I can use my power to increase one's quirk to their limit. I can't give any details, said Izuku. What you said is true. About charging society? Asked Momo. Yes it is, said Izuku. Can you help me get stronger? Asked Momo. Izuku made a heavy sigh. Yes, but for that you'll have to answer 3 questions first. Would you be willing to leave UA to get this power? Asked Izuku looking serious. What? Leaving UA? Thought Momo. I don't know, maybe, said Momo hesitating. Fine, question 2. Are you willing to kill to get stronger? Asked Izuku. Momo became even more shocked with this question. Izuku's tone and piercing eyes showed her that he was not joking. She started to think about her time on UA, and even before, she admired the heroes, but these last few weeks have completely shaken her faith in hero society. First with her time in the internships seeing the worst of celebrity-like heroes, the Hosu incident where most heroes fled, and now with the recent leaks, many heroes she looked up to revealed to be just as bad as some villains. If they are bad, yes, said Momo confidently. Last question, think carefully about it. Are you willing to become an enemy of the heroes for the greater good? Asked Izuku, studying every micro-expression that Momo made. Momo did not expect this question and took her time, but the inner conflict on her was visible. Izuku knew what to do, she was not yet ready. You do not need to answer me now. Have your mind decided and talk to me when you do, said Izuku, walking away, not giving her time to answer. She is too idealistic. Her quirk would be of much use, but I need time to make her switch sides, time that I do not have to waste. Perhaps I need to have Vicarian leak more files on the heroes she admires, thought Izuku. Izuku called a meeting with all espadas on one of Endeavor's warehouses. All of them were present. He quickly explained the situation to them. Be careful, All for One will not hesitate to stab you in the back, said Stain, not hiding his disapproval. Are we also joining the League, or will this be a short partnership? Asked Compress. For now only me and Jiro will join. While inside I'll evaluate the potential benefits of working with them. However, staying allied with the League will be detrimental to my long term, said Izuku. In other words, you will join, get everything you want and destroy them from the inside, said Endeavor. Precisely, said Izuku. What about the public image of God, Izuku? If words get out you join the League, said twice before being interrupted. I already got that covered. Endeavor, you will be instrumental for this, said Izuku, giving him a letter. Give this on the hands of Nizu and only him, said Izuku. Since we already got that business covered, I guess it's time to talk about our recent discovery, said Vicarian. The screen they prepared on the warehouse showed them a huge volume of information on a certain criminal organization called Shihasukai, including an experimental drug they are developing that can temporarily neutralize quirks, and a small child with an unknown quirk that is in the center of their operation. Looks promising. Keep searching for more information on them. We will make our move in the future, said Izuku. Stain had a bad feeling when he saw Aries' picture and the rest of the information, but for now all he could do is wait. That guy is creepy, said Toga, looking at Overhaul's picture. One day after the last written test, the students of Class 1 were sitting, waiting for Aizawa to reveal their scores. Well, looks like the number of people that failed the end-term test and will have to do the entire semester again is 0, said Aizawa. Most of the class cheered. However, some people here failed the practical exam. Those that failed will have to take extra classes during our school trip, said Aizawa. Where are we going? Asked Mina. I'll know soon enough. Prepare your bags with clothes and everything I'll need for personal use for a few days. We leave tomorrow, said Aizawa. The class left and returned to their homes. Izuku arrived and started to prepare dinner for himself and Inko. He was an outstanding cooker. The two ate together at the table as usual. Izuku always presented himself as a caring son to Inko, mostly not to draw unwanted attention, but a small part was because of Izuku's memories of Inko being the only person that the old Izuku really cared and loved. But now the things he will do will actually impact her. Izuku did not know exactly why, but inside him he felt the need to justify himself to Inko. Mother, I fear you might hear some things after this trip I'm going. Do not worry about that, said Izuku. Inko looked worried to her son. Is something wrong? Asked Inko. No, but I'll have to do something soon. Know only that I do that for the greater good, said Izuku, getting up to wash the dishes. Inko became even more worried, but she knew her son. He would not talk more about that. He said everything he wanted to, and insisting on that would not work. All she could do is wait for what would happen. The following day, Class 1A and 1B gathered on UA Plaza. Each would enter a bus. Hey there, look at those losers guys, they are bonk, said Monoma, being interrupted with a punch from Kendo. Okay, sorry about him, said Kendo to Class 1A. Kirishima, let's do our best, said Tetsu. The two students shook hands. Enough talk, everyone get on the bus, said Vlad. Both classes entered their buses. After a few minutes, Izuku noticed Momo was very shocked seeing her phone. Looks like Vicarian released more police files on the heroes I told him to investigate. Good thing that Momo doesn't hide who her idols are, or were, thought Izuku, smiling. After about 1 hour and a half, the bus from Class 1A stopped on a road near a cliff, a huge forest below. Everyone out of the bus, said Aizawa. The students gathered outside. There were no building in the area, just the road and the forest below them. Why did they stop there? A car stopped behind the bus. 4 people got out of the vehicle, 2 female heroes wearing cat-like costumes, a huge man also wearing cat-like costume, and a small boy wearing regular civilian clothes. The 3 heroes made a presentation stance and screamed. We are the Wild Pussycats, rescue hero team, and your instructors on this trip, said the 3 in sync. So cool, said Kirishima. This area is their base. We will train here so you all can improve, said Aizawa. Okay, your first task will be to reach our main facility, said Pixie, pointing to the middle of the forest. Those that do not get there before lunchtime will not eat, said Sosaki. Shino Sosaki, hero named Mandalay. Her quirk allows her to send thoughts, including warning and instructions to anyone within range. She will be dangerous depending on what All for One has prepared here, thought Izuku. How are we getting down there? Asked Mineta. Pixie used her quirk to cause a landslide below the students' feet and throw them to the forest below. Todoroki tried to freeze the ground and avoid falling, but it was too late. Jiro, Izuku and Uraraka avoided the attack by simply flying while the rest of the class fell. Uraraka tried her best not to get nausea for using her quirk on herself. Nice reflexes, but could you join your classmates now? Said Aizawa. Jiro and Izuku prepared to descend, but can you help me go down? Said Uraraka, containing her nausea. Jiro grabbed Uraraka to go down with her. The students fell on a soft spot. All of them were unharmed. The other 3 soon followed them. I can't believe they would do something so dangerous, said Tokoemi. They are not over yet, said Kirishima, spotting something behind the trees. 2 wolves made of what looked like dirt showed up and attacked the students. Kirishima was quick to destroy one of them while Mina melted the other using her acid. I bet there are a lot more from where they came from, said Kaminari. It's part of Pixie's quirk, she can make beasts using earth, said Momo. I heard about that, but there were no actual video recordings of this skill in use, creating creatures using inanimate matter. Fascinating, thought Izuku. A huge bear-like beast charged them from the left. Todoroki froze it, and Bakugo destroyed it using an explosion. Let's stick together, we will make it to their base quickly this way, said Todoroki. All Might was invited by his friend David Shield to go to Island. All Might was a little nervous going to such a famous place while injured, so he disguised himself on his civilian form. After arriving on the island, All Might went straight to the main tower. Here David's lab was. He was greeted on the entrance by a blonde teen. You must be the friend that my father was expecting. I'm Melissa. It's a huge honor to meet you all sir, said Melissa, almost forgetting that All Might went disguised. Last time I saw you, you were a baby. I guess I'm getting old. Time passes so fast, said All Might. Melissa guided Toshinori to David's lab. Oh my god, it's so good to see you, my friend, said David, almost crying. David gave a huge hug on Toshinori. Wait, I'm injured, said All Might. I'm sorry. How is the injury from All for One doing? Night I told me your time using One for All has been slowly getting shorter. Plus you already passed One for All to your successor, said David. Yes, I found a young hero that can become the new symbol of peace, or rather the symbol of hope. As he wants to be, said All Might, smiling. David also smiled. Can I scan you? Said David. Sure, I'm afraid I got new injuries recently, said All Might, lying down on the machine trying to hide his pain. Indeed, your body is barely holding itself together, said David, worried, looking at the screen of his machine. But I guess everything has a solution, including your quirk and injuries, said David. I'm sorry, David, I'm not really being too much of an optimistic recently. Also, I'd like to ask your opinion on something that we at UA have been discussing, said All Might. Sure, but first look at this, said David, showing All Might a device. It is still a prototype, but I'm creating a device that can amplify quirks. If you use this, maybe you can use what is left of One for All in your body to remain as a hero for a long time, said David. Have you lost your mind? Why did you not tell UA or the government about this? Said All Might. I understand what you mean, but with something like this I'm not sure who to trust, said David. It will be worst if some villain finds out about this device while no one else is aware of its power. We must provide you with security. Let's call Nizu, said All Might, leaving no space to David to argue. Sigh, all right, said David. David signaled to Melissa to make a video call with Nizu. He was quick to answer. Is this channel secure? Asked Nizu as soon as he accepted the call. It is. I have something to tell you, Mr. Nizu, said David. Please, we are old acquainted. No need to be so formal just because we haven't talked lately, said Nizu. David and Nizu had met shortly after he immigrated to Japan. Both of them worked together on some research projects before David was hired by the research company that owned the island. David explained to Nizu how his device operated and the difficulties present on his prototype. I see, this is a truly marvelous project. I'd offer you resources and protection from UA, but I'm afraid we are compromised from the inside, said Nizu, making a sad face at the last part. All I can do is place some trustworthy heroes to be your bodyguards. You just need to make a formal request to the IRC, Island Research Cooperative. I assume they are not aware of your work, said Nizu. Indeed, they'd want to sell this, or the government would step in and ban it for being too dangerous, said David. I see their point. There's a lot of potent ion to help heroes and villains, said All Might. Melissa stepped in to talk. It's true that this is dangerous, but we must try. These are dark times with the public against the heroes. It's just a matter of time until Archangel and Stain leaks make heroes quit or flee the country. I'm not saying I'm against their dirt exposed and they face justice. It's really disgusting to think people like that were being praised a few weeks ago. But this happening right now when villainy is on the rise, it will only complicate things for the side of good, said Melissa, determined. You have a really smart child, David. Melissa, you are right. The situation will soon reach a breaking point. It's a time bomb and we need more capable heroes to fill the front lines against the new wave of villains that will soon be formed, said Nizu. I have scanned All Might. It's not just the injuries. One for All is quickly leaving his body. I'm afraid he just have a few weeks, maybe less. We can't lose the symbol of peace right now, said David, determined. Agreed, continue your research. Anything you need you can call us. But please be extra careful with this, said Nizu. Thanks, said David, bowing. Now another thing, I'm sure All Might would ask you this soon, but I want to hear it too, said Nizu, typing something on his computer. David's system showed that Nizu sent him some files. You are likely the best quirk specialist and support engineer in the country right now, said Nizu. David just smiled, not sure what to say. Please analyze the files on one of our students. His quirk is unlike anything we've seen, and I actually collected some DNA from his saliva. The results showed that his quirk genes were inactive, said Nizu. I assume the student you are talking about is Izuku Midoriya, said David. All Might was surprised, Nizu was not. Privately, some quirk specialists abroad are discussing his quirk, especially the enhancement part of his quirk. It is basically what I'm trying to do with my device. I was very surprised and worried when I heard it, but the power increase on Endeavor just made me more determined to create this for All Might and other heroes, said David. But to think his quirk genes are inactive, it's impossible. How can this be? Said David in disbelief. Taishinori will tell you everything we know. It's extremely important we know exactly how Izuku Midoriya operates. I also sent you what was left of the biological samples I collected. They should arrive today so you can make your own tests, said Nizu. Understood, said David. The students of Class 1 were quickly advancing through the forest. They moved in group. The heavy hitters of the group were in the front, like Kirishima, Sato and Bakugu. Other fighters were protecting the flanks like Izuku, Todoroki, Tokoyami and Ojiro. But those that really shined were the ranged students like Jiro, Oyama, Mina and Momo using a bow. Most dirt beasts would be destroyed as soon as they were spotted, just the more powerful ones were being dealt by the fighters. Even being constantly ambushed by many powerful earth beasts, the class quickly dealt with them without much trouble. They managed to reach the main base in just 3 hours. Would you look at that, 11:41 a.m., you managed to get here in almost half of the time I expect you to, said Tiger. How did you all get here? Asked Ajui to the heroes. We continued on the road. There's a detour near where we dropped you that leads directly here in less than an hour of drive, said Aizawa pointing to the bus parked near the cabin. The cabin was huge, truly worthy of being the base of a famous hero group. The students noticed that the small boy there looked like he was really unhappy with them. Ochako Uraraka walked to the boy. Hello, I'm Uraraka. What is your name? Said Uraraka smiling. Go away, stupid hero, said Koda walking to inside the cabin. Is he alright? Asked Ajui. He is my nephew. His parents were heroes, so they were really absent, and they died. It's a long story, said Mandalay. I guess it's understandable that he dislikes heroes, said Tokoyami. Yes, very sad. Is Class 1 coming here too, or are they going to another training camp? Asked Izuku. Hey, don't be so insensible, said Kirishima to Izuku. They are going through the forest too, but from a different path. They should arrive in some time. For now, everyone go inside and eat, said Aizawa, annoyed. The students ate together inside the cabin. Some students tried to talk to Koda, but they were unsuccessful. Class 1B arrived around an hour and a half later. Damn it, they arrived first, said Monoma. I'm so hungry, said Kendo. The students of Class 1B then went eat. They would just have a few minutes to do so because Tiger wanted everyone ready to training in 30 minutes outside the cabin. After Class 1B was ready, all the students gathered outside the cabin, all members of the Pussycats. Vlad, King and Aizawa were there, so was Kota. Alright, we are here to train your quirks to the limit. Like muscles, your quirks will improve the more you use them constantly. And that's precisely what you will do here on our forest training camp, said Mandalay. Izuku raised a hand to say something. What is it? Asked Mandalay. I just wanted to say sorry to the boy for before, said Izuku looking to Kota. Izuku called his sword and pointed it up so everyone could see it. Aizawa was specially watchful of what Izuku would do. Shatter Kyuka Sujetsu. The sword emitted a strong light. Everyone presented looked at it. A orb of light left the sword and created 3 birds made of light that flew to Kota and began to fly around him for a few seconds before vanishing. Kota could not hide his surprised face but shortly returned to his usual angry face. Nice, let's continue. We will watch and help each of you too, said Mandalay. Izuku smiled. Now I just need to wait for All for One to make his move, thought Izuku. The students were directed to a nearby rocky area. All the students began to use their quirks to their limits on the terrain. Pixie also created a few golems for the students to use. What is he doing? Said Pixie, annoyed. Is he the student we were warned to watch closely? He is disrespecting us by refusing to train, said Tiger, unhappy. Let's talk to him, said Ragdoll. Wait, be careful. It may not look like it, but that student defeated All Might on a 1 versus 1, said Aizawa. The 4 members of the Pussycats were shocked. That information had not left UA. Izuku was sitting on the ground meditating. This isolated area was much richer in spiritual energy than the city. His fight with All Might made it clear to him that he needed to increase the gap between himself and the heroes and villains of this world. Wake up, Green Prince, said Pixie. Tiger, Pixie, Mandalay and Ragdoll were around him. Why are you not training? Asked Tiger angrily. I am. If you read my file you would know that my quirk is gathering of energy. I'm doing it now, said Izuku. So why don't you show us exactly how much energy you gathered there? Said Mandalay. I could make they see me training or doing something with the total illusion they are already in, but I guess I'll amuse them for now. Should I use that? No, Better save that for all for one, thought Izuku. Izuku decided what to do. It was a Kido he rarely used on his past life. Very well, said Izuku standing up. What would you prefer me to do? Fight you or hit some other target? Asked Izuku. You see that cliff there? Attack it using your best attack, said Mandalay, pointing to a cliff around 200 meters away from the training area. The line of sight to the cliff was clear, no obstructions to use a ranged attack, and the four of them knew Izuku could do it. Are you gonna use that Heta 88 we saw in the TV? Said Pixie. Do it, said Ragdoll. Push your quirk to its limit, said Tiger. To the limits. Let's see, said Izuku, raising his sword towards the cliff. Some of the students noticed the heroes talking to Midoriya and were watching. What a waste to use this on such weak target, said Izuku. Limit of the thousands hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light. As Izuku continued his incantation, 10 arrow-like pink energy projectiles formed near Izuku, all pointed to the direction of the cliff. Their glow was very bright. The other students that were still training stopped to watch what was going on. The pussycats quickly backed away from Izuku. Aizawa was recording everything with his cell phone. The other heroes would want to see what kind of new attack Izuku was capable of using. I wonder what the number of this one will be, thought Aizawa. The wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together. There is no need to be hesitant. Obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven. The light arrows shined even more as Izuku continued talking. Disease treasure, great wheel, gray fortress tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Hata 91? Senjukoten Taiho. All of the projectiles launched themselves at the same time, all hitting the same point in the distant cliff together, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave was felt by everyone. The ground shook for a moment, since they were so close. The direction of the cliff was so bright no one could look directly at it. As the light faded, the cliff had a big hole where the attack hit, the hole glowing red from the molten materials there, and the nearby trees turned to ash. Izuku turned around and walked to the pussycats that had backed away from him when he started incanting. This currently my strongest attack. It does not have a huge area of effect like the 88 you saw in the TV. This one is made to strike a single target and completely destroy it. I created it mostly to defeat enemies that would resist Hata 90 in its full power. We don't know when another monster from the League might show up, right? Said Izuku. There's a good chance that the League is already watching and waiting for a good time to strike. I also can't rule out the possibility of one of the students being working with them, thought Izuku. Not bad, go gather more of your energies then, said Mandalay, smiling. Aizawa sent the recording to Nizu. Izuku returned to his mediation position. That was crazy, reminded me of the attack Jiro used against Present Mike, said Kirishima. Shut up and go back to training, said Bakugo. 2 days later. Izuku was becoming anxious. The League had plenty of opportunities to attack so far. Why are they doing nothing? Could it be that Yue gave false info to the traitor, and only Aizawa and Vlad were truly aware of the true location? Or All for One was simply fishing to see if Izuku would agree to switch sides? The training of both classes was going without major problems. The students were evolving quickly. It was almost night already. The students were having dinner when Ragdoll rushed inside the dining room in panic. Has anyone seen Koda? He is missing since morning, said Ragdoll. Doesn't he always go play in the rocky area? He should be there, said Kirishima. I just came back from there. I can't find him anywhere, said Ragdoll. Let's go find him, said Tiger. Ragdoll and Tiger went to the forest to look for the boy. Mandalay and Pixie stayed with the students and Yue teachers. Should we help? Asked Mina. Thanks, but this is our business for now. He should be hiding somewhere. He is difficult to handle, said Mandalay. The students whispering about this. Momo stood up and walked to Izuku that was eating slowly. Can I speak with you? Said Momo. Certainly, said Izuku, standing up and putting his food away. The two walked outside the cabin and took a sit on a bench. I've thought about what you said, about hero society needing change, even at the cost of becoming an enemy of the current heroes, said Momo. Izuku was stoic. To be honest, I was going to refuse, but looks like the situation is worse than I could ever imagine, said Momo, showing Izuku her cell phone. On the phone was the site that Archangel and Stain were using to leak hero secrets, with the most recent post being from today, about a novice rising star hero committing suicide because of the physical and psychological abuse caused by the team of pro heroes he was in. This young hero called Golden Pearl actually showed great potential but was outshined by the pro heroes he joined. But Momo was becoming a fan of Golden Pearl, and now he is dead. Vicarian likely saw Momo's social media post about this hero, and when he died by suicide, it was easy to connect the dots considering the hero agency he was in. They have history if I heard correctly, thought Izuku. Vicarian and Stain managed to get or steal medical reports on this case, old reports against that agency for this kind of situation, and even the notes that the psychologist took when interviewing Golden Pearl a few days ago about his experience being in the same team as the top heroes of that agency. And nothing was done by the agency to help the hero. This was more than enough evidence to make the heroes of this agency be in serious risk of being lynched by the public in case they walked in the street. It wasn't exactly a secret that most pro-heroes agencies formed cartels that would not allow rising heroes to become more famous than their top stars. But until now the public wasn't aware of how bad this situation was. It was one more nail on the coffin of hero public approval. And one more situation that would cause more people to join the cause of God. Izuku and Stain. Archangel, using his online influence, was assembling more and more sympathizers, slowly introducing the idea of how good would be to live under the dictatorship of God Izuku, where all would be judged by their worth and merit, and not by their popularity or monetary riches. The government and tech heroes tried relentlessly to take down Archangel and Stain's site, but against the numerous hackers at the disposal of Endeavor's agency, and even hired international ones, it was futile. The site would go down for a few minutes and go back online in one piece. I'm certain of what I want, to change this country and purify the heroic system, said Momo. While Izuku saw determination on Momo, he also saw too much goodness, too much idealism. Would she be able to become an espada and work together with people like Toga and Compress? With Stain, who she thinks killed Ida. To kill. That would be unlikely, but possible, if a final push was given to make her ideals mostly aligned with what Izuku wanted. Very well, I believe in you. Once this training vacation is over, I'll train you and make you become stronger so we can change everything, said Izuku, smiling. Momo was so happy that she hugged Izuku in the moment but quickly backed away once she realized what she had done. I'm sorry, said Momo, embarrassed. Don't worry, said Izuku, standing up. I'll walk a bit, see you later, said Izuku, walking to the forest. Momo entered the cabin again. Some of the students were playing cards in the hall. Izuku walked for a few minutes. Once he was sure no one was near, he grabbed his phone. The Pussycats had installed a signal tower on the area, so Izuku had signal even inside the forest. He called Vicarian, that was quick to answer. Yes sir, what do you need? This is a safe line, said Vicarian. I have a job for you in Compress. Do you have an address of where the parents of Momo Yaoyorozu live? Said Izuku. 1 minute, yes, they live in a mansion in the Setegaya ward of Tokyo, said Vicarian. Listen carefully. We will need money to hire a few pawns that will be discarded at the end. Search heroes that would accept money for 2 accidental deaths while fighting villains, said Izuku, starting to explain his plan. A few kilometers away from the cabin, a portal opened. Dabi, Magna, Moonfish, Muscular, Mustard, Shigaraki and a green slim Nomu went through. GrigoriGOD closed the gate after he walked away from it. Shigaraki took a deep breath. We are finally here, said Shigaraki. Remember not to attack Izuku Midoriya or Kyokujiro. We have confirmation that they did not warn Yue of our attack, said GrigoriGOD. Then why did they change locations at the last minute? One of our informants said it was, said Dabi, being interrupted by GrigoriGOD. Our informant in the staff was deceived, but our informant among the students was not informed by Yue of their destination, and this person said it doesn't seem like the heroes here are expecting our arrival, said GrigoriGOD. Whatever, I just want to see if that brat was serious about joining us or not, said Shigaraki, touching a tree, making it rot and fall. The falling tree almost hit Muscular. The impulsive villain wanted to complain, but since it was Shigaraki, he preferred to stay silent and just leave to do his thing. This is going to be an interesting night, said Dabi, watching Muscular running to the direction of the cabin. The green Noma looked at Dabi and, indeed, said the Noma with an almost mechanical voice. Izuku walked to the rocky area and resumed his meditation to gather more spiritual energy. After a few minutes he noticed that Koda was nearby, observing him from a few meters away. Izuku paid him no mind. After a few minutes, a presence was rapidly approaching the area. Izuku sensed that was an unknown person. The League is finally doing their move, thought Izuku. Muscular jumped from the middle of the forest and landed near Izuku that had his sword already in hand. Shatter Kyuka Sujetsu. The light got Muscular off guard. "The hell is that?" asked Muscular. "Took you long enough, where are the others?" asked Izuku. "You are the green-haired boy that the big boss wants to join the league." "Well, whatever, ask the others, they should arrive soon," said Muscular. Koda was under the power of total illusion since the day the students arrived. For him, Muscular and Izuku were exchanging threats. "Go on then, I'll wait for them," said Izuku, taking a sit on a large stone. "Don't start giving me orders, brat. We still don't know if you are really with us or against us," said Muscular angrily. "You will know soon enough, if you are still alive until then," said Izuku, unimpressed. "What did you say?" asked Muscular, even more enraged. "You look too weak to be of any use to the league other than distraction and cannon fodder. That's why they sent you first." "No, you don't look like you were sent, you were allowed to go first," said Izuku, smiling. Koda recognized this villain. He was very similar to the pictures of the villain that had murdered his parents. Fear clouded his mind and he ran into the forest as fast as he could. Muscular heard someone running, but Izuku used total illusion to make him see only a rabbit instead of Koda that was foolishly making a lot of noise while running and doing so in the open with no cover. It would be troublesome if the boy died on where people knew Izuku was training. Izuku sensed more people arriving. A portal opened between him and Muscular. The other villains walked through. "If you could transport us here all this time, why you didn't do that from the beginning?" asked Moonfish. "Walking is good for your health, and we needed to scout the area, so make sure it wasn't an ambush," said Kurogiri. Izuku raised his sword. "That guy is using a mask with a visor. Luckily Kyuka Suigetsu works through glass," thought Izuku, looking to Mustard. "Shatter Kyuka Suigetsu." "This light again," said Muscular, annoyed. All members of the league there fell under total illusion, before any other of them questioned him about the light. Izuku took the initiative. "What is the plan?" asked Izuku to Shigaraki. "The plan is very simple. We kidnap a few students and kill the teachers. And we want to see you killing someone, preferably one of the adult heroes," said Shigaraki, scratching the neck. "Simple enough," said Izuku. Izuku already had his target, Mandalay. Should she use her quirk, there was a possibility that total illusion could not stop it since it was telepathy. Her voice would be directly transmitted to the target's brain instead of going through any of the regular 5 senses. But there was another reason why she was the first target. Her presence here is greatly beneficial to Izuku's plan to join the league precisely because of her quirk. Mandalay and Pixie were organizing a courage test near the cabin with the students. "Koda is in danger, rocky area now, come alone or he will die," heard Mandalay. The hero looked around to see if anyone else had heard that strange voice, but everyone was acting normal. She was the only one that heard. Pixie and the students were just talking about how the students were going to scare each other when they realized Mandalay's face showed complete fear. Mandalay ran into the forest, going as quickly as possible to the rocky area without speaking a word to the others. Everyone became confused of why she did that. "Lay, where are you? Damn it, she is gone already," said Pixie. As Pixie looked back to the students and the other 2 heroes with her, she had a really bad feeling about all of this. She and Mandalay were making this courage test to raise the morale of the students after they heard Koda was missing, but now Pixie too was starting to feel uneasy. Tiger and Ragdoll were taking too long to return with Koda. Something must have happened. Mandalay suddenly left. She looked like she had seen a ghost. "Alright, first group will be Tokoyami and Urara," said Kaminari, reading a paper draw before being interrupted. "Listen, students, all of you shall stay near the cabin tonight. Let's leave this courage test for tomorrow," said Pixie. "But why?" asked Kendo. "Something is wrong, I can feel it," said Pixie, looking to the direction Mandalay ran. A cold wind could be felt coming from the direction of the rocky area. The students before were distracted talking to each other, but now they realized the wind. Because now they were silent, they would the faint and scary sound of the wind going around the trees, the sound of the leaves moving like it was a horror movie. Storm clouds coming at the distance, it raised the uneasy of the students and heroes. "You are right, we should stay alert," said Aizawa, that was sleeping inside his sleeping bag just a moment ago. Most of the students pieced together the situation. "Is everyone here?" "Where is Midoriya?" said Aizawa, standing up. "He said he wanted to walk. He usually trains at night in the rocky area," said Momo. "It's in the same direction that Mandalay ran, and the same place Koda usually hides," said Vlad. Aizawa was worried. He, Pixie and Vlad have been heroes for years. The 3 of them were very perceptive and with good instincts, and all of them were concerned about the recent events. Their instincts were telling them danger was coming, and now Izuku is missing too. All of this cannot be coincidence. I'm calling backup just in case, said Aizawa to Pixie and Vlad. Both of them nodded. Aizawa tried to call Nizu but there was no cell phone reception. Does anyone has reception here? Asked Aizawa, even more worried. Students and the other two heroes picked their phone, no one had signal. Where is your communications tower? Asked Aizawa. Near the rocky area, that area has more elevation than the rest of the forest, good place for the tower, said Pixie. Everything is happening in the rocky area, damn it, what is going on there? Thought Aizawa. Now that this is out of the way we won't have to worry about more heroes coming in the next hours, said Shigaraki. Shigaraki stepped away from the base of the comms tower. Making two of the support legs decay was enough to make the entire tower collapse to the side and be destroyed. A few minutes walk to the cabin now, you already have a shopping list. To whom you will keep alive? Asked Izuku. Katsuki Bakugu, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu and some others that might join the league in the future or that we can ask for a ransom to raise our funds while also increasing the popular unrest with the heroes, said Kurogiri, watching Izuku's every move. The more UA brats that join us or die the better, said Shigaraki. Just a few moments after they started walking they came across Ragdoll that was searching for Kota. Ragdoll saw that Izuku was showing a blank stare with no reaction. It was like the student was under a mind control quirk. Release the student, said Ragdoll. There are too many of them. I must escape and warn the others, though Ragdoll. Release him. Ha ha ha, Midoriya, why don't you? Release her from her pathetic life, said Shigaraki. No, Master wants Ragdoll alive, said Kurogiri, nodding to Mustard. Dalby gave Izuku a gas mask but Ragdoll realized their plan and ran away. Muscular managed to grab her before she went far and brought her close to Mustard. The gas villain created sleeping gas to make Ragdoll fall unconscious. Muscular was not too happy for wearing a mask that blocks his view and smell, but right now he had no choice. Mustard had used a low volume of gas since Ragdoll was being restrained and in front of him, so in just a few seconds it was safe to everyone to remove their masks. Kurogiri opened a portal to transport Ragdoll to some other place. He placed her inside the portal and returned. Shall we continue? Said Kurogiri. Tiger had split up with Ragdoll to cover more ground. Just as Ragdoll was confronting the League 2 kilometers away, Tiger spotted Kota running in fear. The hero stopped the boy that began crying. What happened? Asked Tiger. That villain, the muscle villain that killed Mommy and Daddy, he is here, said Kota, crying. The Pussycats had been searching for this particular villain ever since they adopted Kota. They thought that arresting him might bring some closure for the kid, but recently they discovered he had been recruited by the League. If he is here, the League is too. We must return now, said Tiger, grabbing the boy and running to the cabin. Tiger wanted to search for Ragdoll and let her know of the danger and that Kota was safe, but he was with the kid. He should avoid running into the League. Reaching Mandalay was the safer course of action since she would be able to relay the information to Ragdoll and everyone using her quirk, but Mandalay was already near where the League had just defeated Ragdoll. Not knowing the situation, Aizawa and Vlad decided to stay in the cabin rather than evacuating. Trying to organize a safe retreat with unknown threats with 38 students with just 3 heroes would be extremely dangerous, especially at night in the forest with a storm coming. The heroes agreed. They under attack. 3 heroes, 1 student and the kid were missing when going to the same area, and the communications tower on that same area is offline. No other thing could explain all of those situations happening at the same time. The League or someone else. We must keep the students safe at all costs, thought Aizawa. Barricade the doors, everyone be ready, said Vlad. The students were nervous. Class 1 already went through real combat before, but even now they don't know what to expect. Who is the enemy? Class 1B on the other hand had few combat experience. Vlad kept them under a strict training routine, but only a handful of them experienced combat under their internships, and those combats were definitely not against people at the level of the League or other players that would dare invade an UA-aligned agency. Jiro was vigilant. She knew the League was coming and her orders were clear. Once the fight happens, stay defensive. Don't use your full power unless your life is at danger. On my signal, switch sides so we can escape with the League. Mandalay was running across the forest at maximum speed. She hoped that she could arrive in time to save Kota from whoever is holding him hostage. A user of telepathy quirk was around. She needed to be careful since the extent of this person's power was unknown. Nearly halfway to the rocky area, many figures stood on her way. Could they be the ones behind this? Mandalay stopped and stood confident in front of the members of the League of Villains. She saw Izuku restrained, with what looked like a bomb wrapped around his neck. League of Villains, I'm surprised you found out where we were even with all of UA's precautions, said Mandalay. Attention everyone, the League of Villains is here. Midoriya is a hostage, and said Mandalay to all the heroes using her quirk, but the message was cut suddenly. Mandalay saw a blade coming through her chest from behind. She started to fall, about to die from the fatal wound. Mandalay managed to gather strength to move her neck a little to the side when she fell, just enough to look at her killer before passing out. As everything around her turned dark, she saw Izuku Midoriya with a bloody sword near her. She wanted to let everyone know, but it was too late. An overwhelming somnolence took over and her eyes closed for a deep and eternal sleep. Muscular began clapping his hands. Nice, you totally killed her without a second thought. I bet you killed a lot of people before for the way you did it, said Muscular, impressed. I got a little worried when you suddenly hid in the bushes and a hero arrived. Since it was Mandalay, I assume you did not want her to expose your treachery just yet, said GrigoriGOD. While Mandalay saw Izuku besides the League, the true one was inside a bush precisely located where she would likely stop to question the League. The members of the League were not put to see a fake Izuku besides them. She made sure to include me among the people that would receive this message. Likely because she saw I had a bomb on me, she wanted to assure me that the others would know and be alert to rescue me. How pathetic, thought Izuku looking at the dead Mandalay. I guess you passed the test. Just remember that you'll need to do a lot more killing before I trust you, said Shigaraki. Will that girl join the League too? The one that is always with you when you are doing hero work? Kyokujiro asked GrigoriGOD. She will. But don't expect her to start blasting the other students the moment we show up. She is very cautious and will only truly betray UA at the last moment, said Izuku. I see, so we better not attack her, said GrigoriGOD looking to his fellow heroes. This GrigoriGOD guy seems to be the true leader of the League instead of Shigaraki, thought Izuku. Whatever, let us just move forward, said Muscular. Someone started knocking on the door of the cabin. The heroes had barricaded it using the furniture. It's me, Tiger. Open up, we are exposed here. I'm with Koda, said Tiger, knocking on the door. The heroes and students started to move the furniture to allow the double door to open. Tiger and Koda entered the cabin quickly. Vlad, Kirishima and Tetsu started to barricade the door again. Wait, Mandalay and Ragdoll are still out there, said Tiger. I created a few dirt animals to look for them. So far I haven't seen anyone besides you two, said Pixie. Have you received the mental message too? Asked Aizawa. I did. It looked like she stopped mid-sentence. I'm worried. She never do that, even when while fighting, said Tiger. The League and Izuku got captured. I wonder how, said Kirishima. Sigh. For now we need to be realistic. It is likely Mandalay got captured or killed in action. She would had already sent another message if she was okay, said Vlad. You don't know that. Let's not jump to conclusions, said Pixie angrily. I agree with Vlad. And there's also a high chance that Ragdoll had also encountered the League. She isn't with Tiger, and we haven't seen her since the two of them left. We should presume both of them are missing in action, one way or another, said Aizawa. We split up to search for Koda. When I found him, he told me the muscular villain is here. He is member of the League, so I judged better to return to the cabin ASAP and let everyone know, also to alert Ragdoll using Lay's quirk, but said Tiger. You did right, they destroyed the comms tower. No backup coming until UA realized something is wrong because of the lack of contact, said Aizawa. If Ragdoll is still alive and free from the League, she has also received the message. Let's hope she arrives soon, said Pixie. The heroes and students prepared for an attack at any moment. All of the entrances of the cabin were barricaded and everyone gathered in dining room. Pixie created many dirt beasts to guard the cabin from the outside. This way the League would not arrive unnoticed. Aizawa, a word, said Vlad, calling Aizawa to a corner so the students couldn't hear. We shouldn't break our formation, make it quick, said Aizawa, walking to Vlad. They made a formation of the fighters of both classes around the support and range-based students. If anything happens, Pixie will let us know, said Vlad. The students were watching the two heroes whispering to each other. I know I agreed to stay here, but if they already got Ragdoll and Mandalay, then our chances are very low, whispered Vlad. You may be right. I'm also very worried about how they got Midoriya. He is the strongest hero here. Perhaps they brought more of those creatures from Hosu and us. If so, then escaping might actually be our only hope, whispered Aizawa. The two heroes looked at the dozens of students looking at them. There's no way we can safely leave with all of them, whispered Aizawa. There will be casualties no matter what we do. We must decide what course of action will save more students. I'd say that if we stay, most of us will die, maybe everyone. whispered Vlad. Aizawa thought about it. They had no information about how many members of the League are here. But if the League likely knew everything about them, their numbers, quirks and all they could find since they found this place, other informations wouldn't be difficult to get. Knowing all of that, the League wouldn't attack without preparations. There's a chance that they don't know that we know they are coming. Mandalay's message may have saved us. Prepare the students to leave, whispered Aizawa, but was interrupted by Pixie. They are here, 200 meters away from the front door, said Pixie. Everyone be ready to fight, said Aizawa loudly. I guess we missed our chance. Sigh, let's make them pay a dear price for messing with us, said Vlad. We are finally here, said Shigaraki. Muscular rushed to attack the cabin. With a powerful punch he destroyed the front doors and their barricades. It was just 2 walls away from the dining room. I guess we are playing hide and seek, said Muscular. Back away, let Mustard do the work here, it may be a trap, said Kurogiri. Mustard was ready to fill the entire cabin with sleeping gas. Don't start bossing me around now when I'm going to have my fun, said Muscular. Must I communicate your disrespect of the chain of command to our master? Said Kurogiri. Izuku realized Muscular was a wild card from the beginning. Looked like he only respected all for one himself and no one else. He could use that latter. But for now it was time to put his plan into motion. From inside the forest, a hooded figure dashed into the direction of the main force of the League at an amazing speed. The figure was small, the height of an average teen. This entity in a blink of an eye reached Izuku and attacked him with a punch, the white gloves covering its hand. Just like its white full-body hoodie made it impossible to determine the identity of the attacker. Izuku managed to block the punch at the last second using his sword, but the impact was enough to send Izuku flying back a few meters, but he was still standing. The other members of the League looked in disbelief to the front of the face of this person. He wore a blank, featureless mask. It's you, that annoying vigilante. Why are you here of all places? Said Shigaraki angrily. Shinigami, the vigilante that targets groups and facilities associated with our master, said Kurogiri. Enemy, kill, said the green Nomu. Luckily for Izuku, the Nomu depended on its 5 senses just like everyone else, making it vulnerable to total illusion. Muscular ignored the fight outside and started taking down the cabin. In just a few moments he took down the wall to the dining room. He was received with a barrage of ranged attacks from the students at the back while the fighters stood ground. Muscular received a laser strike from Aoyama in the face while Todoroki launched a fireball at the villain together with a lightning bolt from Kaminari. The villain had his quirk erased by Aizawa, so he could not repair his muscle armor that was severely damaged in the attack. Kirishima and Kendo were quick to try to finish the villain and meal, but for everyone's shock Izuku's body hit Muscular from behind, sending both of them to the direction of the students, but they did not go far, falling near the fighter defense line. Shinigami was floating a few centimeters above the floor at the entrance with a stance showing superiority. The way he was defying gravity looked similar to Izuku, but his movements were much smoother than Izuku's. In reality, Izuku had just flew backwards into Muscular so the villain would go to the floor, and the students could see his fight against Shinigami. Izuku stood up looking tired but mostly unarmed. With an almost robot-like voice Shinigami spoke. False god, I'll protect this world from you, said Shinigami's illusion to Izuku. Everyone heard. This is bad. Is this vigilante with the League or on his own? Either way it doesn't seem like he is on our side, thought Aizawa. Attack him once, Izuku said to Jiro, only she heard that. Jiro attacked Shinigami with a sonic bara. Shinigami easily avoided the attack. Using his amazing speed he grabbed Izuku and flew outside the cabin with him, but the green Nomu attacked him, and he let Izuku fall to the ground. Moonfish entered the cabin. The sea of blades could be seen by everyone. Some froze at the nightmarish view, but Moonfish did not yet attack. He wanted to confirm whatever Muscular was captured already or not. Muscular stood up. He was still hurt, but since Aizawa took his eyes off him he managed to regenerate his muscle armor. What the hell was that? Said Muscular. Another enemy arrived. He is fighting the boy. Get the hell out of there and let us do our jobs, said Mustard, also entering the building through the hole Muscular made. Shut up, these are my praise, said Muscular. Ebara nodded to Monoma and Aizawa. Monoma had already copied Ebara's quirk and some of the other students when Pixie warned them the attack was coming. Ebara and Monoma used vines to restrain Muscular while Aizawa erased his quirk. Moonfish was far more dangerous right now, but he could not look directly at him because of the blades covering the field of view. When the two students signed to him he understood their plan. It was a good one. Aoyama attacked Muscular again with his laser, but it was Mina that destroyed Muscular's armor using her acid quirk. Some of his skin was also injured by the acid, but that's life or death situation. It's not the time to be holding back against many powerful villains. Screamed Muscular in pain. Kota smiled. Mustard and Moonfish started laughing like maniacs. Moonfish's in particular was specially unpleasant to hear because of him having his blade tooth quirk active. Patathic, you talked all of that but lost twice in less than a few minutes, said Mustard. Ibara and Monoma combined their quirks to lock Muscular in place while forming a wall of vines between them and the other two villains, making Muscular part of that wall since he could no longer use his quirk thanks to Aizawa. Retreat or be ready to kill your own friend, said Ibara. Idiots, help me, said Muscular, struggling to break free. Moonfish and Mustard looked at each other. Muscular was useful to the League, but each day he was become more and more reckless, and now he was captured by students. You honestly think we care about this trash? Said another man entering the building. The man with much of his body burned entered the building, the infamous villain Dabi. The three villains still standing had quirks especially dangerous against enclosed targets. It was time to leave the cabin. Bakuga the side wall now, said Vlad. The student understood the situation and made a controlled but powerful explosion to open a huge exit hole in the wall. Everyone out of the building now, said Pixie. Moonfish and Mustard did not yet made a move. They did not want to be the ones to actually kill Muscular. The big boss would not be pleased in case he had any plans for him. Dabi on the other hand was in the League a lot longer than the other two and knew what would please or not all for one. And the one thing he disliked more than losing a good fighter on his side was failure. He prepared a huge blue fireball. What are you doing? Screamed Muscular in panic. Aizawa was quick to switch his quirk to Dabi, but that allowed Muscular to begin his recovery process. When most of the students already left to the other room, Tokoemi turned off the lights of the room. Everyone please leave the room. I'm going to release all the power of my quirk. Don't get close to me, said Tokoemi to the heroes. Damn it, Eraserhead, said Dabi displeased. Muscular was nearly getting off the vine wall. Kill them, Moonfish, said Dabi. The villain released his endless swarm of teeth blades against the heroes still in the room, and of course against Muscular that was between them. Since the lights were off, it was very difficult to see who was still inside the room behind the vines. The blades managed to pierce the muscles of the villain but did not hit any vital organs since Muscular was quick to adjust his armor to cover them at the expense of his limbs. Moonfish was surprised that his blade hit something behind Muscular, but it did not look like they pierced. What could it be? You'll pay for this, all of you, screamed Muscular in pain, but now he was free from the vines. Dabi had a slightly scared face. Mustard and Moonfish looked scared too because of their stances, but since both wore masks it was not possible to see their faces to know for sure. Muscular got cocky because of this. The three of them were scared because of him. Time to show who is the new boss. But then his smile turned into a serious face. His survival instincts told him to look behind. The blades that did not hit Muscular were trying to pierce a huge dark bird-like face that covered the entire room like another wall. The face had two eyes. They were the eyes of an angry predator. Tokoemi was doing his best to keep Dark Shadow under some kind of control, but this especially dark night, the clouds covered the light of the moon and only outside the cabin had some kind of artificial light. Inside there was only darkness. Dark Shadow grabbed Muscular and threw him at the Moonfish that did not had time to react and was sent flying together with Muscular to outside the cabin. Aizawa was no longer erasing Dabi since he left the room. Trusting that Tokoyama knew what he was doing, Dabi attacked Dark Shadow with a powerful fire attack. The light of the fire was not good for the creature but it overall resisted the attack. However, the cabin did not. It started to burn. Vlad led the students to the side exit, but it was not that far from the main entrance and Kurogiri saw them, teleporting himself and Shigaraki to near the students. About time we meet again. How are all of you today? Said Shigaraki. Ready to defeat you again, said Kirishima, showing his fist to the villains. We will see, but today I came with a different offer for you. Join the League. Or die, said Shigaraki with a bored tone. The students were unimpressed. So no new recruits. I mean willing recruits. We can always make you join us after some talk, ha ha ha, said Shigaraki laughing. Everyone's attention suddenly changed to the sky. The storm was about to arrive at their area. A very bright flash of yellow light was seen inside the clouds. Izuku had used Hado 63. Reihikohu inside the storm clouds. Izuku and Shinigami left the clouds. Izuku was trying to make some distance between himself and the vigilante, but Shinigami was faster than Izuku at flying. He grabbed the boy and tried to crash land with him near cabin, but Izuku managed to break free just in time and landed safely near the standoff of villains and heroes. The two groups watched the fight in the sky with interest. It looked like Shinigami was putting pressure on Izuku. Someone warned that vigilante. It doesn't seem like it was Izuku Midoriya, for the way Shinigami is mostly ignoring us and trying to kill the boy. Was it coincidence that he came here today to kill Midoriya? Or the plan leaked somehow, and he doesn't want Midoriya joining the league? Thought GrigoriGOD, trying to think of every possible scenario. Izuku and Shinigami were once again just looking at each other, but the green Nomu tried to attack Shinigami, throwing a nearby trash can at him. The object moved fast, but Shinigami easily dodged the attack. Aizawa took advantage of the distraction of everyone to attack Shigaraki, but the hand villain reacted quickly, grabbing Aizawa's restraining cloths. But his quirk was erased, and Aizawa managed to use his strength to pull the cloth and make Shigaraki trip and fall. Aizawa safely retreated to stay together with the students and the other heroes. The fighter students and Tiger were quick to charge at the two villains, but they were suddenly distracted by a massive fire explosion coming from inside the cabin that shocked the ground for a moment. The cabin was burning quickly and about to fall apart. "Tokoyami is still inside," said Uraraka, worried. A commotion was heard on the main entrance. Dabi, Mustard and Moonfish left the cabin and ran to where the rest of students were. "I can't believe you were that stupid," said Moonfish. "The house was already burning. How was I supposed to release explosive gas there without it exploding immediately?" said Mustard, annoyed. "Never mind that, let's focus on the rest of the students," said Dabi, smiling. The three arrived and joined the other two villains. The Nomu was still concentrated on attacking Shinigami. Shinigami and Izuku then began a fist fight on the ground. The fight was paired, both of them were on the same level. The green Nomu stabbed itself, and its blood formed a sword. Upon completing it, the wound healed. Regeneration and blood manipulation. This is going to be interesting, thought Izuku, that was actually standing idle watching everything. After casting Rihikoho in the clouds, Izuku was just lurking near the villain unseen thanks to total illusion. He had a new target now, Moonfish. As the cabin began to collapse, a large creature took down the front wall and managed to escape the burning building just in time. It was Dark Shadow. "He survived," said Dabi, surprised. Dark Shadow had many injuries and fell on the ground, returning to its original form as Tokoyami fell unconscious on the ground. "Do not take your eyes away from your enemy," screamed Bakugo, charging Dabi. Moonfish used his teeth blade to block the attack. The green Nomu shifted its attention to the young heroes rather than the illusion of Izuku and Shinigami. GrigoriGOD and Shigaraki had worked hard to improve their teamwork. Together they were deadly, especially to distracted enemies. GrigoriGOD opened a small portal in front of Shigaraki. The villain led his open hand to the portal quickly while the heroes were distracted with Bakugo being careless and the Nomu coming. The other portal opened in front of some students. Shigaraki's palm went through fast, giving no time to the poor student in front of the portal to react. Shigaraki touched the torso of Shoji and quickly retreated his hand back inside the portal. The students and heroes looked horrified at Shoji that in a few instants completely decayed and turned into a pile of ash. "Careful now, heroes, you never know where the portal will open next. It may be behind you, or in front of your friend. Perhaps it is open right now above you," said Shigaraki. "Everyone be alert," screamed Aizawa. Pixie created many dirt beasts, and used them as cannon fodder against Shigaraki and GrigoriGOD to keep them busy. In the meantime, Bakugo tried to attack again. He flew upwards using an explosion to attack Dabi and the others from above. The green Nomu jumped from the near forest and grabbed Bakugo in the air. "Let me go, monster!" screamed Bakugo. The Nomu complied with Bakugo's request, throwing him against the ground with its super strength. Mustard was quick to make Bakugo pass out using sleep gas before he recovered from the impact. Dabi attacked the group of heroes using a fireball, but Todoroki made a wall of ice to protect them. "You mastered her power well. I bet she is proud of you, the perfect son," said Dabi to Todoroki. Todoroki was surprised and also angry. "How do you know her?" said Todoroki. A portal opened behind Todoroki. Kirishima was quick to push Shoto out of the way. Todoroki fell on the ground, shocked that he almost died just now. "Thanks, Kirishima," said Todoroki. Kirishima nodded. Tiger and Vlad tried to engage Moonfish and Mustard in melee combat, but Moonfish was quick to counterattack using his quirk. The two pro heroes struggled to avoid being hit by the blades. In the meantime, Mustard unleashed a cloud of sleeping gas upon the group of students while GrigoriGOD grabbed Bakugo and placed him inside a portal. Momo quickly created gas masks, but there were more than 30 people needing them, some students passed out before everyone could get their masks, including Uraraka, Mineta, Siro, Pony, Tetsu, Kamakiri, and Jiro. But Jiro was actually just pretending to be unconscious. She realized it would be better for her to be knocked out, rather than being awake and doing nothing against the League. What would raise suspicion? Defend me, I'll keep Shigaraki erased, said Aizawa. Momo created a bow and shot at Shigaraki that got defended by Kurogiri. Dabi continued to attack the students, but Shoto Todoroki continued to use his eyes to block the fire and occasionally use his own fire to counterattack. But it was clear that Shoto was being slowly outclassed. His defense was become more and more weaker, and Dabi did not show any signs of being tired. Most of the students were just alert. They did not feel confident or needed in either of the battles happening. They would just get in the way of the others since their quirks were not compatible against these enemies. Or they simply were scared. The battle in the sky also continued. Occasional flash of lights could be seen by everyone. The situation is not going exactly at our favor. If Shinigami showed up, there's a real possibility that other parties may also arrive soon, thought Shigaraki. Shigaraki wanted to kill more heroes before kidnapping other students and leave. But with Aizawa erasing his quirk, that would not be possible. Nomu, kill erase her head, said Shigaraki. Acknowledged, said the green Nomu. The Nomu ran towards Aizawa that was surrounded by the students ready to defend him. Ashina, Mino, and Aoyama used long-ranged attacks on the creature before it got close. The laser and the acid splash did little to the creature that reached Aizawa, giving a punch that the teacher and students barely dodged. The creature threw its blood sword to get Aizawa, but Kirishima deflected the sword away. Sato and Kirishima started to fight the creature in melee. The exchange of punches and kicks was severe. The students were concerned about trying to help their two friend and accidentally hitting them or making openings for the Nomu to escape. Shigaraki and Kurogiri tried again to kill a student. In that case, it was Kendo that was waiting for an opening to help against the Nomu. The villain's hand was just a few centimeters away from her head when Monoma grabbed Shigaraki's wrist and tried to break it without success. The villain managed to break free from Monoma's hold and retreated his hand through the portal. They are too alert, how troublesome, said Shigaraki, inspecting his wrist. The Noma hit a strong punch against Kirishima that became dizzy and fell on his knees. Kendo used that opening from the intense battle to hit the Noma using her giant fist, but the creature blocked it. Keep him distracted, said Monoma to his friends. Ibara used her vines to envelop the Noma's legs and tried to knock it to the ground. Kirishima recovered and together with Sato started a barrage of attacks against the creature that could not move its legs, but it could move its arms. The hand of the Noma bit its hands. The blood then formed sharp claws around the finger while the hands healed. Using its claws, the creature started its counterattack. It hit Sato and pierced his gas mask. The cuts from the claws missed Sato's left eye for just a few millimeters. He would carry that scar on his face forever. The creature attacked Kirishima next, but its claws were unable to hurt Kirishima that was using his hardening quirk at the maximum. Sato started to feel the effect of the sleeping gas and made his likely final attack before having to retreat because of the effects of the gas. The students used all strength he had left to deliver a powerful kick to the creature's ankle, breaking it and making the Noma lose balance. Kendo followed, jumping above the creature and hitting it from above while its defense was broken. The giant punch made the ground shake when it crushed the creature against the ground. The combination of the sleeping gas and the dirt in the air because of Kendo's attack made them unable to see the creature clearly on the ground. It also blocked Aizawa's line of sight to Shigaraki, allowing him again to use his quirk for a couple of moments. Shigaraki took the opportunity to attack Kaibara from Class 1B, one of the students that was not fighting. This time he again succeeded in touching his target, killing the student. As the portal closed for Shigaraki, Kurogiri opened more portals below the unconscious students to capture them, since Jiro's order was to escape with the League. She allowed herself to be transported by Kurogiri. Tokoyami was too far from Kurogiri for the villain to open a portal below him, so this student was not captured. Todoroki was getting bested by Dabi, but the villain did not seem to be really trying to kill Todoroki right away. He was taking his time to enjoy the battle. "Pathetic, is that the best you can do?" said Dabi. The duo was distracted by gunshots. Mustard was trying to kill Tiger, but the hero quickly disarmed the villain and restrained him. "Also pathetic," said Dabi, seeing Mustard getting defeated. The students fighting Noma were feeling like they won. Because of the dust and gas, they did not yet realize that one of their friends behind them was killed just now and others were captured. But their joy was cut short by the Noma standing up and slowly healing his injuries. Sato had already changed his mask to a new one given by Momo, but the volume of the gas he had already inhaled was making him sleepy and unable to stand properly. He was in no condition to fight, but the other students prepared for another fight. Someone showed up behind the creature and touched its belly while it was distracted, making the entire creature rot away and turn to dust. The person was Monoma. I copied Shigaraki's quirk when I grabbed him, thought it would come in handy against this creature, said Monoma, smiling. Todoroki was barely standing. He had already overused both of his quirks to the limit to hold off Dabi, but now Tiger and Vlad arrived at his side, some beasts made by Pixie too. It seems we underestimated your teamwork, and how another player would show up, said Dabi, looking to the sky. It started to rain. How do you know my mother? Answer me, said Todoroki angrily. Is Shinigami with you? Asked Vlad to Dabi. Moonfish walked beside Dabi so they could fight the heroes covering each other. Moonfish's fight before was just a stalemate. He could not hit the heroes and they could not get close to him, so they shifted their attention to Mustard. A bright flash of yellow light was seen coming from the clouds. Shortly after, everyone saw Izuku falling to the ground. Shinigami flew after Izuku. The boy raised his hand as he was falling and pointed it to Shinigami, but the masked figure catched Midoriya before he could do anything, and with a punch he sent Izuku flying to the ground near Dabi and Moonfish. The impact was strong. We already lost Inoma and Mustard. Time to cut our losses. We got some students, thought Kurogiri. Retreat, screamed Kurogiri to Dabi and Moonfish. Shigaraki did not object to escape. Grab the boy, said Shigaraki to Dabi. Izuku was dizzy after Shinigami's attack, and was lying on the ground waiting for the villains to capture him. Vlad and Tiger tried to reach Izuku, but Moonfish attacked them to cover Dabi. The villain grabbed Izuku as a portal opened for them. Dabi went through and Moonfish followed while attacking the heroes so they wouldn't follow them. Shigaraki and Kurogiri prepared to escape through a portal Kurogiri just opened. Shigaraki ran to the portal, but when he was just one step from entering he stopped and turned around to give one last look at Shinigami. The figure was just flying above them, doing nothing but watch their escape. Shigaraki was intrigued by that. Why was he not trying to stop them? Shigaraki also gave a last look at the student and heroes. They too were not trying to stop him from escaping. The villain looked into Aizawa's eyes. It showed many emotions: anger, fear, regret. Until next time, Eraserhead, said Shigaraki, walking to the portal waving to Aizawa like he was saying goodbye to a friend. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.